In this Hogwarts without a savior. Chapter 51-51. Help. Why do you still have the face to say this last name from your mouth? Lily squeezed out these words between her teeth, her body was trembling, it was the hatred that could not be suppressed in her heart. Looking at her, the smile on Snape's face became more and more disdainful, more and more sarcasm, he said slowly. Why don't I have the face to say that last name, Lily? Because the person who has been bullying me since my school days is dead. His family now has a reputation as bedbugs in the wizarding world. But that's what makes me happy, and you? He smiled presumptuously. Don't forget, I begged for your life. Without me, you would have died that night with that bedbug and that little bastard. So, it should be you who dare to treat you like this benefactor speak. The sharp insult pierced Lily's whole body like a needle prick, she couldn't stand it anymore, all the engraved hatred for Snape turned into killing intent, condensed on the spell. Avada Kedavra. The pale green drew a straight line under the night, like a poisonous snake that devoured people, aimed at Snape to harvest his life. However, the black mist under Snape's body surged. The magic that he learned from his master was almost a symbol of his status, which allowed him to fly without any resistance, even without relying on any flying tools. Soar through the sky. Such dexterity allowed him to easily evade the death-killing curse, and at the same time, he aimed the wand in his hand at Lily. Over the years, have you learned only to repay your savior? His whisper was like the rain that penetrated into Lily's ears. At the same time, an invisible sharp blade burst out from the tip of his wand, cutting across the dense rain. The iron armor curse faithfully protected Lily from this curse, but the mask that shone with light blue light quickly shattered. The sound of the incantation that Snape uttered before the formation of the sharp blade was drowned under the downpour of rain. Shenfen Wuying. As soon as Fawkes brought them to the carriage, Kingsley and the others joined the battle outside the carriage without hesitation. Except for Lily, who was one-on-one with Snape, every other professor faced double-digit numbers of Aurors and Death Eaters. This is still the case when Dumbledore has already assumed 80% of the pressure of the number of people, Slughorn, McGonagall, and Flitwick, even if their strength is in the magic world, they are the next batch after the top-notch ones. Nor is it strong enough to completely ignore the number of enemies. With Kingsley, Moody and the others joined the battle with nearly 100 members of the Order of the Phoenix, which greatly relieved the pressure on the professors. But McGonagall didn't show any relaxation about it. She raised her staff and shot down an Auror who was trying to sneak attack by her side, and shouted in a serious tone. "Did you leave anyone in the carriage, Alastair?" Moody yelled and cursed the bastard, and at the same time used the explosive curse to shatter the armor curses of the Death Eaters in front of him. "We are now guarding the carriage outside. If anyone can get in, it will be unless we are all dead. But there are people in the carriage. If you all come out, how will the children in the carriage be safe?" Mag's voice was urgent. Beside her, Kingsley explained in a timely manner. "Don't worry, Professor McGonagall, it is Dumbledore's decision to provide reinforcements outside the carriage, and he will arrange everything." His words calmed McGonagall's anxious heart. Among them, Dumbledore was the absolute pinnacle of stability, and no one would doubt any decision he made. But just as Mag let out a sigh of relief, a spell suddenly hit a chubby body, causing her pupils to shrink suddenly. The green spell made it hard to see whether it was the death curse or some other spell, but after that, Slughorn's body fell from the sky to the ground weakly. Horace. The restaurant is very quiet. The dim chandelier swayed under the ceiling, reflecting the pale and tense faces of every student. As the only manager here, Filch couldn't hide the panic and restlessness in his heart, wandering back and forth among the students. John shrank in the corner of the room after entering the restaurant, staring at the door blankly, not knowing what was going on in his mind. "Don't worry, with professors and them around, the school will be fine." Neville softly comforted Justin, whose body was constantly trembling because of fear. This time even Lavender, who had always been very strong in the past, pursed his pale lips, sat on the ground with his knees hugged and said nothing. They all saw the dark cloud-like wizard in the sky, and they knew better than anyone else that this attack was different from the previous two. Even with 10, they are not as good as these Aurors and Death Eaters. Seeing that John has never made a sound since he came here, besides Ron, he was also worried about the situation outside, so he patted him on the shoulder and said, "How can you be so depressed, John? Take heart, you are not acting like the person we knew before." John finally seemed to come back to his senses. He didn't speak first, but took a deep breath, and then looked at Neville and Ron very seriously. "Can you guys do me a favor?" Naviron, including Justin and Lavender, all looked at him. "Get Filch's attention for me." John's voice was calm, but the other four looked at him like they were crazy. "What's on your mind?" Neville raised his voice, but lowered it, and asked in a voice full of disbelief. "I want to go out for a while, but if I go out like this, Filch will definitely stop me, so I need your help." John's voice was calm, as if he wanted to go back to the dormitory to get something now, and then come back again. Ron's voice became excited at this time. "Did you find something? It's up to us to save the school now that the professors are out of the wagon." John shook his head. "It's not saving the school, sorry, for some reason I can't tell you what I'm going to do, but I won't take my life as a joke, and I won't endanger the school. Can you help me?" He looked at Neville, who was usually the most disciplined, and met his gaze. Neville gritted his teeth, and suddenly turned his head to look at Justin. "Are you feeling unwell right now, Justin?" Justin looked at him blankly at first, but quickly realized it. "Ah, yes. I'm so sick, I need someone to come and see." Chapter 52-52. Teacher and Students. While Filch and most of the students in the restaurant were being attracted by Justin, who suddenly said he was feeling uncomfortable, John gently opened the door and left the restaurant. There is no one on the promenade, and it is as quiet as a path in a haunted house. The sound of John's shoes falling on the floor was very clear. He didn't deliberately hide the sound of his footsteps, but walked quickly towards a door. He pushed open the door with the number plate of the storage room, and entered the empty compartment that divided the other rooms. It is also quiet here. The shaking caused by the speed of the carriage makes the lights flickering on and off barely illuminating this space. After arriving here, John's footsteps slowed down significantly. He quietly drew out his wand and stared at the door that was punished by Ron for opening it in the first week of school without any sign. Door. Taking a deep breath, John pushed open the door hard. In the always empty room stood a boy. The boy has the same black hair as John, the same height, the same body type, and the same face. Besides the different clothes on his body, the other boys who were completely carved out of John's mold also heard the movement in front of the door, turned around and looked at John. On the ground next to another John, there is another opened entrance that looks like a cellar. John looked at John, no one spoke first, and the room was silent. After a long time, John, who was standing in front of the door, tightly held the wand in his hand, and asked in a voice trembling with sadness, "Why, teacher?" John, standing opposite him, didn't make a sound, just looked at him with a smile. At the entrance of the cellar at his feet, there was a swish sound, and then Beach suddenly jumped out of it. Its two little paws held a bright red stone and jumped onto the shoulder of John, and then sent the stone to his hand as if taking credit. "I wanted to make a good impression on you at the end, John." "Old," a voice that was all too familiar to John sounded. "If you don't call out my identity, I will use your face to take the Philosopher's Stone away, and by then Horace Slughorn will have died in the ongoing battle outside, and the infiltrator who concealed his identity will also completely disappear from the carriage. The body and face of John are being reshaped like kneaded plasticine." He has changed from thin to tall and fat, from young to old. The grey robe draped over him and the worn-out leather boots under his feet were also obviously enchanted in advance, and they became looser and more suitable as he changed. Slughorn, who took the initiative to dispel the effect of the compound decoction, still had a smile on his face. He held the Philosopher's Stone in one hand and the wand in the other, as if proud of the victory of his scheme. "This matter has nothing to do with you from the beginning to the end, John. Even if someone finds me pretending to be you, there will be no suspicion on you. Everyone knows that this is just a disguise. No matter how talented you are, a first-grade child can't do this." Looking at the smiling face, John's knuckles turned pale because of too much force holding the wand. He asked the question again, only this time the sad voice had grown quieter. "Can you tell me why? Why did you betray Hogwarts?" "Teacher." Slughorn didn't seem to be eager to leave the carriage immediately after completing the task. He looked at John and said with interest, "Why don't we make an exchange, how about it? Tell me how you found me, and I will tell you what you want to know." John knows exactly what he needs to do now. He is absolutely impossible to be Slughorn's opponent. As long as the fat walrus wants to leave, no one in this carriage can stop him. He needs to delay, the longer the better, as long as Dumbledore and the others can be delayed, then Slughorn will not be able to leave. As for his own safety, John knew very well that even if Slughorn was an undercover agent, he would most likely not harm himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much time teaching him about the magic on the ring in the first place, and he wouldn't have waited until now to stop doing it. "I never thought of you at first, teacher." John opened his mouth slowly, his eyes met Slughorn's. He still couldn't believe that all his guesses were true. That one brought 3 attacks and finally stole the man of the Sorcerer's Stone will be the old man in front of him. "I saw you walking down the aisle on Christmas night, and I really thought the thief lurking in the carriage might be a leprechaun or a house elf. Until after Christmas, by chance, I learned from Filch that on the night of the first attack in the second week of school, he was locked in his office by someone who didn't know, and you took him out of it and returned to the restaurant until very late. He guessed it was you who locked the door with magic, but just thought you were trying to scare him to embarrass him because he was a squib. But I remember well that you were out of the restaurant for a long time that night, whether you locked Filch up or not. Where did you go and what did you do during the time you left the restaurant before you let him out?" The expression on Slughorn's face remained unchanged. He said with a smile, "Just because of this you suspect me?" "I didn't doubt you because of this, teacher." John looked at him calmly. "You are my teacher, and I trust you very much. Even if your behavior was suspicious that night, it still can't shake my trust in you." "Trust? But when I went to your office to tell you about my significant progress with the levitation charm, I saw the potion you concocted. You put a dried snake skin in it, and later told me that the ingredient in the potion contains rune snake skin as an auxiliary material, but I know that snake skin, it is not a rune snake skin at all, but an African tree snake skin." When he said this, John couldn't help raising his voice. "I read a lot of books in the library, especially after Professor McGonagall gave me permission to borrow banned books. In a banned potion book called Strong Potion, I saw about African tree snake skin introduction to the use of it. It has only one medicinal use that has been discovered so far, and that is to make compound soup. A potion for human body transformation. I found out that you lied to me, teacher. If you told me directly that you were making compound potion, I wouldn't doubt your purpose for making this potion, but you told me that it was a pot of tonic." Chapter 53-53. If you don't give it a try. After discovering your problem, some other things about you will become traceable. John never left Slughorn's eyes, but from the corner of his eyes, he kept paying attention to the rain outside the window. Before the second attack, I guessed from the information in the newspaper that the man hiding in the carriage wanted to get the Sorcerer's Stone. Nick LeMay and Dumbledore have always had a good relationship, and Hogwarts has the source of income has never suffered from any financial troubles until now. It is very likely that he accepted the gift from Nicholas. The Philosopher's Stone can not only make elixir of life but also turn stones into gold. The second attack later also it confirmed my guess. The two attacks on this carriage were actually just to cover up the man on the carriage. The Ministry of Magic knew very well that Dumbledore was there, unless the Dark Lord came over in person. No one can destroy this Hogwarts. They are just making it easier for you to find what they want you to find. Aside from Dumbledore, what else is there in this school that is worthy of the attention of the man who has gained the power of the entire wizarding world? Only the Sorcerer's Stone, which is unique in the world. But the first two times, when the entire carriage was completely undefended except for the dining room, that man still couldn't find what he was looking for. Then you started to get in touch with Hagrid's pet, Niu, teacher. After you realized that you couldn't find the Sorcerer's Stone by yourself, you wanted Niuxio to help you. In these days, Beach ran into the car almost every day, because Hagrid complained a lot to me about this matter. Once, I also caught it several times in front of the storage room door. From that time, I roughly deduced that Beach had found the approximate location of the Philosopher's Stone, which was in these storage rooms. Papa. Slughorn put the Philosopher's Stone in his pocket, and applauded John with admiration. It's wonderful, John. I never thought that an 11-year-old freshman who has only been exposed to magic for less than a year has learned so much knowledge. The Philosopher's Stone, the use of African tree snake skin, the use of compound decoction. Even if you find an adult wizard, you may not be able to explain all these things clearly. I already thought highly of you, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated you. It is indeed the dream of countless teachers to have a student like you. John looked at him with complicated eyes. In this case, teacher, why do you still do this? Is it not good to stay at Hogwarts? You told me when you first taught me occlumency, you think staying here as a professor is actually not good enough. Good. Slughorn was still smiling like a good old man, and he gently twirled the wand in his hand. I didn't lie to you when I said that. When I was tricked into a carriage by Dumbledore, I really thought it would be good to stay here and teach, but people cannot be static. His generous voice gradually turned cold, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Do you think this Hogwarts really has a future? John didn't answer his question, and he didn't need to answer it. Slughorn himself had already given the answer. There is no future at all. Yes, it is very warm and harmonious here, but under the general trend, how long can this illusion of peace last? Do you know what my student is doing now? He is uniting the pure blood forces in the Magic Society intent to completely integrate the power of the European magic world. His power is constantly getting stronger, but what about the Hogwarts led by Dumbledore? After fleeing for 7 years, he didn't even have the courage to leave UK. John's voice also became extremely cold. So just because there's no hope in sight, you're going to join the wrong side. There's no right or wrong. Slughorn stroked Beachy's furry head slowly. It's just that the resistance led by Dumbledore is still there, so you think that man's ideas are wrong, but another thinking about it from a different perspective, he can actually bring more benefits to wizards. In the world of adults, as long as the vast majority of people in this society get benefits, then this is right. Can the Dark Lord bring greater benefits to the vast majority of wizards? John couldn't help but sneered. I don't understand, teacher, who exactly benefits oppression and inequality? The redistribution of social interests always has to face a period of labor pains. It is inevitable for Muggle wizards to suffer a little bit now. My student's philosophy has changed a lot. He used to think that only a dead Muggle is a good Muggle. Now he can tolerate Muggle wizards becoming slaves. Isn't this a good progress? When he gets what he wants, he will use it to consolidate his power to attract more people, when the resources of the entire wizarding world have been integrated, the status of Muggle wizards will be further improved, and the wizarding world at that time will definitely be in a much better state than before. Facing Slughorn's outlook on the future of Voldemort's rule, John just said coldly, "Although I am young, I have only heard that snakes will strangle themselves to death, but I have never known that snakes can spit out the food they eat in their stomachs." "Aha, great analogy, John," Slughorn praised, "but what if my student wasn't a snake? The talent and heart he's showing right now can definitely be called a parable. A great leader." Such a compliment will only make others feel ironic and ridiculous. Slughorn shook his head, ended the quarrel between teachers and students, and quietly looked at John, who was blocking the door. "I've talked with you long enough. If I want to leave, are you sure you can stop me and wait until Dumbledore comes back?" John was originally a little anxious because of waiting, but now he calmed down. He had discovered such an obvious problem with Slughorn before. Of course it was not without any preparation. In fact, although he didn't go directly to Dumbledore, he had already stuffed a letter into the principal's office. After all, one is an old friend who has known each other for nearly 100 years, and the other is a student who has only entered Hogwarts for less than a year. John believes that his weight in Dumbledore's heart must not be as important as Slughorn. Let Dumbledore see Slughorn's anomaly. With his mind and vigilance, it's fine if the lights were dark before. Observe. This is why John dared to stop the fat walrus here alone. The safest choice was that he could just wait in the restaurant instead of taking the risk. But in the end, he still couldn't hold back, and came to see if the traitor was what he had guessed, the teacher who had been teaching him everything. But at this time, the torrential rain outside the carriage had gradually diminished, showing signs of stopping, but John didn't see the slightest bit of Dumbledore's backhand preparation here. He didn't know what Dumbledore was thinking. Maybe he has absolute trust in Slughorn, and even after reading the letter, he has no doubts about this old friend. Maybe he thinks that the place where he hides the Philosopher's Stone is safe and no one can find it. By some accident he didn't know, the headmaster of Hogwarts didn't even read the letter he left behind. It's just that at this point, John obviously can't count on the biggest pillar on the carriage. If he does nothing to stop Slughorn from leaving now, John believes that his teacher will not hurt him at all. But he has already come here. If he really does nothing in the end, how can he be reconciled? John took a deep breath, clenched the chestnut wand in his hand with a firm and dignified expression, and stood it in front of him. "How will you know the result if you don't try it, Mr. Slughorn?" Chapter 54-54. Ugardiam Eleviosa - Trying is a choice that the brave will never regret. Slughorn also raised his wand in praise, and he seemed very happy with John's choice, without the slightest feigned joy. "If Hogwarts is still the same Hogwarts, and I am still the head of Slytherin, no matter what I say when you enroll, I will let you enter Slytherin. That is a pure-blood academy. Would you be willing to accept a student with dirty blood like me?" John sneered in a low voice. Slughorn said very seriously, "A true Slytherin never takes bloodlines as an absolute standard. As long as you have a noble heart, lofty ideals, and are willing to take absolutely brave actions for your own goals and ambitions, then you are a perfect Slytherin. And then? Now in the Hogwarts castle that uses snakes as the school badge, is there a person who can be called such a perfect Slytherin? I'm sorry, but I never went back to that castle after I stepped down as the Dean of Slytherin, but after I leave here, I might go there to have a look." Slughorn said so easily said. He had completely lost the patience to continue chatting with John, and the tip of the wand in his hand was precisely aimed at John's body. "Let's stop here today, John. Don't worry, I'm looking forward to what you can grow into when we meet next time, so no matter what choice you make, I won't stop me in the end." "Hurt you?" While his voice was falling, the tip of the wand was already flashing with a bright red light. "Lost in a swoon." John's voice sounded almost at the same second. Wingardim Leviosa. He didn't wave the wand in his left hand, but at the moment the spell showed its effect, he dodged the stun spell flying towards him at a speed far beyond ordinary people, and rushed straight towards the fat walrus. John is very aware of the gap between himself and a veteran magic professor. Whether it is the number of spells he has learned or the strength of casting spells, even if he learns for another 10 years, he may not be able to catch up with Slughorn's current level. He had no choice but to find another way to win. Although the magic on the ring was taught by Slughorn, but because of the special nature of this magic, it is very difficult for others except the parties who learned it to use this method of magic. Method. Resolving the levitation curse only requires an ordinary general-purpose solution, but for a levitation spell that takes effect in John's body, how can the ordinary solution affect the wizard's body? Since there is no way to fight at the magical level, let's try it in the simplest and purest way. The levitating spell used on the body can only reduce John's weight but not strengthen his strength, so if it is close to hand combat, he himself is actually just the strength of an ordinary 11-year-old boy, but Slughorn is also a centenarian, and it is still the kind of weak and sickly type who is extremely sweet and lacks exercise, and sweats after a few steps. Comparing the two of them, they are half a caddy, but even if they are so half a caddy, the winning rate is much higher than that of John using his wand to shoot at him. At the beginning, John's actions were extremely smooth. Slughorn didn't seem to react to his extraordinary speed at all. When he realized that the stun spell had failed and raised his wand again, John had already arrived. Arrived in front of him. John, who had obviously become short of breath, raised his fist high. "Wake up, teacher. If the Dark Lord really respects you and is willing to accept you, then why would he force you like that during the second attack? If your reaction is really slow for half a second, it's really true. It will blow up his subordinates to death." Boom. His fist didn't hit Slughorn's face, there was a slight ripple, and the transparent mask blocked the fat walrus. Slughorn looked at John, who was close at hand, smiling without changing his expression. "I am more sober than anyone myself, John. It is because of his character that he can really do what he wants to do. This is also your biggest shortcoming. If you cannot let your emotions go if it is so heavy, then I believe that your future achievements will not be low." He spoke softly, without waving a wand in his hand, nor chanting spells in his mouth, but the wooden boxes scattered around the utility room produced a huge change without a sound. These dead things were given life by magic, they became soft and slender, and finally turned into countless emerald green poisonous snakes, stabbing towards John's direction. John didn't retreat or choose to dodge again. It can also be said that he is completely unavoidable now. The entire storage room floor has been occupied by poisonous snakes, except for the space under his and Slughorn's feet. He raised the wand in his hand, aimed at the transparent mask, and uttered the only offensive spell he knew now. "All petrified." The bright red spell shot out from the tip of his staff. At such a short distance, there was no possibility of the spell itself being shot sideways, and the most sufficient impact was retained. The iron armor curse protecting Slughorn was stained red by this petrification curse. But even so, the difference in the quality of the spell between the two is so great that there is still no way for John's spell to break through this layer of protection, or even to break it, leaving some fine spots on the surface of the armored spell. Cracks like spider webs. Even so, it was enough for Slughorn to have a surprised expression on his face. It's a perfect petrification spell. It shouldn't be taught in the class of first-year students at all. You can reach this level only by self-study, and you have already surpassed most of your peers. While he was speaking, the poisonous snakes all over the ground had spread to John's feet. John, who failed to take a hit, didn't show much disappointment on his face. He stared at Slughorn's eyes through the broken gap of the iron armor curse, and said calmly, "The day I saw you refining the compound decoction, I originally wanted to give you a surprise, teacher. But it's not too late to let you know now. He didn't swing his wand, and he didn't even try to raise the wand in his hand. He just spit out from his mouth the spell that most wizards would use when they were learning magic for the first time. Ugadi mu eleviosa. The next moment, the levitation curse, which had never been shown before the eyes of the world except Neville, showed its effect. Just when the fastest poisonous snake touched his shoe, the gravity of the earth suddenly lost its traction on John, and a strange force made him float in mid-air. Chapter 55-55. Unsuccessful disarm. Flying has always been the ultimate ideal for human beings to conquer the sky. Whether it is in the ordinary world or in the magic world, the only difference is that wizards invented props such as broomsticks and flying carpets earlier, and after realizing that it is almost impossible for humans to fly with their own strength, they chose to use external forces. But from ancient times to the present, there are still many aspiring wizards who want to rely on their own abilities to get rid of the shackles of the ground. But there are records that can do this, only Voldemort alone. The magic that can turn his body into black mist can fly in the sky without limit, and he also taught this magic to Snape. As for people like Dumbledore and Grindelwald who are also at the ceiling level of the magic world, they may be able to fly with their powerful magic power, but this is definitely not a systematic magic, otherwise they would not have taught their subordinates all the time. From this aspect, it can be seen that at least in the study of magic, Voldemort is indeed talented. But in the wizarding world for so many years, there is only one Voldemort. Slughorn hadn't learned the spellcasting method on the ring, but he had read all the magic materials left by his old friend. The casting of the ring only changes the target of the spell, and absolutely does not provide any strengthening effect on the spell itself. In other words, he always thought that John might be able to fly himself purely by relying on the floating spell in the future, but this process would be very, very long, maybe 20, 30 or even 50 years, but it was absolutely impossible as now. But the scene in front of him was without any falsehood. John just used the ring he gave him in front of him, chanted the normal floating spell and flew up. The ceiling of the storage room is much higher than that of the dormitory, nearly 6 meters high, and the mid-air in which John floats is completely free to control his height and direction. He actually made an equivalent substitution of the core of the floating spell, turning the simple core of will to fly into a control of gravity to fly. Nothing else has changed, so the normal control method of the levitation spell has not changed either. But John is very clear that the biggest flaw in his current state is that it cannot last too long. Even if he has spent the past few months practicing the levitation curse proficiently enough, the time he can maintain the effect stably is no longer than 1 minute. Slughorn had recovered from the shock. He raised his wand, and the poisonous snakes covered the ground began to crawl towards the wall. After touching the wall, they turned into continuous growing vines. It began to spread in the direction of John with the wall as the foundation. You really gave me enough surprises today, John. Even now that swords are facing each other, the fat walrus still never hesitates to praise John. How long has passed? Less than half a year, since you really it has been less than half a year since you started learning this method of casting spells, and you have already completed the most perfect mastery of this spell. But even if your performance is shocking, if you can really fly with this spell, will the result change? John's eyes were still staring at the crack in Slughorn's iron armor charm, and the palm of his hand holding the wand was sweating, and there were already rapidly spreading vines breaking into the ground within 20 centimeters around him. Space. The wand that Slughorn waved when he transformed the transfiguration charm still kept that posture and hadn't changed. Even though John surprised him a lot today, he never felt that his student could really stop him. Lie by yourself. Because John's exposure to magic is too short, so short that ordinary students can use the floating spell normally at this time, and they can be called very talented. He has surpassed almost all his peers by being able to do what he is today, but after all, he is only 11 years old. completely sealed off the space around him. Those vines formed by transfiguration can actually be solved with a simple universal solution. The iron armor curse on Slughorn's body seems to be invincible. As long as his magic power is stronger, any spell can be used may be crushed. These John will definitely be able to do in the future, but he obviously can't do it now. In battle, the only thing he could use to protect himself was the levitation spell on his body, and the only thing he could use to attack was the stunning spell. After these two items were cracked by Slughorn, he seemed to have no other means at all. But just as the vine controlled by Slughorn touched the corner of his clothes and was about to tie him up, John heard the sound of a spell that had been used for the third time in this battle. Wingardim Leviosa. Different from the previous two times, he finally waved his wand this time, and the direction the wand tip was pointing at was Slughorn, who was under the protection of the iron armor curse, or to be more precise, it was Slughorn. The wand he held in his hand. There was no magic beam shot out, and the magic power passed through the broken gap of the iron armor curse invisibly, and the effect instantly affected the wand lightly held in Slughorn's hand. Because he didn't expect it in advance, Slughorn didn't have any chance to react. A strong force snatched the wand out of his hand, and then floated into the air. This levitating spell was used by John to have exactly the same effect as the disarming spell, but there was no sign of it, and there was no time for people to react without the broken armor curse. When the wand was out of his hand, Slughorn was stunned. But John didn't give up on this great opportunity that he had worked so hard to design. He struggled to break free from the vines that had wrapped around his ankles, stretched out his other hand that wasn't holding a wand, and moved towards the fat man floating in mid-air. Walrus wand caught it. However, when his fingertips touched the body of the wand suddenly seemed to have self-awareness, and moved away from John's outstretched hand. The levitation charm cast on it also lost control, and the wand deftly fell back into Slughorn's hand again. John's eyes widened at this unbelievable scene. He had never heard of a wizard's wand being disarmed and able to take it back under his control. And Slughorn, who was holding his wand again, finally came back to his senses, with a look of fear on his face, and then he swung his wand without hesitation to accelerate the growth of the vines. John, who had really exhausted all means, was trapped into a dumpling this time, completely losing any possibility of resistance. Chapter 56-56. Professor Dumbledore? This outcome is doomed, John, but you really opened my eyes today. Slughorn stared at John, who had been wrapped into rice dumplings, and at the same time swung the wand in his hand, aiming at the car window behind him. There was a sound of glass shattering, which was inconspicuous in the storm, and the cold and humid air came into the storage room from outside the carriage. I will wait by my student's side until the day when this carriage really comes to an end. Looking at the kindness of teaching here for 2 years, I will persuade him to leave a way out for you. After finishing the last sentence, Slughorn's fat body rushed out of the car window and completely disappeared into the dark rainy night. The storage room fell silent. The vines transformed by the transformation curse did not disappear because of the caster's departure. John was still tied to the ground and could not move. Beach didn't leave with Slughorn, it was standing on top of John, looking around. It didn't know what happened, it was just because the fat walrus gave it a reward, and it returned the favor a little help. John didn't have a frustrated expression on his face at this time. He was looking at the window where Slughorn escaped, thinking about it, and he didn't know what he was thinking. After 2 or 3 minutes of such quiet contemplation, John tentatively called out to the empty room. Professor Dumbledore. His voice was very abrupt in the room where he was the only one. Beach, who was standing above his head, looked around vigilantly, as if trying to find out who John wanted to talk to. And just 2 or 3 seconds after John's voice fell, an old man with crescent-shaped eyes, long grey hair and beard appeared in the corner. Dumbledore stood by the wall with a smile, looking at John's dazed eyes. John swears that he really just wanted to try it out. In the end, Slughorn's method of getting back his wand was too suspicious. It was so suspicious that he could only radiate his thinking infinitely in order to guess an absolutely daring possible. It's just that this possibility just appeared in his mind, which made him feel very absurd. When he opened his mouth to call Dumbledore, he felt that he was subconsciously making excuses for his failure. But when Dumbledore really appeared in front of his eyes, John was really stunned. His eyes stared at Dumbledore without blinking, and Dumbledore's blue eyes were also looking at him gently. The last levitating spell was beautiful, John. I've never seen a student use such a basic spell so specially. If it weren't for me, Horace would be ashamed tonight. The old and peaceful voice unabashedly expressed its praise to John, as if he should have been a reasonable bystander, and the battle just now was just a normal exchange between a student and a teacher. John's breathing became short, and Dumbledore was here. If he couldn't think of who was in charge of this betrayal, then he would have lived in vain for more than 20 years in his previous life. Professor. Before he was halfway through his words, Dumbledore pulled out his wand, tapped lightly on the vines that entangled John, and interrupted. I know you have a lot to ask me, but this may not be a suitable place for a long conversation. Kingsley and the others should have just brought the injured Lily into the carriage, and Felius and Minerva are still in the heavy rain. Look for Horace's corpse. If you don't mind, come with me to my office, where we can have a nice chat. He said that he had already pulled John up from the ground, who had been untied, and then walked ahead, leading him out of the storage room. Beachy was still lying on top of John's headboard at this time. It had no treasures to steal now, and it didn't want to go to Hagrid, so John's hair became a temporary nest for it. Of course, John didn't care about Beachy's behavior. His head seemed to be very clear. After seeing Dumbledore, he could think of everything, but he seemed to be in a mess, and he couldn't think of anything. He just followed Dumbledore into his office. The place is still the same as when he first came here, the golden branch standing beside the desk, the large but dilapidated wooden cabinet with the lower half used to store the wand, the portraits of previous principals hanging on half the wall, and the one above the portrait the real Hogwarts badge. Sitting on the office chair, Dumbledore picked up a piece of parchment from his desk. The words on it were obviously copied from books, and there was no way to identify anyone from the handwriting. When I first received this letter, I was still guessing who would have such keen observation skills and profound reserves of magical knowledge. At first I thought it was one of Minerva and Felius, but if it was really them, this letter would not have appeared. They should come directly to me and explain it face to face. John noticed very carefully that Dumbledore did not mention Lily's name. What I never expected was that the person who delivered this letter to me was actually just a freshman who had only been at Hogwarts for less than a year, and he was also a student Horace himself had just accepted. Dumbledore looked at John and turned his head to look at the letter in his hand again, amazed. John took a deep breath. He has calmed down now, and he has calmed down enough to ask in a timely manner. So, Professor, you knew from the very beginning that the teacher was going to steal the Sorcerer's Stone? Or, from the very beginning, you planned with him to let him steal the Sorcerer's Stone and give it to the Dark Lord? Dumbledore crossed his fingers and placed them in front of him. He calmly answered John's question. The owner of the Philosopher's Stone, Nick Flamel, is a close friend of mine. We once discovered the 12 uses of dragon's blood together, and thus established a deep friendship. During the initial period of exile, he has always been using the Philosopher's Stone to turn gold to give me financial support, so that I can support the daily teaching and life of this school, but 3 years ago, he saw the Dark Lord's dark rule over Britain, and after reaching a secret agreement with the French magic government, he no longer wants to stay in this filthy magic world. So he gave me his most precious legacy, the Philosopher's Stone, and then he and his wife frankly accept your own death. Before he died, he went to the British Ministry of Magic in the name of the stolen Philosopher's Stone, and met with the powerful Dark Lord. He ridiculed his governance and ambition, and laughed at his self-righteous pure-blood pride, confided and vented all his dissatisfaction with him for turning the world into such a way. The Dark Lord has indeed changed a lot compared to before. He was not annoyed at Nick's taunt, but accepted his criticism peacefully, and finally he also sent someone to him home safely. Only from that day on, he began to send his men to search for the whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone. In fact, he knows very well that there is only one possible place for the Philosopher's Stone to go, and that is in my hands. If this is the case, I can certainly find a suitable reason and way to deliver the stone he wants to get to him. John stared into Dumbledore's eyes. Dumbledore's tone was unusually calm when he said this, but it made his heart beat faster inexplicably. Then the teacher. He is the most suitable candidate. He has been the Dean of Slytherin for nearly 50 years, and almost all the pure-blood wizards who occupy important positions in the Ministry of Magic are his students. Anyone who thinks he is familiar with him also knows that he is timid. A character who is afraid of death, and the Slughorn family is also one of the most prominent pure-blood families in the magic world, and the identity, blood, and character will not make people have any doubts. Even if you have taught in this carriage for a year, it will only make people think that he was actually tricked by me in the first place. Bringing back the Philosopher's Stone, he will be welcomed by all Death Eaters and pure-blood families, and then he will become the core mainstay of the Dark Lord's subordinates, and will provide us with all the intelligence and information that can be provided without anyone knowing about it. Chapter 57-57 Banquet Hall and Principal's Office, Part 1. In the magnificent hall, wizards in elegant and gorgeous gowns are enjoying this unexpected banquet. The invitation to the dinner party was only sent out in the afternoon. At this time, the upper-class wizards of the British Ministry of Magic had already made other arrangements for tonight, but no matter who it was, as long as the wizards who received the invitation, they all rejected it. All the activities prepared in advance were invited to attend this rally. Just because this dinner was initiated by that great gentleman, receiving his invitation will only make people feel terrified and honored, and no one will have the slightest thought of refusing it. The dinner started at 7 o'clock, and it has been 2 hours now, but the great gentleman is still sitting on the main seat at the front of the banquet hall, with a faint smile on his handsome and charming face, listening absent-mindedly. The obsequious Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, reported to him on the work of the ministry. From the beginning to the end, he did not announce the reason for the dinner, nor did he have any intention of ending the banquet. Everything in the British magic world must serve the will of this gentleman, even if this meaningless dinner has to go on like this for 3 days and 3 nights, as long as this gentleman does not say it is over. The wizard and witch who are extremely noble here, all of you should smile and hold the goblet in your hands to maintain the elegance and luxury of this moment forever. But at this moment, the door of the banquet hall was suddenly pushed open by the waiter outside the door. The whispered chatter and laughter among the wizards gradually subsided, and all eyes were on the wizard, who seemed to be late. Greasy long hair, a face as pale as if it had never been exposed to sunlight, and empty eyes that seemed emotionless. No one in the entire wizarding world had such obvious appearance characteristics. Severus Snape, that gentleman's most trusted subordinate, is currently the vice principal of Hogwarts, the dean of the Pure Blood College, the professor of potions, and also the vice captain of the Death Eaters' General Guard. In the current magical world where bloodlines are extremely strict, although he was born as a mixed blood, he has an identity and status far exceeding that of most pure-blood wizards. In the banquet hall, someone watched Snape walking in and couldn't help frowning. Even if he is highly valued by his husband, he can't be proud of being favored on this occasion. He didn't come until the dinner had already started 2 hours ago. However, just when some people were about to stand up and criticize this Professor Snape, someone finally noticed the figure walking in behind him, and let out a burst of exclamation. "House, Dean." Slughorn still had that harmless smile on his body. He had already put on a brand new emerald green robe, and nodded slightly towards the witch, who called out the dean to him, as a response. The huge banquet hall instantly became silent. Everyone present knew exactly who Slughorn was now. Although the Ministry of Magic had never included him in the list of wanted criminals, he still stood on the same side as Dumbledore, the wizard, and sinner. Then what does it mean that he was brought here by Snape tonight? The active wizard turned his gaze to the person sitting on the main seat. The greatest mister stood up from his seat when Slughorn entered the ballroom. He walked down the steps step by step, and there was a hint of enthusiasm in the faint smile on his face. When he came to Slughorn, he opened his arms. Slughorn also had a flush on his face that seemed to be caused by excitement. He also opened his arms and hugged the most promising student in front of him. "Welcome back, teacher." The next moment, the most enthusiastic applause erupted in the banquet hall. No one knew why Slughorn, who had been hanging out with Dumbledore for the past 2 years, appeared here. But these are not important. What is important is the attitude of the great gentlemen towards their former dean. The attitude of the gentleman is the attitude of these noble purebloods. "Professor, I don't understand why the Dark Lord wants to get the Sorcerer's Stone so much. Also, does he really believe that the teacher betrayed us?" In the old principal's office, John expressed his doubts. Dumbledore showed an inexplicable smile on his face, and he opened his mouth to answer John's doubts. The Sorcerer's Stone really doesn't appeal to him at all. The entire British wizarding world belongs to him. Even if that stone can create more wealth, so what? As for the elixir of life, he has always been concerned about this kind of relying on foreign objects to obtain longevity. He will never give his trust in life to others, even if it is a dead thing. The only thing that attracts him is the alchemical value of the Philosopher's Stone itself, but this attraction certainly not enough for him to work so hard to get it. The Sorcerer's Stone is not the key to him. Whether this stone is in my hands is the key point of the problem. John said thoughtfully. He doesn't want Hogwarts to rely on this stone to continue to survive in the wizarding world. Dumbledore shook his head, with a slightly sarcastic smile on his lips. He doesn't want me to drink the elixir of life. John's face froze for a moment, and his mind suddenly became enlightened. Now Voldemort has completely controlled the wizarding world, but Dumbledore is still alive. The reason why Hogwarts in exile has been able to survive is only because Dumbledore is still there. The students and professors on the carriage and those rebellious wizards in the Order of the Phoenix, Voldemort, he has never paid attention to. Only Dumbledore, only he can make the Dark Lord who has successfully taken power so solemn thing. And if Dumbledore owns the Sorcerer's Stone, it means that he has the capital to live without limit. But he obviously underestimated me. Dumbledore said softly, even he can't see the false immortality, so how can I use it? As for how I can be sure that he will trust Horace to really betray me and join him, there is no need to be sure at all. He has never trusted anyone. For him, it doesn't matter whether the people who are loyal to him are loyal or not. The important thing is whether the people under him can create the value he deserves. Of course, sometimes absolute loyalty is also a value. Before it is confirmed that Horace really has absolute loyalty to him, Horace's rebellion itself is already a very valuable thing. John wasn't sure what to say. Help him unite people. Dumbledore smiled approvingly. He has been wanted on us for 7 years. During this period, he has hardly gained any big gains. Even if his absolute authority in the magic world has not wavered in the slightest, after all, he has many people under his command, and he still needs to give some to those who are vacillating. Confidence to rely on. Chapter 58-58. Banquet Hall and Principal's Office, Part 2. The wizards in the banquet hall realized that the dinner tonight was actually a welcome party. The noble wizards and witches listened to the great gentleman tell them how their former dean hibernated under the hands of the wizard and sinner, gained his trust, and how to get back the lost Philosopher's Stone. Everyone in the banquet hall admired Slughorn's humiliation, complimented his foresight, and at the same time spurned Dumbledore's despicableness and shamelessness in stealing his friend's treasure. After all, on the bright side, Nick Flamel's Philosopher's Stone was stolen, and he personally reported the case to the Ministry of Magic. Now that the stone was brought back from Dumbledore by Slughorn, then of course, the crime of theft and murder should also be placed on his head as it should be. The gentleman kindly supported the arm of the fat walrus, and asked with a smile on his face. In fact, I have always missed Professor Dumbledore. When I was in school, besides you, he was the only one who took good care of me. Unfortunately, I have never had the chance to see each other again these years. I don't know how he has been living recently. Slughorn laughed cheerfully, his kind face seemed never to reveal any dark expression. Albus is old after all, and he is exhausted in the carriage all day. I heard that he has suffered from severe insomnia recently, and he can't even eat much. For a good steak, he can only move the fork twice at most. I can't eat any more. There was a chuckle in the banquet hall, and through Slughorn's tone, they could all imagine in their minds how the image of a very old man struggling to support the group of rebels. The gentleman also laughed, or in other words, the people in the banquet hall were actually catering to the expression on his face. He was laughing and others would laugh too. If he was unhappy, everyone else would be sullen and silent. Ah, that really shouldn't be. He chuckled, I ate a plate of beef ribs with Connolly just now. Professor Dumbledore should be as open as I am and take care of his body. It's all about being good. Minister of Magic Fudge quickly echoed in a group. Sir, I still have a good appetite. I have suffered from stomach problems in the past 2 days, and I didn't eat a few pieces at all just now. The gentleman just patted him on the shoulder and he said with a smile. Professor Dumbledore is suffering. I will take him over in the future so that he can enjoy his old age. Otherwise, at such an old age, he is still playing petty temper like a child. What's the point of tossing himself like this? There was another burst of undisguised laughter in the banquet hall, which was full of sarcasm. But there's one thing I don't understand, Professor. John frowned, wanting to ask all his puzzles today. Since the Dark Lord can let the teacher steal the Sorcerer's Stone in the carriage, why not let him do something more valuable? Or the teacher has revealed our exact location to him 3 times in a row, why doesn't he come here in person? Dumbledore blinked, the yellow light reflected from his crescent-shaped glasses. What you actually want to ask is, why doesn't he do it when he has the chance to kill us all, right? John nodded. He could indeed feel that as long as Voldemort blocked Dumbledore, he didn't need to defeat him. As long as he could block him for a while, the Aurors and Death Eaters who had an absolute superiority in numbers could kill them all. People solve it. As I told you just now, John, he is not afraid that the Sorcerer's Stone will create wealth for Hogwarts or other people around me. What he is afraid of is that I can live on by relying on that stone. Your question is actually the same. Answer. Dumbledore's simple reminder gave John a flash of inspiration, and he came up with the answer himself. The exiled Hogwarts and the rebellious Order of the Phoenix are not important at all in Voldemort's eyes. What matters is the people who lead these 2 organizations. In this Hogwarts without a savior, if Dumbledore is also lost, then there is really no future at all. But in the same way, Dumbledore now completely regards Hogwarts and the Order of the Phoenix as his only spiritual support. If Voldemort really destroys this carriage and the Order of the Phoenix, what will Dumbledore, who has no worries or considerations, do at that time? A hopeless person is always 10,000 times more terrifying than a hopeful person. Leaving this Hogwarts car with only a few dozen students is tantamount to putting Dumbledore in shackles and shackles. For these children, he will not risk himself, nor will he. There is no idea of any fish or fish. As long as he didn't destroy his hope, which was as small as a candle, then Dumbledore was safe, and it was the safest for Voldemort. and for the only remaining students on the carriage who were not oppressed and enslaved, Dumbledore was their last protective barrier. If the old man disappeared one day in the future, then the sky in the wizarding world would be completely dark down. Voldemort's best choice now is to suppress Hogwarts quantitatively, keep it from being completely destroyed, and at the same time prevent it from developing too much. Even John suspects that Hogwarts can still Muggle-born students from that Hogwarts castle every year, and it is very likely that Voldemort did it on purpose. When the candle is about to go out, he will keep the candle burning until Dumbledore's candle is completely burned out, and let him spend his whole life for this extinguished fire. Having figured this out, John also fell silent. He looked at the grey hair and beard of the old man on the opposite side, and he knew very clearly that even wizards can usually live for 100 or 200 years, but the year-round hard work still made this man almost a lifetime of fighting against 2 generations of Dark Lords. The old wizard has exhausted a lot of energy. Dumbledore seemed to see John's sad mood, and he laughed, very freely. "Don't feel sorry for me, John, I didn't do this for anyone, I just wanted to do it. Just like your teacher, if it was in the past, who would believe that he would have the guts to be an undercover agent?" John hesitated. After hesitating for a moment, he finally decided to ask this question, which he had always wanted to ask the day Lily took him into the carriage. "Professor, I want to know, how did you lose to the Dark Lord? Has he really become so powerful that no one can defeat him?" Chapter 59-59. Banquet Hall and Principal's Office, Part 2. The dinner party is drawing to a close. And every wizard here is very clear that there is one most important thing that the gentleman has not announced. On the high platform, the teachers and students who hadn't seen each other for a long time seemed to be having a very happy chat. No one dared to remind them that it was getting late and everyone should go back to sleep. As long as the husband didn't speak, the dinner party would never end. Finally, the wizard next to the high platform heard a casual sentence from that gentleman. "When you come to my place, just condescend to be the Minister of Magic for the time being, teacher. It just so happens that Connolly talked to me just now, and he feels powerless to manage the Ministry of Magic." The wizards who heard the sentence all had a slight pause on their faces, but they quickly realized that they should chat, and laugh, and only Connolly, who has always been by Mr. Fudge, the pug-like smile on his face froze a bit. But this kind of stiffness only lasted less than 2 seconds, and a chrysanthemum-like smile bloomed on his round face again. "Ah, it would be great for Dean Slughorn to take over my position. His ability is obvious to all. I believe that the Ministry of Magic will definitely become better under his leadership in the future." The smile on Slughorn's face has not changed from the beginning to the end. He politely refused. "I'm already so old, it's just that I'm working hard to manage the Ministry of Magic for you. You should help me find some leisurely job and enjoy life. Of course, the salary is indispensable. I heard candied pineapple in Diagon Alley is not cheap." The gentleman laughed. His request for Slughorn to be the Minister of Magic did not seem so firm, and the initial remarks seemed to be really casual. "The teacher is right, it's time for you to enjoy life, but candied pineapple is really not cheap, and the salary of a normal job can't afford you to eat every day." He seemed to have thought of something, and turned to look at Fudge. "I remember you said that Dolphin, who is in charge of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, doesn't want to do it?" Fudge said with a smile, "He has been complaining that those Frenchmen can't communicate at all. During the first few meetings, they even got into trouble with magic wands. He also told you about this before, saying that he actually wants to return to the Death Eaters. Then let him go back. After today's night, there will probably be a few vacancies in the guard team. Let him count as one." He said indifferently, his voice was still so casual, but this time it carried a tone that could not be refused. "Teacher, you should come to be the director of the International Magic Cooperation Department. I am more relieved to give it to you than to those baboons who can only wave wands." I will also add a post of Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Magic. After all, he is my teacher, even if you are the director, you can't just be the director. Slughorn wasn't refusing this time, he nodded with a smile, and just glanced at Fudge, who was obviously relieved, out of the corner of his eye. He clearly knew that in the future in the Ministry of Magic, even without the explicit instruction of his students, this puppet-like minister would definitely stare at him all the time, and this was exactly what his students wanted to see. The gentleman played with the scarlet stone in his hand, and finally picked up the goblet beside him. He didn't get up, but sat on the main seat and gently raised his wine glass, speaking loudly to the wizards in the entire banquet hall. For the purest blood. Under the stage, wizards also raised their wine glasses one after another, and delivered speeches for the last moment of the dinner. For the purest blood. Fox on the golden branch is combing his gorgeous feathers with a sharp beak. Dumbledore mentioned his failure, and he didn't show much frustration or shame on his face, he still said so peacefully. The Dark Lord's talent in magic, especially black magic, is unprecedented. But before that, his will has always been very chaotic, and it can even be described as crazy, which makes his black magic more powerful and unstoppable. However, he was influenced by the will of magic, instead of the will to control magic. He and his organization brought unspeakable terror to the magic world. This kind of terror would only make countless people spontaneously oppose his rule. But after a certain day, a change happened to him that no one knew about. He became more like himself, good at disguising, knowing how to embellish his desires with nobler goals, and knowing how to unite himself with things other than violence. People around you know how to truly control their own power. After that, the direction of the magic world began to change. He completely eroded the Ministry of Magic almost silently. At that time, Hogwarts Castle became the only place that could stand up to him. At that time, he himself offered to have a fair duel with me, and the day of the duel was the night when he led his men into Hogwarts Castle. The students are hiding in the underground kitchen, the teachers and other people who oppose his rule are constantly fighting in the corridors, lawns, classrooms and castles, and he and I are in the highest astronomy tower in the castle. For the final showdown. John held his breath, and through Dumbledore's narration, he subconsciously imagined the scene of that tragic night in his mind. Hogwarts Castle was full of battles, Death Eaters were constantly falling down, and professors in Hogwarts were constantly dying, but the only thing that could determine the outcome of the war was the High Tower. Can be the last. I lost in the end. Dumbledore said calmly, his spell knocked me to the ground, and the death curse on his wand was already lit up, and I still remember what he said to me very clearly. Sentence, Professor Dumbledore, I have proved to you that the most powerful magic in the world is not that love, but something greater and more fascinating, and then he released the death curse. Before that, it was Fox who saved me, and that night he successfully ruled the entire British wizarding world. He stared at the elder wand in his hand, and there was not much regret in his words, but a little emotion and relaxation. From that day on, this wand has become ordinary in my hands, because I am no longer worthy to be its master. As for your second question, John, is he really invincible? As a loser, I can't give you a definite answer, but what I can tell you is that even if he has defeated me one time, but he can't guarantee that the second and third times can beat me like the first time, even if the wand in my hand can no longer exert its full power. Dumbledore said seriously. The source of the power that made him so powerful is unknown, but this power must be unstable, otherwise he wouldn't want to drag me on like this, and let time wear down my magic power. Since he has something to be afraid of, it means that he still wants to do it. Far from being invincible. John fell silent. From Dumbledore, he finally got the answer he had always wanted to know. Not only did Voldemort kill Harry Potter that night, he also became stronger and more rational than before. It's just the reason why it became like this, even Dumbledore himself didn't know it. In other words, he has actually investigated something, but his trust in John is far from the point where he can tell everything he knows. Even what he and John are talking about now, John feels a little too much. Before tonight, the number of exchanges between the two of them can be counted with a single slap, but why are you talking so much to him now? Just because John found out that Slughorn went undercover? John felt that the conversation between Dumbledore and him tonight would not be so simple, and there must be a deeper purpose in the end. Just when he thought of this, Dumbledore looked at him and asked suddenly, "I heard from Horace that you are very talented in occlumency." John was taken aback for a moment, then nodded slightly. "The teacher said that I am learning this magic well." Dumbledore's eyes became serious, and he asked sincerely, "Then John, would you like to do something for me?" Chapter 60. Funeral. By the second day of the attack, word of Slughorn's death had spread throughout the wagon. Most of the students couldn't believe the news. Except for those students who entered the carriage at the beginning of their exile, the other young wizards had never experienced life and death parting with any professor. But the body of the defense professor who was always smiling on the podium has been found in the carriage, and the painful reality is in front of them, and they can't allow others to believe it. During lunch in the restaurant, Dumbledore also announced Slughorn's death in front of everyone, and many students cried on the spot. Fat Walrus may not treat all students equally in the carriage, but he is a dedicated teacher. Whether it is defense against the dark arts or history of magic, he will never limit himself because of his preference for a certain student. Self-taught knowledge. In addition, most of the carriages are young Muggle wizards who have no relatives and families. For them, everyone in Hogwarts is their family, and several professors are even more so. Existence like parents. But now, one of these people has left them forever. During lunch, Dumbledore not only announced Slughorn's death, but also announced that a funeral would be held for him tonight. The students finished their lunch in a dull manner. Today's classes were all suspended. Some returned to their dormitories, while others gathered in the common room. John and Neville didn't go back to the dormitory. Together with Ron, Justin and Lavender, they walked into the lounge in silence. There were more than a dozen students sitting here, but no one made a sound. Only the crackling sound of the fire burning the wood in the fireplace echoed in this quiet space. Even twins George and Fred, who were the most lively and active in the past, were lying on the table with gloomy faces, without any mood or thought of enlivening the atmosphere. John was also silent, but of course he wasn't saddened by Slughorn's death. He was just thinking about the last conversation Dumbledore had with him last night. There were many things to talk about, and John was given the right to choose in the end, but John couldn't decide for a while. He could only express the time he needed to think about. Of course Dumbledore would agree to such a request. He really didn't seem to have the slightest intention to force John to do it, but he really respected his choice, no matter whether he was willing to do it or not. Attitude will not change. But Neville and the others don't know about this now. In their eyes, among the freshmen, John and Slughorn have the best relationship. Now that something happened, he must be the most sad person. I can understand your feelings, John. When my mother left me, I also thought that I would never be happy again, but in fact, no matter what, people who live have to look forward. After all, not just for ourselves, but for those who died for us. Neville whispered seriously. Ron and the others also looked at John with concern, and John showed a smile on his face, and comforted them in turn. "Don't worry, I'm fine, I won't be depressed because of this." Seeing that he wasn't trying to force a smile on his face, Neville and the others were slightly relieved. The whole afternoon passed like this. As the evening approached, Hagrid stopped the carriage that was constantly driving, and they came to the edge of a cliff. Dumbledore has assured all the students that there will be no more attacks. No one will doubt the old man's words, and no one will dare to get out of the carriage because they are afraid of danger. Below the cliff is the rough sea, and the icy cold wind is blowing on the faces of every student who got off the carriage. No one was afraid of the cold, because most of them were stunned by the group of tombstones in front of them. On the steep cliff, there are nearly 100 tombstones standing in various places, and the names engraved on them can almost be found by everyone. A student silently raised the wand in his hand. Holding the old short wooden stick, he walked to a tombstone and bowed deeply to the name on the tombstone. The wand he now uses to learn magic is inherited from the person buried under this tombstone. More and more students have discovered the tombstone of the former owner of their wand, who was their ancestor and the guide who led them into magic. The students held the wands in their hands, just like the first student, bowed deeply, expressing their respect to every predecessor buried here. No one shed tears, even the weakest girl pursed her lips so as not to choke. The bones of the martyrs are buried under their feet, and they cannot show any weakness here. Professors carried the coffin containing Slughorn's corpse out of the carriage. Most of them didn't look sad, and McGonagall and Flitwick's faces were even a little gloomy. The Ministry of Magic will not hide the news that Slughorn rebelled against Dumbledore and brought back the Sorcerer's Stone. The Daily Prophet this morning must have been reporting on this matter. For Slughorn's safety, Dumbledore didn't tell anyone that he was actually going undercover. There were only two people who knew about it except himself, John and Lily. Needless to say, John, Lily was able to be the insider because both Dumbledore and Slughorn were worried that she, who had endured enough suffering, would not be able to accept that her most respected teacher would betray her. Her mental state was already a little unstable, and they didn't want her to be further stimulated, so they originally planned that she would be the only insider besides Dumbledore. Unknown McGonagall and other people in the Order of the Phoenix, as long as they read today's newspaper, almost everyone understands what happened. Horace Slughorn didn't die, he betrayed Dumbledore, betrayed them all. Dumbledore forbade them to tell the students about this incident. The purpose of holding this funeral was to leave Slughorn with one last good thought, at least in the hearts of the children. John can think of the members of the Order of the Phoenix who don't know the truth, and McGonagall and the others, what kind of abuse and curses they will have on Slughorn, but there is no way to blame anyone. The professors buried the coffin in the ground, and Dumbledore erected a stele with Slughorn's name in front of the tomb. The students lowered their heads silently, the rough waves under the cliff beat against the reefs on the shore, and the wet, salty, and cold sea breeze blew up the hem of their robes. Seagulls were singing in the sky, and before night fell, Dumbledore read out the last eulogy, and at the same time engraved the sentence on every tombstone on Slughorn's tombstone. To those stars who dare to shine in the dark night. Chapter 61 Ending Speech. I have just typed the last word of this volume, and I am actually quite touched. From the very beginning, I brought out the atmosphere, and then bit by bit the foreshadowing, to advance the plot. I finally succeeded in completing this volume as I thought. In the end, I completed 2 reversals. In order to prevent the plot from being too abrupt, I laid out a lot of details. Just like I left a message to a reader before, every chapter in this volume is valuable. The seemingly unnecessary descriptions are actually the key to promoting the plot. It is really tiring to write like this. It is too vague for fear that you will abandon the book when you feel like you are halfway through the water. If it is too straightforward, you can see it at a glance. Not to mention the sudden joy that followed. It can be seen how much I have paid to make you happy to watch, and all the hair fell out of the keyboard, crying. At the same time, I also hope that everyone will not leave a comment on the spoiler. Of course, some people can guess in advance that it is a real cowpea, admiration of the sea boat. The 60 chapters are exactly the same. As the first volume of this book, it sets the tone for the whole book. This is a story that reveals a touch of sadness. It is estimated that many people will not like it. After all, Harry Potter was a children's work whose main tone was relaxed and happy at the beginning, and the atmosphere didn't become depressed until after the Goblet of Fire. This is probably the reason why this book is the worst among the 3 books. It died after only 2 pushes. It is estimated that streaking will become the norm in the future. But to be honest, this is the most thoughtful book I have written. I said it when I wrote the last book. I can actually feel that my level of writing is getting better and better, but my vision seems to be contrary to the market. When I wrote The Professor of Defense class, I felt that I had improved a lot compared to The Big Problem, but the result was not as good as The Big Problem. When I was writing the current book No Savior at the beginning, I was so excited that I didn't fall asleep for a week. I sigh to myself that I have made rapid progress, and this book must be much better than the previous 2 books. And now I have changed from a little savior to a deadly savior, and No Savior has become my worst book, not even the first book that I signed The Source of Magic Power. But it's also like what I said in the last book, we are not only making progress in writing books, but our character is also getting better and better. The source of the magic power signed in the first book was because of academic problems, and the second book has a big problem because inexperienced and unfinished, although the ending of the 3rd defense class professor is quite satisfactory, but it has a beginning and an end. Now the 4th book without a savior can't be worse than the first 4 books, right? I was really happy when I was writing this book. I always wanted to vent my eagerness to express. I wish I could write millions of words a day, and code out all the stories I carefully prepared later. But the heart is faster than an eagle, and the hands are slower than a turtle, so you can only be scolded every day by you people, and say that my sister-in-law is suffering, but you should find me a sister-in-law and tell me that her life is suffering. I don't howl here in the middle of the night, I just complain after finishing the first volume, feeling that I am gradually deviating from the public's aesthetic taste. According to this progress, my next book is probably going to be completely for love. Some people will complain that no one reads their books until the editor does not recommend them. The readers are all novices who don't know how to appreciate them. But I think that writing a book is a process of sharing your own aesthetics. The more popular the book, the more people read it. It means that the author's aesthetics are in line with the general public. What he thinks is good and everyone thinks it is good. This is the key. Obviously, the more I write, the more I am different from ordinary people. Is this a kind of gradual perversion? Then the next volume is about filling holes in Hogwarts Castle. I hope that the readers who like this book will continue to like it, so that's it. Volume 1 to those stars who dare to shine in the dark night end. Chapter 62-61. The Silent Island. The grey mist is filled with dead despair. Tall creatures covered in tattered black robes roamed the island, guarding the old castle in the middle of the island together. Under the scouring of time, the castle looks extremely dilapidated, the mottled stone walls are covered with black moss, bathed in the sea breeze, like withered arms protruding from the wall, standing between sin and death struggle. Looking at the 2 Dementors floating side by side from the corridor, Lupin, with a pale face, breathed steadily, stepped lightly on the black stone slab, and walked to the deepest cell in the prison. Strangely, no one was imprisoned in the prison, but a big dog with pure black hair was lying inside. The keen perception made the black dog aware of the movement outside the iron railing. He opened his fierce eyes, and after seeing Lupin, his eyes became calm again. The black dog's body was writhing, and almost in the blink of an eye, a tall, strong, fair-skinned man with a pair of striking grey eyes appeared in the prison. "The interval between your visits this time is too short," Sirius said casually. He didn't seem to be affected by those Dementors. He didn't feel the slightest bit of sadness and despair, but was full of activity and restlessness. Lupin seemed to be in poor condition. Apart from his pale face, he seemed to have exhausted a lot of physical strength. His breathing was obviously much faster than normal people, and his bloodless hands were trembling slightly. "I can't help it. I came out of the cave just after experiencing the full moon last night. There are a lot of news from outside. There are also many things on the island to let you know. If it wasn't for the wrong time, I should have come here last night. Sitting on the yellow straw, Sirius raised his eyebrows. Let me guess, if it makes you come in such a hurry, is there more good things or more bad things? Daedalus died in prison. The scene fell silent. It was so quiet that only the breathing of two people could be heard. Sirius, who was sitting casually, tensed up for some reason. His gray eyes stared at Lupin like this, and his voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Obviously you told me the last time you came, he was doing really well. Yes, he was really good, but at that time he was going crazy. Lupin's already short breathing became more erratic now. He would cry and laugh, and say himself in pain, he wanted to die, but after a while he said that he must hold on and go home to visit his mother. When I went to see him the day before yesterday, he couldn't hold it anymore. I brought him a lot of chocolates and puddings that he liked, but he was lying on the ground and couldn't even sit up. He could only keep repeating, he wants to see his mother. Lupin's voice trembled, and he could only finish his words here. Sirius clenched his fists tightly, and he desperately suppressed his voice, as if he had exhausted all his strength to say the sentence. 67. When we came here, there were 67 of our people imprisoned here. Now that Daedalo is dead, there are 42 left. Counting Hestia and the others who were arrested later. In the past 3 years, those who animals sucked to death 28 people. 28 people. 28 lives. In the end, he seemed to control his emotions, as if he covered the pot with boiling water, covering up all the irritability, and asked in a calm to weird voice. How is the current progress? Lupin took a deep breath. This is also the second thing I'm going to say to you. There's news from Dumbledore. If there are no accidents, we can start before June next year. Another year. This time is just right. According to our previous estimates, we will be able to complete all the preparations almost in the spring of next year. Why not earlier? Don't forget, if you start early without meeting expectations, what are the consequences of failure? He stared into Sirius' eyes. There are so many people who are counting on us, we have been encouraging them to persevere until now. Don't let what they end up waiting for is despair. Sirius fell silent, and Lupin also looked quietly at the grey stone wall without windows on the other side of the prison. Azkaban is quiet today, but it won't stay that quiet forever. Hogwarts summer vacation has begun. But in fact, for the vast majority of students, there is no difference whether they have summer vacation or not. They are already homeless, and even if they have no courses to take, they have to stay in the carriage. Among the freshmen who will not be freshmen in 2 months, Ron and Neville can still have a home to return to, and Justin and Lavender can only spend the summer in the car. Just when they thought John was the same, on the evening of the 3rd day after the final exam, when the students gathered in the restaurant for dinner, Dumbledore took John out of the carriage without disturbing anyone. Their appearance at this time is not what they used to be. Dumbledore's transfiguration has reached the point of perfection. Even the title of Transformation Master is not worthy of his level of transfiguration. No need to use any potion as an aid, just relying on the spell itself, he directly changed the appearance of himself and John completely. They all have the appearance of a middle-aged wizard, without any distinctive features. They belong to the kind of popular faces that are basically forgotten subconsciously after a glance. After being sent off the carriage by Hagrid in a field, John asked suspiciously, "Professor, how do we get to our destination?" "Use apparition, but apparition can't let us fall directly to the destination. Wherever there are a large number of wizards, the starting point and landing point of apparition are also strictly monitored. We need to wait for the carriage to go far away. And then pick a location not far from the destination." He explained softly, and reminded me by the way. "Don't forget, don't call me a professor from now on. You are Jack, I am Williams, we are brothers, my mother is a muggle wizard, my father is pure-blooded, and we ourselves are half-blooded. John nodded. Don't worry, Williams, I have already written down the information you prepared in the carriage. Estimating the time, Dumbledore grabbed John's arm. There is a high probability that we won't need these things, but preparing in advance can always be in case. He waved his wand while speaking. Apparition. The next moment, the figures of the two twisted and disappeared into the air. At the same time, in a deserted alley in London, the pair of wizard brothers regrouped. Chapter 63-62. The Leaky Cauldron. London is very prosperous. Voldemort's rule over the wizarding world seems to have not affected the Muggle world for the time being. After all, the time he really controlled the wizarding world is still too short. Besides, if he really became sensible enough, he wouldn't go to trouble the Muggles without any preparation in advance. Because if he does this, the enemy will not only be the Muggles and the rebels in the British Magic Circle, the magic governments all over the world will not allow the Secrecy Act to be violated. It can be said that wizards are ruled by class division according to their blood, which can be said to be an internal matter of British wizards, but if magic is exposed to the public eye, it is tantamount to making enemies of wizards all over the world. John believes that with Voldemort's almost endless desire for power, he will definitely not give up wizards to rule Muggles, and classify all Muggles as the ultimate ideal of the bottom class that even Muggle-born wizards are inferior to. Just now, he is far from ready to fight against all this. At least until the ideology of the international magical world is completely unified, he should not be able to do it yet. Dumbledore took John down the street. Both of them were still wearing wizard robes. Of course, such outfits looked very conspicuous in modern society, and they attracted the attention of many people along the way. Finally, they stopped in front of a bar that was incompatible with the surrounding shops. Compared with other neon lights flashing on the door, the wooden sign that said Leaky Cauldron Bar looked like an antique handed down from the Middle Ages. The Muggles passing by here seemed to be completely blind to this extremely inconsistent scene, and turned a blind eye to this ancient bar that seemed to have traveled through time. Dumbledore turned his head and met John's eyes. John nodded slightly, and then the two walked into the bar side by side. While pushing the door open, John deliberately took out the wand that had been hidden in his sleeve according to Dumbledore's instructions before he came, and then put it in the pocket of his robe, revealing half of the wand's body. Outside. Not only him, but also Dumbledore. The wand in his pocket was not his easily noticeable Elder Wand. The body of the wand was very smooth and looked ordinary. After the door of the bar was pushed open, the doorbell made a crisp sound of ding ding dong dong. Standing in front of the bar, the old wizard who was wiping his glass with a rag looked up at them. He first glanced at their faces, and then his eyes naturally fell on the wand that was half in their pockets and half exposed. "Ah, it's a pair of strangers, but you know the rules very well, so it shouldn't be someone who is not welcome in this bar?" the old wizard asked with squinted eyes as he watched them put down the rag in their hands. John didn't move or make a sound, while Dumbledore smiled and walked forward and said, "We are all British wizards, of course we know what kind of people can come in according to the rules. Mr. Bogin, isn't the magic wand on us enough to prove it?" The old wizard known as Mr. Bogin laughed, showing his old yellow teeth. "If you're an English wizard, a wand is certainly enough to qualify. I'm sorry gentlemen, but a mindless Spanish mudblood came to my shop the other day. He also has a wand, which is normal in their country, but he actually thought that this noble land would accept his humble blood." Dumbledore frowned slightly. "That's true." He didn't finish the rest of the sentence, but Bogin seemed to think he saw his dislike and disgust, and the smile on his face could not help but be mixed with a hint of flattery. "What should I call you?" "Richard Williams, just call me Richard. This is my brother Jack Williams. Unfortunately I don't have the noble surname you expect." The smile on Bogin's face restrained a bit. Neither the old school pureblood nor the new school pureblood really had the surname Williams. That is to say, the two brothers in front of them were just mixed blood with mediocre status. Of course not everyone can have a noble bloodline, but I know that there are many mixed bloodlines who are also very sensitive to those mood bloods, thinking that it is a sin to breathe the same air with them. He wiped the wine glass in his hand again. What do you two want? Cider or whiskey? Of course we would love to have time to have a drink or two here, but it's getting dark and there's still a business waiting for us in Diagon Alley. We'll try your strawberry pie next time we have a chance, Bo Mr. Kim. Dumbledore smiled apologetically. Even if he didn't earn half a copper canute from him, Bojan rarely felt in a good mood. Then I wish you all the best today. John didn't make a sound from the beginning to the end, but when Mr. Bojan looked at him, he nodded slightly, showing the opposite taciturnity of his brother. Dumbledore led him all the way through the entire bar. There were not many wizards sitting here, and they all exposed the end of their wands like John and Dumbledore, as if this was a way to identify credentials of identity. After walking out the back door of the bar, they came to a backyard-like open space, facing them in the direction of an unpainted brick wall, and a trash can was placed beside the wall. As the entrance to Diagon Alley, there is no change here as in the original book. They walked towards the brick wall. Dumbledore said to John in a small voice. The wand is our identity card. According to the Wand Act issued by the Ministry of Magic 5 years ago, any Muggle wizards touching the wand is illegal. They are deprived of the right to use the wand. Now we enter Diagon Alley, it's the same. Muggle wizards without a wand can't even enter the bar just now. This wall is also a barrier, which can only be opened with a wand, which means that except for special circumstances, all Muggle wizards are also forbidden in and out of Diagon Alley. John listened to Dumbledore's explanation in silence. He stayed in the Hogwarts carriage for the whole year when he was exposed to magic, and he heard everything about the current situation in the wizarding world. It was only today that he left the carriage, but he hadn't even entered Diagon Alley yet. He had already shown how strict the classes of this magical society were. While he was thinking, Dumbledore didn't know when he held the wand in his hand and lightly tapped a certain brick on the wall. The next second, the brick shook and began to move. A small hole appeared in the middle, and the hole became bigger and bigger. After a while, a wide archway appeared in front of them, leading to a winding and invisible end. Cobbled streets. Thank you for your encouragement. I have read all the comments. Don't worry, no matter the grades are good or bad, this book will definitely not be a eunuch. Then I thanked the leader who was rewarded by the boss of Wu, the first leader in my life. I am moved. I didn't set any rules for rewards and updates before, but if I don't express it, I can't justify it. Then add 5 updates, add 1 update during the day today, and return the remaining 4 updates after they are put on the shelves. There is nothing to say, we can only work hard to write a good story to repay everyone's support. I forgot to divide the volume in the last chapter. Chapter 61 is the beginning of the second volume. Chapter 64-63. Diagon Alley. The clean streets are bright and clean, but perhaps because it is already evening, there are not many tourists. It has been a year since he entered Hogwarts, but this is the first time John has come to Diagon Alley. Unlike in the original book, this is not a place to welcome him at all, and he is not eligible to buy new textbooks here, school robes and wands, even entering the door secretly, using a completely non-existent identity. So he didn't relax much while walking on the cobblestone road, but always followed Dumbledore half a shoulder behind, and came to the door of a potion shop unhurriedly. Dumbledore took John through the door and walked into the potion shop. The shop owner, who seemed to be checking the books, looked up at them and said in a not-so-enthusiastic tone. It's almost time for us to close the door. 2 guests, if you have any needs, you can tell me your needs directly, and I will recommend suitable medicines for you. Dumbledore didn't make a sound immediately. He didn't set his eyes on the shop owner or any bottle of potion on the shelf. Instead, he stared at a person who was huddled in a corner and was wiping with a rag after entering the door. Shelf boy. This boy looks to be about the same age as John, with short chestnut hair, wearing a linen robe, dirty and too big overall, doesn't seem to fit very well. The store owner obviously noticed Dumbledore's gaze, he frowned slightly, and shouted at the boy. Smith. The boy named Smith stopped what he was doing. He turned his head and looked timidly at the three adults. "Ai, Mr. Ekmar. You don't need to work here, go back to the cellar first, don't disturb the mood of the guests here." Smith agreed weakly, then lowered his head like a mouse that wanted to hide his presence but was stared at by everyone, and walked out of the potion shop quickly. "Maybe you are in the mood to express your needs now, gentlemen." Ikmo looked at Dumbledore and the others. He seemed to be driving the boy away in disgust, but John could feel that his behavior was more like a protection. Dumbledore blinked, looked at him with a smile on his face and asked. "We don't want potions, do you have phoenix tears in your shop?" Ikmo's face changed suddenly, he took a deep look at Dumbledore, and replied softly. "This is a rare item, customer, we usually don't put it on the shelf." Dumbledore turned around and walked towards the inside of the shop with John, saying at the same time. "Then let's look at things other than this shelf." Ikmo did not prevent them from entering the room without being invited, but walked carefully to the front of the store, and after checking that there were no suspicious people outside, he completely closed and locked the store door. After finishing all this, he also quickly walked into the inner room, where both Dumbledore and John had been disfigured, revealing their original appearance. "Mr. Dumbledore, I thought you would come over after a while." The owner of the potion shop named Akmo is obviously someone who was placed in Diagon Alley by the Order of the Phoenix. Even if the Ministry of Magic usually censors it strictly, it is impossible for them to monitor all aspects of the entire magic world. As long as the Order of the Phoenix wants to hide their own people in a street with a lot of traffic like Diagon Alley, it is not a difficult task for them. After all, there is no shortage of pure-blood and half-blood members with well-established roots in the Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore shook his head and said, "If you come too late, you will miss a lot of preparation time. There is still more than a month before the start of school. It is best for John to get acquainted with the life of the boy he will play in the next year." Ikmo's gaze also turned to John standing beside Dumbledore at this time, with a sigh expression on his face. He walked forward and stretched out a hand. "Peter Akmo. I was surprised when I heard from Dumbledore that you were really just a child who had only been exposed to magic for a year, but I believe in his vision, you must have something unique, he will not let a child take his life for nothing." John also extended his hand and shook Ikmo. "My name is John Green, Mr. Ikmo, and I will be under your care here for the next month or so. Don't rush to talk about care," Ikmo said with a wry smile. "After the plan officially starts, in order to ensure your safety, I will clear all the memories about you and this plan in my mind. I will treat you as the real Smith, and I will treat you as I usually do to him, so there is nothing to take care of." Dumbledore patted him on the shoulder. "Let me finally have a few words with John alone, you go to work on that boy first, Pete." Ikmo nodded, and then he left the room and walked towards the cellar where Smith was. After only the two of them were left in the room, Dumbledore looked at John seriously. "Now you still have a chance to go back on your word, John. If you think this matter is too dangerous, I can take you back to the carriage. I can do other things about the castle. Don't feel embarrassed. Open your mouth. After entering that castle, you will have to rely entirely on yourself, and there is no way I can give you more help." John didn't have much tension on his face, he even smiled. "No one is more suitable than me, Professor. I was hesitant at first, but after thinking about it carefully, my teacher taught me magic, and the school taught me knowledge. You have been protecting our safety. There is no reason but you give, I just sit back and enjoy. I believe that any student on the carriage will not back down if the school needs them. Besides, there is something in that castle that the teacher wanted me to get before, and this is just an opportunity. Dumbledore looked at John's serious face, and he also smiled peacefully. At the same time, he reached out to lift up his glasses and rubbed his astringent eyes. After all, I am too old to listen to students say these things. Well, there are a few key things that I will tell you at the end, he said solemnly. After the compound decoction is refined, it can only last for a month at most, so the potion I prepared for you is also a 1-month dosage. After that, you have to find a way to refine it yourself. The specific refining process Lily told me that you have fully grasped it, and as for how to obtain potion materials after arriving at the castle, someone will take the initiative to contact you. About the magic of the enrollment contract on Muggle students, I will put an almost identical one on you later, so that you can deceive the people in that castle from the detection, and you don't have to worry too much about the others. That contract is just to impose the restraint of domestication education. It does not mean that after signing, you will really only obey. Ikmo will give you a note later, which records the character performance and living habits of the boy you want to play. I believe you will watch it carefully without me reminding you. The last and the last. Dumbledore handed a crimson feather to John. Regardless of whether you got that thing in the end, as long as you feel that you are in danger of being exposed and discovered, you must pinch it. Tighten this feather, Fox will bring you back wherever you are. There are 2 more chapters. Chapter 65-64. Smith. Dumbledore left with the boy named Randy Smith. In addition to leaving Fox's feather and polyjuice potion to John, he also has a handful of hair cut from Smith's head. The boy's character is not known whether it is born like this or because of other things. He accepts what he has experienced. Even if he is going to be taken away, he doesn't ask much. But maybe thinking about it, it is also possible that the year of living in that Hogwarts castle has completely numbed him to the future. The previous life is already desperate enough, and the rest is nothing more than death. A boy who is only 12 years old already has such a mentality, which makes people think carefully. This is John's first official contact with another Hogwarts student, and it's just this time that he has a very significant understanding of that school that also bears the name of Hogwarts. Impression. Before, he only heard from Lily that she called the castle the Taming Ground, but only now did he understand that this name might not be an exaggeration at all. After Dumbledore left, John drank the compound soup with Smith's hair in it. It didn't taste very good, like drinking a bottle of bitter melon water. His current appearance and identity have also changed. John in the carriage will temporarily disappear for a year, and a Mudblood student in Hogwarts Castle will be replaced by a completely new person. He needs to help Dumbledore find something in that castle. After Voldemort occupied the original Hogwarts, perhaps due to his previous experience of being rejected by Dumbledore to let him serve here, he had an almost paranoid desire to control the school. All the teaching staff in the castle were replaced by his closest subordinates. In the Ministry of Magic, he only had the honorary title of Minister for Life, but he personally came to serve as the headmaster of Hogwarts Castle, although he basically would not stay there. In a castle, the review inside the castle is also extremely strict, even higher than the martial law inside the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore and John reminded that they also tried to make adult wizards drink compound potion and enter the castle disguised as students, but they were discovered by a spell that could detect age. Diggle's wizard was finally captured on the prison island called Azkaban. Because the division of blood and class rule are the basic policies of the Voldemort government, they have very precise management of the identity of every pure-blood and mixed-race student. Coupled with the fact that these students are not oppressed, and these students have their own families, it is difficult for the Order of the Phoenix to create a mixed-blood or pure-blood student identity for John. In comparison, almost all of the Mudbloods have become orphans since the day they were brought into the castle. The beautiful family is a thing of the past. Even if they tried their best to stand in front of their parents would only think it was strange for this strange child to cry at them. When mixed blood and pure blood students go home on vacation, they still have to work for free in shops all over the wizarding world. As long as they are not starved to death, no matter what kind of persecution they suffer in the middle, Hogwarts Castle and the Ministry of Magic will not ask. Mudblood has never been regarded as a human being in the current wizarding world, which makes it more difficult for John to carry out some actions in Hogwarts Castle, while also providing him with safe protection. Because of being as humble as dirt, those noble people who step on the soil rarely pay attention to whether the soil under their feet has changed from black soil to yellow mud. The cellar is cold and damp, not a suitable place for people to live. But John, who was lying on the musty-smelling bed, didn't care much about it. It's not like he hasn't been in a living environment worse than this, at least he still has a bed lying on it now. It's not that Eichmo doesn't want to provide Smith with good treatment, but in today's social atmosphere, his kindness will not bring any improvement to Smith's life, and it is even very likely that he will kill him. And now, as he said, after John replaced Smith's identity, Eichmo used the forgetting curse to clear all his memories of John and Dumbledore being here today, so that even in the future any accidents here will not affect John in Hogwarts Castle. From now on, Dumbledore is the only one in the world who knows where John went and what he did, and the rest of the day can only be up to John himself. With the dim light in the cellar, he carefully read the records of the boy Smith's character and habits in his hand. Even if no one pays special attention to a Mudblood, he should try his best not to do anything that is contrary to Smith's personality. Matter. The night gradually deepened, and the first night of changing identities just passed smoothly. In the early morning of the next day, when it was just dawn, John got up and put on the old linen robe, washed up briefly, and then drank a bottle of the compound that was assigned a dose, and the effect was enough to last for 12 hours. After the potion was over, he climbed up from the cellar to the potions shop. The store has not yet opened, and Eichmo has not yet woken up, but usually at this time, it is the time when Smith's work starts. He picked up half a bucket of water by the sink, then picked up a mop that was about the height of his entire body and started to clean the floor of the potion store with wet water. After that, he had to clean the shelves where the potions were placed, as well as the windows and the cash register. Normal cleaning tasks for wizards can be done with just a cleaning spell, but for Mudbloods who don't have wands, they have to do it themselves, even though Smith is only 12 years old now. It was more than 7 o'clock, when the store was about to officially open, and Eichmo came out of the bedroom inside. At this time, John had already cleaned the floor and shelves, and was preparing to clean the windows. "Good morning, Mr. Eichmo." John greeted him in a timid voice like Smith's. Eichmo, who had no memory of John and the real Smith replacing him, found nothing unusual. He looked at John and nodded as a response, and then opened the door of the shop. John's work cannot be stopped, especially during the business hours of the potion shop. If he is seen by the customers who come to the door to be lazy, then these people may write to Hogwarts Castle to inform the school. These performances will be recorded by a special person. After school starts, the number of complaints will vary. The castle administrator will hang up the Mudblood who made a mistake in public and whip him for punishment. According to the level of the brewer, the duration of the effect of the compound decoction is also different. The longest is 12 hours or more. In the original book, the effect that Hermione brewed for the first time lasted for more than an hour. After finishing this chapter, it was 2:30, and I couldn't bear it any longer. I promised to add a new chapter and write it after waking up during the day. Good night. Chapter 66-65. Malfoy. I have lived in Diagon Alley for a week. Although the work here is hard, John has not suffered from the trouble he originally guessed that he might encounter for the time being. There are many customers received by the potion shop every day, but most of the mixed blood and pure blood don't even look at him, they completely treat him as air, and after a small number of people enter the door, their faces already show disgust. Sometimes, Eichmo will take the initiative to ask him to avoid in the cellar. After all, Eichmo is a member of the Order of the Phoenix, and John can feel that he is very sympathetic to the situation of Mudblood, but because this is a bustling wizard street like Diagon Alley, he has no way to give Mudblood a bright face. Smith is treated and respected by a normal person, and he can only be given some secret care in his daily life. For example, the bed that John sleeps on now has at least bedding, and the food he normally eats is the same as that of Eichmo. Concealed to help him out. Actually, John thought about going out of the potion shop a few times to visit other shops in Diagon Alley, but after much hesitation, he still chose to give up. After the end of July, there is only 1 month before the start of the new semester. The number of tourists in Diagon Alley is increasing every day. Many of them are parents who bring their children to buy textbooks and school supplies for the new semester. With his current identity, it is impossible for him to walk on the streets of Diagon Alley openly, unless he steals a hair from another wizard, turns into an adult wizard and goes out with a wand. But the risk of this is a bit too great. He can't be sure of his identity as a wizard. If he meets someone he knows, he will easily reveal his identity. In the end, John didn't try to take risks. His original purpose of going out was just to stroll around the surrounding shops to see if there were any Mudbloods who were sent here for forced labor during the summer vacation like him. Important thing now. Just today, when John continued to clean the window repeatedly after Eichmo opened the store door as usual, a pair of well-dressed father and son with pale blonde hair walked towards the potion shop. They didn't seem to notice John, and the conversation between the two didn't lighten up. Not only did he accept an appointment at the Ministry of Magic, he became the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron, and his antique shop in Nocturne Alley is still stocking things. The old fellow was really lucky. The previous owner of the Leaky Cauldron was Old Tom, but he immigrated to France 5 years ago with his family. I heard that he can't accept the current changes in the magic world and has no courage to resist. In the end, this position was won by Bojan. He seems to be that gentleman, has a lot of connections around him. But you still have to bow your head when he sees Dad. Pure blood is the most noble in this world, Draco. Even if he has a relationship, it's nothing more than a half-breed bastard. When they opened the door and were about to enter the shop, the father and son ended the conversation, especially when they said mongrel. The middle-aged blonde wizard obviously lowered his voice deliberately. After living here for a week, John still learned some common sense in the current magic world. Under Voldemort's rule, the status of half-bloods is naturally not as low as that of Muggle wizards. After all, if he really only unites the power of pure-blood wizards, then it is almost impossible for him to stabilize the rule of the wizarding world. If blood is used to divide classes, then he must win over the largest number of mixed-race wizards in the magic world, and at least give them an equal status. So the current class in the entire magic world is clear pure blood, mixed blood, mood blood. This system can actually be said to be a replica of the 4 social classes in the slave society of ancient Rome. Pure bloods are nobles and knights, half-bloods are citizens, and mood-bloods are slaves. Although the status of mixed blood is not as high as that of pure blood, there are human rights, and the hybrid bastard that the middle-aged wizard said just now is actually an insulting name for pure blood to mixed blood, which is also explicitly prohibited in today's magic world. Yes, it is as bad as calling Muggle wizards moodbloods in the normal magical society of the original book. Many shopkeepers in the various shops in Diagon Alley are of mixed race, so no matter how arrogant and reckless the middle-aged wizard behaves, he still dare not speak out the name mixed bastard openly. John heard the middle-aged wizard address the boy who was around his own age, and combined with their appearance, he certainly guessed who these two people were. Lucius Malfoy and Draco Malfoy were born of pure blood, and they were strong supporters who had sided with Voldemort since the beginning of his uprising. Now he is the chief of staff of the Auror Command in the Ministry of Magic, and he seems to be very popular with Voldemort. But John, who has read the original book, knows that the loyalty of the Malfoy family to Voldemort is not absolute. They may support one side, but the main purpose is to seek benefits for their own family. Watching them walk into the potion shop, John continued to wipe the glass of the outside window in silence. His shabby linen robe and the adults and children in clean and tidy robes on the street seemed out of place, like people from two worlds, but he didn't pay attention to these, but observed from the corner of his eye following the movement of Malfoy and his son after entering the store. Ikmo is very enthusiastic about them. Even if they are mixed-race citizens, they are far from the privileged nobles in terms of status. The young Draco also learned that arrogant attitude from his father, and when he glanced at the potions on the shelf, his eyes clearly revealed disgust. They didn't stay in the store for long, but directly expressed their needs to Ikmo, and then bought 2 bottles of potions that looked like enhancers, and walked out within 2 minutes. This time John was not as lucky as before. When Draco came out of the shop, he turned around and noticed John, who was cleaning the rag. Disgusted expression. It actually made me meet a mudblood. Lucius heard what he said, and looked at John, his brows obviously frowned. I entered the castle in the same year as you. Yes, I have a little impression of this little bedbug. I have seen him several times in the castle. When Professor Crouch was punishing those daring mudbloods, he was scared and cried on the spot. Facing the ugly name they said, John's face didn't change much. He was still cleaning the window without saying a word, and listening to what Draco said very carefully. The headmaster is too merciful to these mudbloods. Last semester, he found these bedbugs gathering and organizing in the castle. Chapter 67-66 Hogwarts Castle. A group of mudbloods dared to form an association in Hogwarts Castle. In the end, this matter was reported to the headmaster. They have not been executed yet. Draco looked regretful, as if he felt sorry for not seeing the scene he was looking forward to. Lucius pulled his arm, not intending to trouble John. For people like them, talking to mudbloods would feel insulting, let alone taking the initiative to challenge John. It's over. In the magic world, those who like to torture mudblood the most are some mixed blood. Originally everyone was an ordinary person of the same level, but under Voldemort's rule, their status has not been lowered, and the Muggle wizards who were originally equal to them have become slaves. This makes them feel the taste of privilege while being oppressed by pure-blood privileges. Just like spiritual upstarts, these people will frequently seek a sense of superiority from mudbloods, and they are also the group that most support Voldemort's rule people. I told you, don't make any comments on that gentleman, especially outside. Lucius took Draco away, but John squinted his eyes and fell into thinking while cleaning the window. The father and son actually revealed a lot of information to John during their conversation just now. Before coming here, Dumbledore explained to him that the admission notice that lured Muggle students into signing in Hogwarts Castle was actually a kind of constraint, not just signing the contract, thinking there will be a 180-degree change immediately. This is just a contract created to control the personal freedom of Muggle students and their talents in magic. It is not as terrifying as John imagined at the beginning that signing can directly and subtly change people's thinking. This means that the mudblood students in Hogwarts Castle still have their own independent will, and they have not been domesticated like house elves, only knowing the point of obedience. If there is oppression, there will naturally be resistance. The other Hogwarts carriage led by Dumbledore is a kind of resistance, and these Muggle students in Hogwarts Castle obviously know that they should resist. It's just that in such a castle where the gap in strength is so large that the people can hardly breathe, their resistance will hardly have any results. Draco's words also revealed this point. Those students were punished. Although they were not directly deprived of their lives, the punishment was obviously not very light. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known about it, and he even saw the punishment of those students on the spot. John looked back at the backs of Malfoy and his son. Their clean and tidy robes were a little dazzling in the sun. The parents and students who come and go in Diagon Alley are the same as them. The parents and children are warm and harmonious, and the freshmen are excitedly holding up their brand new magic wands, feed pet food for owls, boys and girls approaching adulthood gathered together and walked out of the bookstore, discussing how to deal with the ultimate wizard level exam in the 7th grade while discussing with laughter. Everything here is so beautiful, just like the Wizarding World is still the Wizarding World in the original book, and Hogwarts is still the Hogwarts in the original book. John, who squatted in the window and wiped the high glass with great filth, seemed to be the only stain that shouldn't appear in this world, and it was the bug that Draco said destroyed the harmony and beauty. John struggled to clean the rag in his hand, but there was an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth. The bugs that are an eyesore in the sun and the stars that twinkle in the night, these two names can be considered to complement each other. Life in Diagon Alley is very monotonous. Because of the inability to go out, John is basically repetitive and boring every day. Such days lasted until September 1st, and finally it was time for the new semester to start. The night before, Ikmo specially prepared a much richer dinner than before. Although he didn't say anything, John could tell that he was seeing him off. For ordinary students, the way to get to Hogwarts Castle is to take the Hogwarts Express at platform 9 3/4 of King's Cross Station, but for a student like Smith, he is certainly not worthy sit in the same vehicle as noble half-bloods and pure-bloods. John didn't know how to return to the castle, but it didn't make him wonder for a long time. On the afternoon of the 1st, an unexpected visitor came to the potion shop. It was a house elf, just like what John had seen in the movie in his previous life. He had pointed ears, eyes as big as copper bells, and his whole body was so skinny that he looked very ugly. After suddenly flashing into the potion shop with a snap, the house elf respectfully handed a piece of parchment to Ikmo's hand. "Sir, please rate the performance of the Mudblood boarding in your store this holiday." Without any surprises, Ikmo gave John the best evaluation of O, then the house elf put away the parchment, bowed to Ikmo, and then walked to John's side. Without any communication or reminder, he directly grabbed John's arm. In the next second, a sense of distortion that was exactly the same as when Dumbledore disapparated spread throughout John's body, and when he felt his feet step on the solid ground again, he had already come to a brand new environment. This place should be the basement of a certain building. The surroundings are all sealed, only a solitary door is tightly closed. Under the flickering light, there are dozens of people around him who are also wearing linen robes, older or older. There are small children. They were all sitting apart on the ground, keeping enough distance between each of them. It seemed like no one dared to stand next to each other, and no one spoke to each other. After the house elf sent John here, he immediately disappeared from this room again, as if he was going to continue to pick up the next child. After seeing these children, John had already guessed where he was now. Need to use the house elves to teleport indirectly. The only place where so many Mudbloods gather is Hogwarts Castle. And just when he confirmed where he came, there was another sound unique to apparition, like a whip twitching in the air. A girl with long messy maroon shawl hair and a worn grey linen robe was brought in. Chapter 68-67. Start of School. The girl's facial features are exquisite, but she is covered with dust, and her messy hair makes her look like a wild girl who is a beggar on the street. After being sent to this room, the girl sat silently on the ground like the other students, without any contact with anyone else. Slowly, more and more students came to this basement, even surpassing the total number of all the students John had seen in the carriage. There were about 70 or 80 children gathered here, and each of them was dirty. Wearing a tattered linen robe, with a thin body and a yellow complexion, all of them looked malnourished. And when the time was close to 7 o'clock, the door that had been closed was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A tall, muscular wizard with a long twisted face walked in. When they saw this wizard, most of the students sitting here trembled subconsciously. They were obviously afraid of the man who entered the door. John looked at the wizard coldly in the corner. He held the shackles in one hand and the whip in the other. After entering the door, an excited grin appeared on his face. There were 2 house elves responsible for taking the Mudbloods back to the castle. When they saw the wizard coming in, they immediately handed the parchment to him respectfully. It was the vacation practice assessment for all the students present. Score sheet. The two house elves called the wizard Mr. Dollahove. Before coming, Dumbledore provided John with all the teacher information about Hogwarts Castle that the Order of the Phoenix now has. The full name of this Mr. Dollahove should be Antonin Dollahove. He is currently the administrator of Hogwarts Castle. He was once a loyal lackey of Voldemort's subordinates, and he is also an extreme pureblood. He is keen to punish erring students with whips and shackles, mudbloods and half-bloods alike, but just ignores any behavior of pureblood students in the castle. Taking the form from the elf, Dollahove waved his hand, and the two house elves bowed and disappeared from the room. Very well, after 2 months, we met again, children. After being separated for such a long time, I miss you very much. He said kind words in a cold and harsh voice, which made the students in the room feel no warmth at all, and the younger children shrank subconsciously into the corner. The auditorium of Hogwarts was brightly lit, and the pureblood and half-blood students who had been away from school for 2 full months returned to the castle. The auditorium is beautifully decorated. Hundreds of candlesticks carry lit candles floating in the air. The ceiling is a gorgeous starry sky. It is not a piece of glass, but is enchanted to directly present the starry sky outside the castle. There are a total of 4 long tables below, one of which is placed separately from the high platform with the other 3 clearly defined ones, while the other 3 long tables are placed evenly in the center of the auditorium. The students sitting on the long table near the high platform wore school robes that were more delicate, with a circle of gold embroidered on the cuffs and collars, and a dark green coiled snake tattooed on their chests. Insignia of the age. Draco Malfoy was also sitting there, and he glanced haughtily at the mixed-race freshmen who were being ushered into the auditorium by a professor and excitedly sat down on the other 3 long tables. After all, they are all a group of ignorant mixed-race bastards. He sneered and whispered to the 2 stout boys beside him. Gore and Crabbe also laughed, as if they had heard some funny joke. Crabbe pointed to a handsome boy with a gentle expression among the 3 long tables below. I heard that person is very appreciated by Professor Snape. What is his name? Diggory. Malfoy saw the boy he was pointing at, and said disdainfully. Cedric Diggory. His father is still an employee of the Ministry of Magic, but no matter how talented a half-blood is, Snape can only take care of his kind. His voice was very low for the last sentence, and when he was speaking, he unconsciously looked at the long table full of Hogwarts teachers. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the man who was covered in black robes like a big bat didn't pay attention to them. On the 3 long tables below, the students of the Mixed Blood College welcome the freshmen. Simo and Dean, who have already entered the 2nd grade, are enthusiastically introducing the process of tonight's orientation party to the freshmen. Mr. Principal will come over later. This is the only day he will come to Hogwarts Castle in a school year. However, when we enrolled last year, he did not make any long speeches. He just welcomed the new students and announced the start dinner. The food here is great, and I strongly recommend you to try the roasted pork knuckle later. The taste is really intoxicating. Students on that long table alone? Leave them alone, they are privileged no matter where they are, but don't provoke any of them, the professors will not turn to us. Besides, Hogwarts is great everywhere, it's a great school. Soon, the door in the room was opened from the outside again. The person who came in this time was a person John was familiar with, Barty Crouch Jr. He still had that faint smile on his face, and walked in with several boys and girls. These are new students this year, remember to take good care of them, Dollahove. Of course I will, Professor Crouch. Dolokhov replied with a smile. He sent little Barty out, and then brought the freshmen into the room, and among them was a child who was at a loss for everything in front of him. Are you a professor too? Sir, why don't we go to the big room in the castle with the others? And Professor Crouch said he would prepare wands for us. Snapped. Before he finished asking the question, the thick and long whip came to him. The boy's entire face was distorted in pain, and he cried in the next second, not understanding what he did wrong. Dolokhov ignored him, but drove the other stunned freshman to find an open space to sit down. It's still a long time, children, don't be afraid if you don't know the rules. Your seniors and sisters will show you in person what the rules are for Mudblood in this castle. He put his eyes on the report card in his hand, as if he saw something that satisfied him. The arc of the corner of his mouth became wider and wider, and he called out a name loudly. Taylor Stebbins. It's really hard to find information on Muggle students. I searched the Harry Potter encyclopedia but couldn't find much. Chapter 69-68. Hell and Heaven. A boy who looked about 14 or 5 years old stood up from the ground with his face numb. Dolokhov looked at him, and he looked at Dolokhov. Do you know your grades this holiday season? The boy named Taylor said in a voice that seemed to have no emotion. My work did not satisfy the gentleman who provided me with room and board, and he gave me a substandard evaluation. Dolokhov grinned and placed the shackles in front of him. Put your hands in it yourself. Taylor cooperated like a robot, and he put his skinny hands into the shackles. Dolokhov suddenly locked the shackles, and then threw the chain connecting the shackles to a ring in the center of the room. The next moment, this boy who was only in junior high school in a normal society was hanged up. His feet were off the ground, and his whole body was like being hung up in a slaughterhouse, lifeless dead meat, gently shaking in mid-air. Snapped. Accompanied by a sonic boom, the whip slapped him the back. The severe pain caused Taylor to breathe heavily, and his eyes, which were like stagnant water, seemed to have some fluctuations, but his face still had the expression of a dead person. You also joined that association last semester, didn't you? Dolokhov's smile never disappeared, and such violence seemed to bring him great satisfaction. What is the only purpose of being a Mudblood? Answer me, Stebbins. This is what you learned in your first class. The boy opened his mouth with difficulty. Every syllable he uttered seems to consume a lot of energy. Serve the pure blood, sir. The freshmen were all terrified by this brutal scene, and many of them were already crying. This was completely different from what Crouch said when he coaxed them to sign the contract. There is no lively auditorium, no loving professors, no friendly classmates. There are only dark and damp basements, tyrannical administrators, cold shackles, and whips soaked in salt water. The contrast between heaven and made them unable to accept it, but they could only huddle in the corner and cry helplessly. This group of 11-year-old children experienced despair for the first time in their lives. John involuntarily took a deep breath when the whip fell on Taylor. Here is worse than he imagined. At the same time, he was also attracted by the reaction of the girl with chestnut hair who was suspected to be Hermione Granger at the moment. The girl seemed unable to bear to watch this torture, but forced herself to watch it. She opened her red eyes wide, the fists hidden in the wide cuffs were obviously clenched tightly, and her dirty face was as pale as paper. Punishment is still going on, and the consequences of failing grades obviously cannot be ended with a single whipping. Snapped. This is the sound of the second whip waving. Go ahead and tell me. Stebbins, if the Mudbloods made a mistake, what punishment should they receive? Whip, caning, sir. Snapped. This is the third and the last one. So, do you think you should be punished like this? Taylor had no way to answer his question anymore. The 3 whips completely knocked him unconscious, and his body was shaking weakly in mid-air. Dolokhov spat at the boy as if feeling unlucky, then let him off the shackles, and finally pulled him to open the door as if he was dragging a corpse. Lestrange. Here comes your job. The administrator shouted towards the corridor outside the door, and soon a middle-aged wizard appeared in front of him, and took Taylor from his hand. I just poured one at the beginning. I haven't done much work for 2 months, and I haven't grasped the severity. Don't worry, your workload will not exceed 5 today. Taylor's back was left with 3 welts, and a blood stain was drawn on the ground by being pulled, which was shocking. The freshmen had stopped crying. They hugged their legs, trembling, and desperately huddled themselves into a ball, as if they could bring a little warmth to themselves and make them forget that Hog, who was like on earth what's. Hogwarts is like heaven. On the long table that belonged to the pure blood, the newly recruited little wizard couldn't help sighing excitedly when he heard Draco arrogantly introducing him to the various privileges of the pure blood students in the castle. Draco dismissed the freshman's reaction. This is a freshman from a new style pure blood family. According to the division of pure blood in the magic world in the past, this kind of person is just a hybrid, and he is not qualified to sit at the same table with him for dinner. But after Voldemort ruled the wizarding world, he defined the 3 identities of pure blood, mixed blood, and mudblood according to the situation at the time. Wizards whose parents are not wizards are naturally the lowest kind of mudblood. The requirement for mixed blood is that one of the parents must be a wizard, or both. As for pure blood, apart from the 28 families recognized by the magic world, both parents' ancestors were all wizards for 3 generations, and they will also be classified into the pure blood class. This kind of class distinction was only planned in a unified way in the year when Voldemort first took power in the wizarding world. Once all the existing wizards determined their own class, this class would be completely finalized and passed down hereditary forever. Pure blood children are always pure blood, half-blood children are always half-blood, and mudblood children are always mudblood. And intermarriage is prohibited between different classes. Those wizards who are classified into pure blood because their parents and grandparents were all wizards for 3 generations are also called new pure blood in the magic world. This kind of group can be said to be Voldemort's crowd, the most loyal part of the whole wizarding world to him, even far surpassing most old-school pure-blood families like the Malfoy family in this respect. Moreover, there are quite a few purebloods in the new faction. It can be said that Voldemort partially recruited and divided wizards with the status of half-blood, which further reduced the size of the wizard group with the largest base, and also allowed the mixed blood and new faction pure blood. Conflicts and contradictions arise between the new school of pure blood and the old school of pure blood, which is more conducive to his control of the power of the entire magic world. The strategy of subdividing different identity labels in different classes and transferring their conflicts that should have been external to the inside was very successful. This is fully reflected in Hogwarts Castle. Draco, who was born in the old school of pure blood, did not look down on the freshmen of the new school of pure blood. In his eyes, this kind of pure blood wizards are just fakes with pure blood titles and no family background. They are purely the failed products of that great gentleman's confusion. Of course, such thoughts can only be thought of in his mind, because in the middle of the long table on the high platform, the handsome Hogwarts headmaster who has always kept his youthful appearance has sat down at some point. On the chief chair. Only 3 or more generations of parents who have been wizards are considered pure blood. This is actually the default division of pure blood identities in the original book, not just the 28 families. For example, when I wrote the first 2 books, many people questioned why Harry Potter's parents, James and Lily, were both wizards. Her parents and grandparents were pure muggles. That's why Harry in the original book has been emphasized as a mixed race. My update time is really a bit too hell. Chapter 70-69. Sandwiches. Voldemort sat at the head of the teacher's table on the high terrace. After he appeared, the entire auditorium consciously fell silent. Even though the students sitting here are basically teenagers, almost no one knows the authority of the man who changed the entire magic world. Even if he only comes to Hogwarts Castle on this day every school year, no student has forgotten that he is the headmaster of this magic school. On Voldemort's left is Snape, and on his right is Barty Crouch Jr. This is his representative in this castle, and he is also the most loyal and capable general under his command. The beginning of a new semester always makes people feel happy. There was a faint smile on his handsome face, and his voice echoed throughout the auditorium. No one dared to whisper at this time, and many people even deliberately restrained their breathing, as if breathing a little faster would disturb the gentleman on the stage. Welcome the new students. I hope you will treat this castle as your home in the future. Everyone who can sit here has truly noble blood. There is no doubt about the excellence of pure blood, but mixed blood also has part of the glory. We have the same noble blood, and to support this noble blood is to support ourselves. Voldemort picked up the goblet in front of him, which contained a third of the blood like wine. For the purest blood. Whether it was the single long table or the 3 long tables in the center of the auditorium, all the students and the professors on the high platform raised their glasses together. For the purest blood. Young voices echoed in the auditorium, their faces flushed with excitement. Everyone seemed to believe it. The great prospect of the phrase protecting the noble blood is protecting yourself. All the students who did not get a pass or above in the holiday training were all punished with 3 whips. The number seems small, but for these thin mudbloods, as long as the 3 whips were a little heavier, many of them would be killed. Dolokhov did what he said. A total of 13 students were punished tonight, and there were exactly 5 of them who passed out in the end. These 5 people, plus other students covered in bruises, will be treated by the school doctor surnamed Lestrange tonight, which will not affect their normal classes and work tomorrow. But the wounds on the body can be healed, and the psychological impact of being hung up in public and whipped on these students will never be erased in a lifetime. This whipping is not only the summary of the holiday training for the old students, but also the first training session for the freshmen. After all the punishments were over, the students started their commencement dinner. Each person has a glass of water and 2 slices of hard bread. The students who got an O during the holidays are different from the others. The glorious extra piece of sandwich should be the leftover sandwich from the night before. Actually, a dozen people actually took pride in getting an extra sandwich that should have been thrown away. They received their reward from Dolokhov with their heads held high, as proudly as if they received a dog eating leftover meat and bones from its owner. The dinner in the auditorium has already begun, and Dolokhov, who is the administrator of the castle, will of course not miss the event where Voldemort will be present. In the basement, only these mudbloods were left silently eating water and dry bread. These children at the bottom of the entire magic world also formed different circles. Most of the mudbloods who got the sandwiches sat very close together, as if they were better at fulfilling the orders of the pure blood lords, which would distinguish them from other mudbloods and make them more dignified. These people are almost 15 or 16-year-old children. They have all been here for more than 4 years, and they have accepted their status as slaves in their hearts. In order to become the superior among slaves, they will willingly obey all orders in the school, has been tamed to a very successful point. John is obviously an outlier among the students who got the sandwich. He didn't go to get together with those senior students, and he didn't even seem to want to eat that sandwich. He is a normal person, not a dog. He is not even in the mood to touch the meat bone that was handed out as a sandwich. John broke off the dried bread that was on the same level as Hagrid's rock cake and soaked it in the water. Just when he was about to use this glass of bread water to satisfy his hunger, he suddenly noticed as she had been staring at him from the beginning. He looked at the girl with long chestnut hair, and the girl was also looking at him, specifically at the sandwich he threw beside him. John hesitated for a moment, then gently pushed the sandwich towards the girl. The girl didn't grab the sandwich right away. She turned her eyes to the other senior students who had received the sandwiches. After observing that their attention was not on herself, she quickly picked up the reward that belonged to John. Broke in half from the middle, put one half back in front of John, and she hid the other half behind her. John blinked, a little surprised at the girl's delicate mind, knowing how to avoid unnecessary trouble. Just when he thought the girl would secretly eat the half sandwich after ensuring safety, John suddenly discovered that the girl didn't actually intend to eat. She was moving her body carefully, as if she was afraid that if she moved too much, she would attract the attention of others, especially those senior students who were holding sandwiches. In the end, it took her 3 or 4 minutes to move to an inconspicuous corner, and there sat a freshman who secretly buried his head in his knees and wept. It was the boy who was whipped by Dolokhov for asking questions at the beginning. He couldn't swallow the dry and hard bread at all, and he didn't dare to cry out, so he could only bury his face in his knees, using his body to cover up the desperate sadness. Until the girl stroked his hair lightly, and handed the half sandwich to him. The freshman raised his face full of tears, and the girl, who was obviously only 1 year older than him, showed a gentler smile than anyone else on her dirty face, and then gently passed the sandwich in her hand forward, hand it over, as if signaling the freshman to hold it. "This one might taste better." Her voice is very small and soft, like a small group of weak flames, obviously looks weak, but it is enough to warm a desperate child. Cedric's pedigree is doubtful. Wikipedia says he is suspected of pure blood. This suspicion refers to Hagrid telling Harry in the Goblet of Fire that he hopes his champion proves that mixed blood is not weaker than pure blood. This pure blood refers to, it may be Cedric, who is also a Hogwarts warrior, or it may refer to those Slytherins who look down on Harry to participate in the competition. If I give the iron proof that he is pure blood, I will definitely make changes, but then the original part related to Cedric will definitely be cut off. And don't wait for the early morning chapter. I can't handle the overtime work today, and I'm going to write tomorrow when I wake up, just to adjust the rest of the underworld. Good night. Chapter 71-70. Never. The first dinner at Hogwarts Castle ended in such a humble way. The Mudbloods returned to their lounge. Although the dormitory was also located in the basement, it was dark, damp, and cold, but it wasn't too bad for everyone to sleep together. Even each Mudblood has an independent dormitory, but the conditions in the dormitory are also very bad, full of musty bedding, no windows, only a broken wooden door for entering and exiting, and the space is very small, except for not even a desk can be put down besides the bed. Considering what he heard from Draco in Diagon Alley, and the fact that the students didn't dare to communicate with each other just now, it is estimated that the separate dormitory is also to avoid too much communication among the Mudblood students. Communicate. Last year in this castle, it was discovered that the Mudbloods were actually forming a series of associations in private, which made those managers vigilant. A group of undomesticated slaves gathered together. No matter what they discussed, the master didn't want to see it. However, the separate dormitory has given John a lot of convenience. In order to maintain the effect of deformation, he needs to drink compound decoction every 12 hours. If so, there will definitely be problems. Later, he needed a secret space to make the compound potion, but even if it was an independent dormitory, it was obviously not a safe place. Not only was it very close to the dormitory of other students, but also the smell emitted when making the potion. The smell was easy to notice, and the Mudblood had no privacy in this castle, and at any moment someone would rush into his room and search it. But in Hogwarts Castle, especially since John has read the original book, it is not difficult for him to find a private space. Not exposed. The night passed quietly like this. Early the next morning, the biological clock that John had cultivated for more than a month made him wake up early. In addition to the normal classes in this castle, the Mudbloods also have a lot of work that needs to be done by them, such as cleaning all the public toilets in the entire castle, and the pitch outside the castle where Quidditch matches are held. The owl shed and the partially unoccupied herb class greenhouse. Their work basically avoids places that come into contact with pureblood and mixed-race students. Places such as pureblood and mixed-race student dormitories, libraries, auditoriums, classrooms, and professors' offices are all cleaned by house elves. And their work in the morning on the first day of school is to clean up the public washrooms in the castle that have basically been idle for 2 months. The Mudblood students were also assigned 2 male and female prefects. They were all among the students who received a sandwich as a reward last night. They had obviously accepted their status as slaves from the bottom of their hearts, and became members of the bloodline maintenance team. Part of the class. The two prefects assigned the Mudblood students of each grade to work on different floors. The Hogwarts castle restricted the movement area of the Mudblood students, except for the areas marked out and the places they were to clean. No one can enter the area. Once discovered, it will be light to be hung up and given a whip. The area where the second grade students are divided is on the 8th floor, and this happens to be the place where John intends to observe after entering the castle. It is still very early now, except for the house elves who are busy with breakfast in the kitchen and the Mudbloods who are about to start working. The students and teachers are basically still asleep. After receiving the tools for cleaning, John and several other students moved very carefully to the 8th floor without making any loud noises. At the corner next to the stairs, a few steps forward there is a tapestry related to trolls, and opposite the tapestry is a blank wall. When passing by here, John just glanced at the blank wall, his footsteps did not stop at all, and there was no change in expression on his face. This wall is not marked, which means that this place has not been fully opened to the outside world, and not every student in the castle knows about it. Remember that we can only go to the bathroom at most, and we must not go any further. That is the area near the principal's office. If we are discovered, Mr. Dolokhov will not let us go. The chestnut-haired girl pursed her lips and reminded John and the others with a serious face. At this moment, John finally heard the other students address her. Hermione. A girl hesitated, and asked in a low voice, Taylor, will they really never think about it again? There are not many students in the second grade, there are only 7 or 8 students in total, probably because there is no one else around. This is the first time that John heard Mudblood students get together to talk actively. When the girl asked a question, the other people's faces were dim, as if this question reminded them of some sad past. Hermione's face turned pale, and she pursed her lips tightly, as if she was gritting her teeth and trying to give a negative answer to this question, but in the end, she still lowered her head. Perhaps. It will never happen. The students were obviously in a low mood, and the eye circles of the girl who asked the question became a little red, but none of them dared to stay in the corridor for too long, picked up the tools in their hands and entered the public bathroom to start cleaning stand up. They only have more than an hour to clean the bathroom that hasn't been used much for 2 months, and they have to finish before breakfast starts, so no one is lazy, and everyone finishes their work quickly. Finally, when pureblood and half-blood students had started to get up and appear in the corridors, they left the 8th floor and went to the Mudblood separate hall, the basement where they had gathered last night to have breakfast. Naturally, there was nothing to say about the food they ate. It was nothing more than some food that normal people would not want to eat. Naturally, the conditions of Hogwarts Castle were not so bad, and it was obviously intentional to feed these Mudbloods. After breakfast, the Mudblood students also started their study time. This is actually what John wants to know. Although Dumbledore also introduced this aspect in the information provided to him, he still wants to experience it for himself. Without a wand, the Mudblood students, what kind of study should be carried out in this castle? Chapter 72-71. Gesture casting. The classrooms where Mudblood study are naturally separated from other students. It's just that the location is finally not in the basement, but in a separately planned remote area on the first floor of the castle. There are basically no people here, and it's just their classroom. No one dared to be late for the first class. John and the others were already waiting in the classroom almost 20 minutes earlier. They don't even have a class schedule, and there is only one place where classes are held. The prefect will be responsible for notifying when there will be classes in the first week, and the next semester will follow this week's timetable. 3 minutes before class started, a dark-skinned adult witch walked in from the door. This is the professor who is usually in charge of teaching them spellcasting classes or Aura Sinista. John is somewhat familiar with this name. She should be a certain professor who appeared in the original Hogwarts, but there are few related descriptions about her, which makes John not very impressed. It is not surprising that she can still continue to teach in Hogwarts Castle. Not everyone is willing to sacrifice their lives for the sake of some people who have little relationship with them. Compromise is actually the choice that people make the most. It seems that you should have completed the spellcasting requirements I assigned you before the holiday. After entering the classroom, she glanced at the status of all the students present, and then said that it was not too harsh. He said in a calm tone, "Don't forget what I told you at ordinary times. If you feel uncomfortable and depressed, you should cast spells a few more times, and it will make you feel better." When she said this, her voice paused, and then she sighed softly. No matter what kind of environment you live in, how hard or tired you are, at least being able to continue living is much better than dying silently, isn't it? Last semester, we spent a whole school year learning how to use gestures to control the magic in our bodies. Your progress has basically reached the standard where you can barely try to learn real magic, so starting from this semester, I will teach you the first incantation, cleaning incantation. Mastering this will also make your future work easier. The spellcasting she talked about is not actually using magic in the true sense. According to the description provided by Dumbledore to John, in order to prevent the mudblood from being bullied too much by Voldemort, coupled with not giving them a wand so that they cannot learn normal magic, the magic power in the body has been suppressed and accumulated. Become a powerful black magic creature like Moran, and arrange spellcasting lessons for them in normal times. In this class, a professor will teach them how to use gestures, a spellcasting method that has long been eliminated in Europe, to guide and release the magic power in their bodies. Not all ancient things are powerful. The way of learning magic, such as gesture casting, has been eliminated for thousands of years. Except for some African tribal wizards who have similar customs, almost no one in the world will take the initiative to learn this method of casting spells. Because compared with wands, gesture casting is not only difficult to learn, but also the magic used is more than a little weaker, and the pronunciation of spells is quite different from the complete and mature wand casting system in the magic world. There are only a few spells it is still circulating in this era. But if mudbloods are allowed to learn this method of interpretation, the disadvantages mentioned above will become advantages instead. Without the need for a magic wand, the magic power accumulated in the bodies of these enslaved mudbloods can be released, and there is no need to worry that there will be students with too strong talents among them who will be difficult to control in the future. The spells released by gesture casting are generally more effective than magic wands. The effect of casting spells is much worse. This fits perfectly with Voldemort's need for mudblood oppression. The original purpose of Hogwarts Castle was to provide a place for children who were oppressed in witch hunts in the Middle Ages and did not dare to show their magical talents to learn magic and channel magic. Nothing has changed, only the motivation for this purpose has undergone an ironic change. And what Sinista taught the first-year students last semester was a simple spellcasting gesture. This is not a specific magic. It was created to guide the magic power in the wizard's body into reality. Any change is completely random. Sometimes a puddle of water appears out of thin air, sometimes it will make them have an extra piece of grass or some plant fruit on their hands, and sometimes it just makes them clean. According to what I taught you last semester, every movement of the spellcasting gesture must be precise. The cleansing spell cast by the gesture is spotless. When chanting the spell, the left hand should be swung upwards, not too large, just like what I am demonstrating now. The right hand should not make any movements at the beginning, but after the left hand is swung up, it should be slightly forward, and the range should not be too large, but these two movements should be done quickly, just like me. Sinista faced the blackboard with the cleansing spell written on it, and showed them the entire spellcasting process. Immaculate. After her incantation ended, the traces left by the original chalk on the blackboard disappeared immediately, and the whole blackboard became tidy and brand new. The eyes of the students in the audience widened. Although it has been a year since they came to this castle, this is actually the first time they have come into contact with specific spells in a real sense. There is no magic wand, and the first spell to learn is only the cleaning spell, but every student here is enthusiastic about this kind of magic learning. No matter how enslaved and oppressed they are, no one can deprive them of their status as wizards. As long as they are wizards, no matter what kind of blood they are defined as, they are qualified to learn magic. John was only 2 places away from Hermione, and he could see the girl listening to Sinister's explanation very seriously, and trying to make gestures with her hands. After confirming that the girl was Hermione, John had no intention of directly contacting her. Even if she is a well-deserved heroine in the original book, it doesn't help what John has to do in this castle, not to mention that he has just entered Hogwarts Castle now, and the identity he borrowed was in the previous year. It's also obvious that he doesn't have a deep friendship with Hermione, it's too abrupt for him to approach her rashly. Chapter 73-72 Brainwashing. Spellcasting is not the only class that belongs to Mudblood. After finishing the morning classes, the students returned to their dormitories. During the time when there were no classes and work, they didn't have many recreational activities, and basically stayed in their own small space. After lunch, they still have a class today, and the class is still in the classroom of the spellcasting class. This class is a history of magic class. The professor who attended the class was not the ghost Professor Binns. It was strange to say that since John came to this castle last night, he didn't know whether it was because of his bad luck that he didn't meet him, or because of something else. There was no sign of a ghost. The one who taught them the history of magic was a medium-sized wizard named Evan Rozier. Rozier's surname belonged to one of the oldest pureblood 28 families. An old-school pureblood. Compared with Professor Sinister in the morning, this Professor Rozier is much more vicious. After he entered the classroom, he never showed any good expression on his face. He glanced at the students below and coughed lightly. "Well, I'm going to come here to face you again. To be honest, I have submitted my resignation application 5 or 6 times, but Mr. Principal is still unwilling to approve it. He seems to think that I can teach you well. I'm not questioning that gentleman's decision, but the gap between mudbloods and normal wizards exists objectively. I don't think education alone can make you better. The ones who should really teach you should be those teaching the elves." He complained and talked nonsense for a long time in front of the students before starting his teaching. The history of magic used to teach mudbloods, of course there is nothing to say. The historical deeds he narrated are all about how ancient pureblood wizards fought for the interests of wizards, what kind of spells pureblood wizards invented, improved wands, and promoted the development of magic, etc. There will also be mudbloods in these contents, but their role is to play the role of servants in the history told by Rozier. Even after death, the mudblood who tried to resist the rule of pure blood will be nailed to the pillar of shame. It is not surprising to instill wrong values in the present by distorting past history, and it can be said that many leaderships who exercise class dominance have been doing such things. In the end, even the real history will be hidden and completely buried, and only those fabricated stories will become the history known to future generations. And now Voldemort's rule over the wizarding world is still relatively short, and there is still a long way to go before turning the fake into real. Just like in this history of magic class, it seems that every student is listening intently, but in fact, few people listen to the history told by Rozier. These second-year students seem to have learned some real past from some sources, and they didn't pay much attention to the history of magic class. The afternoon class just like this, people who attend the class don't want to talk about it, and those who listen to the class don't want to listen to it, so it ends sloppily. And the courses that Mudblood needs to learn are only 3 lessons in total. After finishing the spellcasting class and the history of magic class on the first day at Hogwarts Castle, on the second day, John also saw Voldemort's special course for Mudblood students, Thought class. As the name suggests, this class is to teach mudbloods what kind of attitude and thinking they should live in the magic world. It seems that the function of the history of magic class overlaps somewhat, but it actually has a completely different effect. The history of magic class is teaching these students the distorted history, while the thinking class is telling them what to do as a mudblood in the future. A spellcasting class to alleviate the backlog of magic power in their bodies and prevent them from becoming obscurant, and the other two classes to subtly change their minds are Voldemort's focus on the rule of blood. Even if these Muggle-born children didn't accept the theory that they were born low, they would stay in this castle for 7 years. During these 7 years, the words that those purebloods are inherently noble and mudbloods are inherently inferior have been ringing in their ears all day long, and they have to actually work for the pureblood and mixed blood students. Award. Under such a subtle influence, it can really change a person's thinking. The mudbloods who got their sandwiches on the first night of school are good examples. They have basically become what Voldemort wants all mudbloods to be in the future. Obedient to the words of every pureblood wizard, recognized his humbleness from the bottom of his heart, and at the same time firmly maintained the pureblood class rule. When the time comes, the mudbloods will be completely separated from pureblood and mixed blood wizards, defined as two groups, and become a group of perfect slaves. Voldemort, who successfully took control of Hogwarts Castle, is educating the mudblood students here. The students here don't have any chance to resist at all. In the face of absolute poor strength, they can only passively accept the transformation like this. After just 2 days in this castle, John clearly realized that the so-called domestication field is not an exaggeration at all. These days when school just started, John didn't act rashly. He is not an impatient person. Before completing the tasks assigned to him by Dumbledore and before he wants to find the stone on the ring, the first thing he needs to ensure is that he can stay safely in this castle. Including being familiar with the interpersonal relationship of the boy named Smith he is currently playing, as well as the skills of gestural spellcasting. He must first ensure that he is normal before proceeding to the next step of investigation. And just a week after John came to the castle, it was the time Dumbledore had set for him to resupply the ingredients of the compound soup potion. There is no connector. All John has is a specific location outside the castle near the Forbidden Forest. He needs to find an opportunity to reach that place by himself. And on this weekend of the first week of school, there was a chance for him to get out of the castle. Dolohov gathered all the mudblood students to prepare for a major cleanup of the Quidditch pitch that had been suspended for 2 months, making preparations in advance for the upcoming Quidditch matches at the Pureblood and Half-Blood Academy. Chapter 74-73. Breathing. Remember what you are going to do. I know that Professor Sinistra has taught you the cleaning spell this week, and this is giving you a chance to practice the spell. Be sure to clean up this auditorium before noon today, or you will be in the I'll tell Mr. Dolokhov who's being lazy. The male prefect was giving orders to John and his second-year students. As the managers of the Mudblood, the two prefects would of course have preferential treatment. Not only can they direct and supervise the work of other students, they can also not participate in this kind of collective labor, but be the supervisor of the castle administrator. After assigning the tasks, he turned around and left. Not only the second-year students, but as a prefect, he also had to inform the other Mudbloods about Dolohov's arrangement. After the prefect left, John and the others didn't dawdle. Everyone knew very well what the consequences would be if their task area was not completed when the time came. Even if you have learned the cleansing spell this week, so far, only John and Hermione can barely use effective spells for the difficult skill of casting spells with gestures. So this time the cleaning work, both of them consciously took on the main force of the labor. With the help of magic, they will undoubtedly save a lot of effort. The weather in September is still very hot. As time goes by, the sun gradually rises, and everyone has a lot of sweat on their faces. Immaculate. Using gestures to cast spells, and after clearing an auditorium seat again, John straightened his sore waist. He wiped the sweat off his face with the sleeve of his robe, then turned his head and said to Hermione and the others as if nothing had happened. "I'm going to apply for a toilet. No matter how strict the management is, Hogwarts Castle will not restrict the physiological functions of mudblood students, but only control the time they go to the toilet, and each person only has 5 minutes. The lavatory on the side of the Quidditch pitch is right under the auditorium. It takes about a minute and a half to run there, and more than half the time to go back and forth. Be in a hurry." The prefect guarding the entrance of the Quidditch pitch followed Dollahove's example and stared at John viciously. "You know the consequences of not coming back on time. The timing starts now." John didn't stay long. He quickly ran down the stands, and rushed towards the bathroom. Looking at his eager back, the faces of the two mudblood prefects, male and female, couldn't help showing a sneer. It took more than a minute to run to the bathroom. There is no one here now, and John calculated the exact time. The fast running made his breathing a little short, and he walked directly into a compartment without stopping. Quickly unbuttoning the gray robe on his body, there was a cloth pocket sewn on the inside of the robe. John took out the pendant with the ring from the cloth pocket and put it on his neck. The familiar cold feeling pressed against the sweaty skin in front of him, and he said a spell that he hadn't used in 2 months. Wingardium Leviosa. It wasn't a floating spell that eliminated gravity, but a conventional one that was used on the body. The moment the spell was used up, that light feeling filled his whole body for a long time. 2 minutes. John counted the time in his heart, and then his two thin arms grabbed the edge of a small window above the bathroom cubicle, and climbed up with great ease. The front exit of the court is facing the big lawn between the Black Lake and Hogwarts Castle. If you run directly from this direction, you may be caught by the mixed-race or pure-blood students who play by the Black Lake on weekends. It was discovered that behind the window of the washroom was facing the wall that encloses the entire Hogwarts campus area. Unless they came here specially, no one would pass by here at ordinary times. After jumping lightly from the window more than 2 meters high, John ran straight along the wall towards the main entrance of Hogwarts and the direction of the Forbidden Forest. His speed was surprisingly fast. In less than half a minute, he had already run to the wall of the road that separated Hogsmeade Wizarding Village outside the school. On the grass here, there was a small cloth bag of the same color as the soil on the ground lying there quietly. Without hesitation, John reached out to pick up the bag and stuffed it into the inner pocket of his robe where the ring was hidden, and then moved quickly return the same way. He swiftly turned back into the bathroom, took off the pendant around his neck and put it back in place, and adjusted his breathing rate briefly. John slowed down his movements and moved towards the audience seat the location ran over. When he returned to the field, the prefect guarding the entrance glared at him and let him in. Only 4.5 minutes had passed. Even if the prefect wanted to make things difficult, he couldn't find any excuses. Returning to the area cleaned by the second-year students, John was slightly relieved. This was the first time he went through this process of getting potion materials. At the beginning, it was the most prone to problems, but nothing happened now. Mistakes, it will become a lot easier when you get familiar with it later. And just as he was about to continue his previous work, John suddenly felt a gaze looking at him beside him. He turned his head away, meeting Hermione's eyes. "Randy, would you like to take a break?" the girl asked hesitantly. At this time, John realized that because of the relaxation just now, his shortness of breath after pretending to be strenuous exercise had subconsciously slowed down a bit. Surrounded by 12-year-old children, this shouldn't be a big problem, but Hermione is obviously much more sensitive and careful than normal children. He didn't do the act of superfluous and short of breath again, he said without changing his expression. "It doesn't matter to me, let's speed up the progress. If you don't finish cleaning here by noon, you will be punished." Hermione also seemed to be concerned about it in general, and didn't say anything more, and turned her attention back to the seat full of dirt and dust. After this episode, the second-grade students didn't stop for the rest of the time, and finally finished the tasks assigned to them before lunch started. The weekend lunch is better than the previous few days. At least everyone can get a piece of bacon, but the exhaustion of the whole morning makes the students not in the mood to enjoy such food. After finishing the lunch in a hurry, they returned to their dormitories and started the few rest periods this afternoon. John also returned to the dormitory, but he didn't make any movements during the day. He was very patient, and there was a safer environment for him to open the cloth bag after dark. Chapter 75-74. Unimpeded. After the darkness enveloped the entire Hogwarts castle, John lay quietly on the wooden bed. The air is a bit stuffy, because there are no windows in the dormitory, and it is easy to get bored during the summer and autumn. John didn't intend to go to sleep. He was listening carefully to the sound of footsteps fading away outside the door. It was the voice of the castle administrator Dollahove patrolling when the curfew started. It has been a week since he came here, and John has basically figured out the habits of the castle administrator. After the curfew started, he would start inspections from the basement upwards, and after inspections, he would return to his office to rest. Unless he heard something that should not have happened in the middle of the night, he would not go out at all. So after the sound of his footsteps completely disappeared, after waiting for about 20 minutes, John sat up from the bed. Did not light the candle directly, but fumbled to get his robe with an inner pocket. After taking out the cloth bag he found in the morning, he also slowly drew out his wand. The inner pocket on the clothes was specially made for him by Dumbledore, and a powerful non-marking stretching spell was cast on it. On the surface, it looks like an ordinary pocket, but in fact there is a lot of space inside. Waving his wand lightly, he used the transfiguration charm on a quill in front of the bed to conjure a pair of scissors, and he put the wand away again. Taking scissors in the dark, he cut the wick of the candle on the candlestick by 2/3, ensuring that the flame would be small enough before John lit it again. The lit fire was very weak, but it was enough to illuminate the area in front of him. By taking advantage of this light, John opened the cloth bag he picked up from the wall today, and took out various potion ingredients one by one. Lacewings, rough antimony, leeches with their mouthparts removed, sapweed picked at the full moon, powdered grass leaves, powdered bicorn horns, and most importantly strips of dried African tree snake skin. The compound decoction made from these materials is enough for John to use 2 bottles a day for a month. If there is more, the cloth bag that has also been cast with the no trace stretching curse is not enough to hold it, but there is no way to do it after a long time. Guarantee the medicinal properties of the material. The untraceable stretching curse can only stretch space, but cannot freeze time. This is why Dumbledore didn't directly prepare John with a sufficient amount of compound potion for a school year before coming. If you haven't used it for a long time, boil it in advance. The effect of the prepared compound decoction will also disappear, and John must be self-sufficient in Hogwarts Castle. After checking that there were no problems with the delivered materials, John was about to put the things back into the cloth bag when he reached into the innermost part of the bag and suddenly touched something cold and liquid-like. John was taken aback for a moment, and then he took out the lightweight, as if it didn't exist at all. This is a transparent cloak with a faint silver light. The first time he saw it, John subconsciously held his breath. There is still a note on the cloak. After Lily knew you went there, she specially asked me to deliver it to you and keep it safe. After reading the contents of the note, John immediately placed it directly above the candle and lit it. After watching the fire light bright for a few seconds, it went out again. He knew very well that it was delivered to him. What is this cloak of? Invisibility cloak. It is not sold in the magic world, the kind of ordinary goods that use the fur of invisible beasts or have been cast with the illusion spell. If this invisibility cloak was originally in Lily's hands, then it is very likely to be one of the 3 Deathly Hallows inherited from the Potter family, and it belongs to the one in Harry Potter's hands in the original book. After the deaths of Harry and James, the Potter family was basically guaranteed to be the last, so the invisibility cloak was naturally passed on to Lily. John looked at the invisibility cloak in his hand, and his mood quickly calmed down from the excitement at the beginning. This thing can be said to be a precious relic left behind after the death of her husband and son. It is definitely of profound significance to Lily, and now she has sent the invisibility cloak to John. There is definitely no chance of returning an invisibility cloak. John can understand the meaning of this. During the previous year in the carriage, he can see that the only motivation for Lily to live is for revenge. Vengeance on Voldemort, revenge on Snape, revenge on everyone involved in killing her husband and son. Asking Dumbledore to send him this invisibility cloak is also to make it easier for him to move around Hogwarts Castle, so as to achieve the ultimate goal. Perhaps there are some considerations for the safety of his student, but it is mainly for the uncontrollable hatred in his heart. But regardless of whether she is wholeheartedly considering her own safety or not, John is grateful from the bottom of his heart for the invisibility cloak she sent. With this thing, it will undoubtedly bring great convenience to his next actions. Put everything back into the cloth bag except the invisibility cloak, and stuff the cloth bag back into the inner pocket of his robe. John put on the robe and blew out the candles. With the invisibility cloak, the plan that he originally had to delay can now be slightly advanced. After carefully listening to the door for more than a minute to make sure that there was no movement outside, John put on an invisibility cloak, completely concealed his figure, and gently pushed open the door and walked out of the bedroom. Outside was a dim corridor. The candlesticks mounted on the wall were beating faintly. John carefully drew out his wand, and then approached the iron door at the end of the corridor. When the curfew begins and Dolokhov inspects the basement, he will lock the iron door, which is the same as a prison cell, from the outside, and will not come to open it until the next morning, without a wand, except for the professor to teach. Mudblood students who don't know any spells outside of class can't open this door even in 7th grade. But for John, who has a magic wand and has experienced a year of orthodox magic education, this locked iron door is useless. He slowly extended the front end of the wand out of the invisibility cloak, and tapped lightly on the door lock. Allaho cave is open. The faint sound of the unlocking spell sounded, and the closed iron door creaked, and John opened it from the inside. He walked out of the basement, and then relocked the door from the outside, before turning around and walking up the stairs. The entire Hogwarts castle was silent except for the whoosh of the wind. And on this night, a mudblood who was bound in the past will be unhindered at this time. Chapter 76-75. Responsiveness. The lively Hogwarts castle during the day is silent after night falls. John went up the stairs, stepping on the stairs that were not active and quiet during the day, and came to the 8th floor. This floor is not only restricted to mudblood students, but also to other mixed race and pure-blood students. Because the current owner of Hogwarts Castle, Voldemort's headmaster's office is here, although he basically only comes to Hogwarts Castle once every school year on the first day of school, but his authority in the school is not half reduced. Coupled with the express prohibition of Vice Principal Snape and Castle Administrator Dolokhov, none of the students even thought of getting close to the principal's office. After John arrived on the 8th floor, he didn't go directly to the principal's office, even though his lurking target was probably in this office. He came to the blank wall opposite the tapestry of Trolls Beat Barnabas with a clear goal, and wandered back and forth 3 times wearing the cloak of invisibility. I need a room that only John Green can open to make potions. He repeated these words in his heart, and before he knew it, an ordinary-looking door appeared on the blank wall. John focused his attention on the door and did not open it rashly. Instead, he stood there and took a deep breath. At the same time, he reached into his sleeve with his left hand and touched the door that had been hidden in his shirt. Fox feathers under the sleeves. Opening the room of requirement was a gamble for him. This room was discovered by Harry Potter at the end of the original book. In fact, he had found it as early as Voldemort's student days. Later, he even hid the Ravenclaw crown that was made into a Horcrux. John doesn't know whether Voldemort's Horcrux is still there, and if so, whether it will continue to be stored in the Room of Requirement, but it is certain that Voldemort knows the existence of this secret room. Now that he knows, he might make arrangements here, so opening the Room of Response is a very risky move for John. But he had to take this risk, because there was no other place in Hogwarts Castle for him to brew Polyjuice Potion, a potion that would take nearly a month to successfully refine and had never been discovered. In the original book, the place where Hermione made the compound potion was in the girls' bathroom where Myrtle resident. Because of Myrtle, few people go into that bathroom, but now there is one in the whole castle. The ghosts couldn't be found, and Myrtle wasn't there, of course, and the girls' bathroom wasn't abandoned either. If he can't make the compound potion, then the next infiltration will become a joke. John adjusted his state to the best, then stretched out his right hand hidden under the invisibility cloak and put it on the doorknob of the door. He increased his strength a little, and then the door was easily opened by him from the outside. Behind the door is an empty room. There is a crucible in the middle of the room. Next to the crucible is a brand new set of tables and chairs. There are also a stack of blank parchment, quills, and ink on it. There are materials and finished products on the wall. A wooden stand for potions. This is a room that belongs exclusively to John. Unless someone in this castle knows the name John Green, no one will be able to find it. Even after entering the room, he didn't take off the invisibility cloak, but stayed in it for another 10 minutes before John could be a little sure that Voldemort really didn't seem to have made any arrangements for the room. Thinking about it, if he really has the ability to monitor the Room of Requirement at any time, he should have created such monitoring as early as when he stored the Horcrux in it, and he would not let Harry enter it so easily in the original book. To that crown. After ensuring that it was really safe, John quickly poured out all the potion ingredients in the cloth bag. He burned the cauldron, and then put dozens of lace wings in it. The most time-consuming part of compound decoction is the preparation of lacewing insects. It needs to be boiled for 21 days before it can be used as medicine. Moreover, this thing cannot be stored and used at any time after cooking. It must be cooked within 21 days. Use it up the next day, or it will be a pile of scrap later. But fortunately, John doesn't need to keep looking here while cooking the worms, he just needs to take a look at it every once in a while to make sure there is no problem. The boiled cauldron was bubbling and bubbling, leaving all the potion ingredients here, and John exited the Room of Requirement. Since the room was not tampered with by Voldemort, then he can be sure of some other things. He continued to wander back and forth in front of the wall, asking for a room to hide things in his mind. Then a door exactly the same as before appeared in front of him. John pushed open the door and walked in, and came to a space as big as a small square. There are all kinds of discarded debris piled up here, including lame desks and chairs, broomsticks broken in two, broken statues, and portraits with broken frames. John searched carefully among all kinds of piles of sundries. According to the impression he remembered, he searched for about 20 to 30 minutes before finding the wooden cabinet with blisters on the surface. There is a pockmarked statue of a wizard with a certain wig on his head. But there were only these around, and John didn't find any suspected rings around, let alone a crown. Horcruxes have been taken by Voldemort. Although this trip did not bring John any actual gains, it also confirmed a guess in his mind. The reason why Voldemort has changed now is very likely to be related to his Horcrux. Since the multiple soul separations made him become more and more crazy and lose his mind, then get his soul back, he will also inevitably return to the Tom Riddle he once was. John did not continue to stay in the Room of Requirement, he exited the room, and then watched the door slowly disappear into the wall before his eyes. There is still a long time left in the night, and he actually still has a lot of plans to do, such as going to the library in the castle, or going to the office of the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, or, Just take a look at the principal's office was less than 20 paces ahead of him. John, shrouded in an invisibility cloak, stared at the door of the principal's office. After hesitating for half a minute, he stepped forward. Of course he would not do such a reckless thing as going in directly, but sooner or later he will find out what is going on in this office, so why can't it be tonight? I work overtime on weekends, and I can't stand it any longer. I'll get up tomorrow and write again. Try to add as many chapters as possible to make up for the 2-day update. Chapter 77-76. King of Snakes. The principal's office on the 8th floor actually has 2 entrances. One is right in front of John, and the other is on the 3rd floor, but the entrance on the 3rd floor has been completely sealed off, leaving only this one on the 8th floor. Different from other classrooms or offices, the principal's room has a large door, and there are 2 doors like a castle gate. At this moment, the door was tightly closed, and John carefully approached the door. Instead of reaching out to push, he put his ear close to the door. It was very quiet, almost the same as the current Hogwarts castle, but for some reason, although John didn't hear any sound, he could smell a faint fishy smell. This smell is not strong, probably blocked by the door, but the stench is so clear through the crack of the door, making him very clear that this is not his own illusion. John put his hand on the door on the left, which was not locked. It seemed that Snape and Dolohov had issued strict orders to all the students, but there was no actual protection here measure. He exhaled lightly, then pushed forward slightly, and pushed the door open a crack. Through this crack, he saw what should be the entrance hall behind the door. There hovered a thick and long body like a bucket. The emerald green scales reflected the faint light under the dim light. It seemed to be asleep. It didn't notice John, who quietly opened the door. Coiled together, the body is bobbing up and down regularly. John stared at the huge creature for a few seconds, but without seeing its head, he closed the door again. Nagini. No, this is Hogwarts Castle. If he really wants something to help him guard the principal's office, then Nagini is definitely not suitable. The most suitable one should be another snake. Another ancient king of snakes that does not belong to him, but obeys his orders because of his blood and the gift of snake language inherited from his ancestors. Basilisk. John wrapped the invisibility cloak around his body tightly, and didn't stop here. He walked lightly, and quickly turned around and walked towards the stairs. He finally understood why Snape and the others had been emphasizing with the students not to get close to this area of the principal's office, but they didn't take any protective measures for this room. Since Voldemort has taken control of Hogwarts Castle, he would have released him from the Chamber of Secrets once when he was in school, and the basilisk that completely obeyed his orders would naturally be used by him. Let it stay in front of the principal's office, it is the best guard, and locking that door is completely superfluous. Back to his bedroom, John took off the invisibility cloak, carefully stuffed it and the wand into the inner pocket of his robe, and lay back on the bed. He began to think about the next countermeasures. He must go into the principal's office, and he must find a way to deal with the basilisk before entering. As the most dangerous magical animal in the magic world, the power of the basilisk is beyond doubt. It is not only huge in size and extremely powerful, but its skin is also resistant to most spells like a dragon, and its teeth are highly poisonous. Even Voldemort's Horcruxes can't resist. The most important thing is that once its eyes meet someone's gaze, it can directly deprive the life of the watcher. Judging from these characteristics, fire dragons of the same level are not even worthy of carrying shoes for it in terms of aggressiveness, but this powerful man-made black magic creature also has a fatal flaw. It is afraid of the crowing of the rooster. Perhaps because it itself was born by a rooster, even the crowing sound of an ordinary rooster can be fatal to it. To put it simply, this is a creature with high attack and low defense. It has the ability to instantly kill the enemy, but as long as you find a suitable method, you can also kill it very easily. It's just that in Hogwarts, roosters are not so easy to find. Voldemort must not be ignorant of this weakness of the basilisk. He must have told Snape that they would not let a rooster appear in Hogwarts within the range of Z. Moreover, even if he found a rooster, he had to find a suitable time to deal with the basilisk. The crowing of the rooster was quite loud. If it was in normal times, the sound would definitely attract others, so that even if John solved the basilisk, he would have no way to sneak into the principal's office again. Fortunately, there is still a long time left for him to solve these problems. At least he knows in advance what the guards in front of the principal's office are, so that he can make adequate preparations. And, if he remembers correctly, there should be an item in Hogwarts Castle that can help him in his next actions, and that item has a high probability of not being discovered yet. This castle seems to be full of danger everywhere, but for John, this may be the place he is most familiar with. After all, the entire 7 stories in the original book are all around this castle. After the afternoon thought class, we are going to clean the castle's public bathroom, so I suggest you not eat too much at noon. Randy, you forgot that you almost vomited when you were cleaning the bathroom last time. Lunchtime, looking at John who was eating cold sausage and dry bread, Hermione couldn't help but reminded in a low voice. Hearing her words, John also put down the last piece of dry bread in his hand. Hermione was indeed right. He almost didn't hold back when he cleaned the bathroom last time, which was the first time. It has been almost 3 weeks since he came to this castle, and he can basically see that among the students in the 2nd grade, Hermione is the leader among them. This little girl is smart and careful, and she is always taking care of other people and the lower grade students. The children in the 2nd grade are also willing to listen to her. Didn't you do this kind of job again this summer? I remember that except when you cleaned the bathroom for the first time when you were in the 1st grade, you were so uncomfortable and cried because of the smell there, and after you forced yourself to accept it, there was no more. Have you ever suffered? The girl looked at John and asked a little strangely. John's heart skipped a beat, but he said without changing his face. The gentleman I boarded during the summer vacation was very kind to me and didn't let me do these jobs. I was not used to it when I first returned to school, and I won't be like this after that. Hermione also seemed to be asking random questions without purpose. After hearing John's explanation, she nodded and said nothing more. John became even more vigilant in his heart. This little girl is different from other 2nd grade children. She can see the problem as long as she shows a little behavior that is inconsistent with the original Smith. In the future, he needs to pay more attention in front of Hermione. Continue to write in the afternoon, and publish a chapter first in the morning. Chapter 78-77. Administrator's Office. Afternoon class ended, Hermione and the others went to get the tools they would use to clean the bathroom, but John found an excuse not to go there together. He walked out of the classroom alone, then entered the mudblood-only washroom, and put on the invisibility cloak inside. It's already evening, but it's not completely dark yet. In such an environment, John just needs to walk close to the wall and be careful not to be spotted by other students. After putting on the invisibility cloak, he also released a floating spell on his body, which would make his next movements lighter and faster. Going up a staircase that mudbloods were not allowed to step on at all, he met many mixed blood and pure blood students who had just finished class and were heading downstairs towards the auditorium to prepare for dinner. They were chatting and laughing, just like normal students living in an ordinary school, passing by John, but they didn't notice that a mudblood that shouldn't be here was swimming upstream. John moved quickly. He counted the floors silently in his mind. It took less than half a minute to get from the 1st floor to the 5th floor. The place has become empty, and most of the students left for the auditorium. And just when John had just arrived on the 5th floor, Dolokhov happened to come out of his office. He turned over and closed the door of his office, and then walked past John and went downstairs. This is of course not a coincidence. During the 3 weeks since he came to the castle, John has observed Dolahov's behavior every day, and he has basically figured out the castle administrator's work and rest time. Some professors have house elves delivering food directly to their office for dinner, while Dolokhov likes to go to the auditorium. He seems to enjoy the students who see him, bow to him, and call him Dolokhov. So his 3 meals a day are the same as normal students, and they are also settled in the auditorium. In other words, after dinner started, there would be a window of about half an hour in his office, and this was the opportunity for John to stare at for a week. Watching Dolokhov go down the stairs with his own eyes, John quickly approached his office door. The door was not locked, because no blind student in the castle dared to sneak into the perverted administrator's office. John carefully opened the door, and then closed the door again. After entering the door, he took the fastest time to glance at the office environment. It is very dark here. The orange sun that has already set half outside the window only shines in a ray of sunset, which falls on the dark ground. There are 4 or 5 cold chains and shackles hanging from the ceiling, making this room not like an office, but more like an interrogation room. There are no portraits of any people on the surrounding walls, which is the best news for John. Portraits in the wizarding world are generally alive. The characters in them have their own consciousness and can communicate with others. If Dolokhov also hangs a pair in his office, John will not be discovered even though he is wearing an invisibility cloak. But the purpose of coming to this office will not be fulfilled, and it will be exposed that someone broke into Dolokhov's office. The various parchments on the desk were arranged in a mess. It seemed that the administrator did not have the habit of tidying up his room very diligently. Instead of looking at the things on the desk, John walked directly to the wooden cabinet by the wall forward. Here are basically contraband Dolokhov collected from mixed blood and pure blood students. He can't use force when dealing with students other than mudbloods. Closed confinement. John began to rummage in the wooden cabinet. Even at this time, he didn't take off his invisibility cloak, and he was very light when looking for things. As long as he was sure it wasn't what he wanted, he would put them back in place. The wooden cabinet is not very big, and there are not many things stored there. They are basically prank props, the kind that can be bought in the magic joke shop in Diagon Alley. It took John about 10 minutes to put all the wooden cabinets have been searched, but I still haven't found what I'm looking for. Looking at the administrator's office in front of him, he frowned slightly. Thinking about it carefully, maybe his direction was wrong. The thing he was going to look for was confiscated from James and the others by the former administrator Filch before the fall of this Hogwarts castle. Now that the castle has changed owners, the administrator has become if he killed an ultra-purist wizard, would he still keep what his predecessor, the rebellious Filch, left behind? While John was thinking, there was a sudden conversation outside the office door from far to near. Is it really okay for us to steal things from Dolokhov like this? The voice sounded a bit naive, and the voice line was relatively thick. The voice that answered him was familiar to John. He had met this boy before in Diagon Alley. What are you afraid of? He only has a soft spot for his shackles. He never checks whether there are any contraband collected. We won't be discovered. Besides, what if we are discovered? My dad is the office director of the Auror Command, and both of your dads also work in the Ministry of Magic, so he will lock us up for a few days at most, and will not do anything to us. The conversation at the outer door continued, and John had already gathered his invisibility cloak and hid under the desk. The door of Dolokhov's office was opened again by 3 students from the outside, and it was Draco Malfoy and his 2 followers, Crabbe and Goyle, who came in. They were far less cautious than John, so they walked into the office like this, as if they wanted to steal the contraband that Dolokhov had taken away from here. Go to the cabinet over there, Goyle, pay attention to your movements, don't turn things over in a mess. John was under the desk, watching the 3 of them also come to the wooden cabinet and began to rummage, but they were obviously luckier than John, and soon found what they wanted. The thing was found by Crab. It was a blue ball about the size of a ping-pong ball. Draco grabbed the ball with an excited expression on his face. I brought it from home to school without my father's knowledge. Fortunately, Dolokhov didn't throw it in the first floor room like the other mongrels. I don't want to go to the first floor. Find something over there to meet the Mudbloods. Not surprisingly, there are 2 more chapters tonight. Chapter 79-78. Marauder's Map. To be honest, I don't understand why Dolokhov has to create a storage room on the first floor. Isn't the room next to his office more convenient? Crab scratched his head and said with a smirk. They were already walking out of the office at this time, Draco said triumphantly as if he knew some of the secrets. The one on the first floor is actually not a storage room at all. I heard from senior students that that room was actually the office of the previous administrator, but after Dolokhov became an administrator, the office of this room is very disgusting. Not only did not choose to inherit it, but also used it as a garbage station. The sound of their footsteps and conversation had gradually faded away. After they left, John stood up from under the table with a thoughtful expression on his face. Even if he still remembered the general plot in the original book, he couldn't remember every detail so clearly. For example, he didn't know exactly where Filch's office was in the original book. But Draco's bragging speech in stealing something helped him a lot. This office was originally moved in by Dolokhov, and Filch's office was abandoned on the first floor by him as a utility room. John didn't continue to waste time in Dolokhov's office. He quickly walked down the first floor wearing an invisibility cloak, but he didn't immediately go to the utility room that Draco said, but went into the bathroom, took off the invisibility cloak on his body, and went to join Hermione and the others. He has delayed enough time, and if he continues to disappear like this, others can say that if Hermione is careful, she might be able to find out the problem. I found several other second-grade students in the bathroom that needed to be cleaned. Because men and women work in different bathrooms separately, the boys didn't notice anything unusual about John's absence for so long. They just thought he had diarrhea, been in the bathroom for a while. No one will be lazy after starting to work. These children are only 12 years old and their minds are relatively simple. It was only when John was cleaning that he intentionally or unintentionally asked a boy named Hanton next to him. I heard that there is a storage room on the first floor that Mr. Dolokhov used to store contraband. Hendon thought for a while after hearing what John said before nodding. Mr. Dolokhov seems to sometimes store things in a room on the first floor, which is the third room on the left after entering the hall, but that is a restricted area for us. Try not to get close to it, otherwise, sometimes even if he didn't go in, he would say that we violated the school rules and find reasons to punish us. He seemed to think of some bad memories. His body could not help but shiver, but he did not forget to remind John. John waved his hand and said, "I just heard other people talk about this matter and asked casually. I won't be stupid enough to touch Mr. Dolokhov's mold." Hanton just reminded him casually, and he didn't expect John to make any bold moves, because Randy has always been a very timid person in their impression. After finishing the work in the bathroom, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The exhausted Mudblood students returned to their dormitories under the supervision of the prefects, and then Dolokhov locked the big iron door, announcing the end of the day. The night gradually deepened, and John lay on the bed and counted the time silently. After estimating that it was almost midnight, he got up from the bed. Skillfully put on the cloak of invisibility, drew out his wand, and John gently opened his door and walked out of the bedroom. He left the cell where the Mudbloods were held, and went from the basement to the corridor on the first floor. According to the information Hanton gave him in the evening, he found the third locked object on the left at the end of the hall. Between. The door lock was opened by John using the unlocking charm. After he closed the door again in the dark, he waved his wand again under the invisibility cloak. Luminescence. A faint light illuminated this small room. There are a lot of messy magic joke props piled up around them. These are some miscellaneous things that Dolohov collected from mixed-race students. John saw a clown mask with red eyes in it, and a clown mask that looked like a fake tongue wriggling on the ground like a snake, and a zombie head-shaped leather ball rolling back and forth. He didn't even look at these prank props, which were considered weird at midnight, but went straight to a wooden cabinet placed in the far corner. Cleared away all the things that had piled up around the wooden cabinet, and then he began to check every item stored in the cabinet one by one. Finally, when he found the third row below the cabinet, he vaguely saw a line of text marked on the second drawer on the right: confiscated items, highly dangerous. Seeing this line of writing, John breathed a sigh of relief. He opened the drawer, and as expected, he found a worn-out blank parchment inside. John reached out and took the parchment out of the drawer with a serious expression on his face. People who don't know the inside story will not find any difference in this parchment. It is like a piece of waste paper that has been forgotten by the owner and has not been used for a long time, but to John, the use of this waste paper couldn't be clearer. He raised the wand in his hand and tapped the parchment while speaking softly. "I solemnly swear that I will do no good." Then, a group of black ink dots appeared at the position where his wand was struck, and then black lines spread around the ink dots, spreading around continuously, and soon the black lines covered the entire sheet. Parchment, on which a map of the entire Hogwarts was outlined. Not only the map, but also the names of everyone who is currently in the castle, all of which are also presented on the map. He saw the names of Severus Snape, Anthony Dolohov, Draco Malfoy, and others. In the middle of the night, no one was walking around, and the names of both students and teachers stayed quietly in their lounges. And directly above this map, there is still a piece of text written by its creators. Moonface, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs, gentlemen helping magical mischief makers, presenting the Marauders map. I'm a little sleepy, let's continue to write a little more. If I can write enough for 2000 later, I'll post it. If it's not enough, I'll add another 3 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 8079. Who can tell in the future? The Marauders map, a magical map created by the 4-person Marauders, marked almost all the locations and secret passages of Hogwarts Castle. Reveals the names of all people, ghosts, in this castle. Even if John is now wearing an invisibility cloak, drinking polyjuice potion, and standing on the first floor of the castle on the Marauders map, the revealed name is not Randy Smith, but John Green. The role of this map is very important for John, who is sneaking into the Hogwarts castle today. It can be said that with it and the invisibility cloak, there is almost no place in the entire castle that he cannot go. More importantly, it also marked the entrances of all the secret passages in the castle, which meant that John had the opportunity to get out of the castle and communicate with Dumbledore directly outside. This map is equivalent to opening a full map for John, removing all the fog of war in the castle, allowing him to know the movements of everyone in Hogwarts like the back of his hand. John carefully glanced at the names of everyone now marked on the Marauders map. In fact, after entering Hogwarts Castle, he has been wondering about one thing, that is, why all the ghosts in the school have disappeared. Now even if he got the Marauders map, he still didn't get anything. Peeves, Bloody Barrow, Ms. Grey, Nearly Headless Nick, all the ghosts with their names in the original book, he didn't find half of them on the map. Same name. Ghosts have already died once, and there is no way to be killed after that. Whether it is the unforgivable killing curse or the direct death of the basilisk, there is no way for them to die again. The only explanation for the current situation is that they have all been taken out of the castle, but John has never seen these ghosts in the carriage, so why did Voldemort take them out of the castle? John couldn't figure out this problem for the time being. Just as he was about to stretch out his wand to cancel the magic on the Marauders map, he suddenly found that a person's name seemed to move suddenly at the bottom of the entire map. John stopped what he was doing, frowned slightly, and looked down at the location directly below that should be the basement of the castle, but found that every name was well in his room, and there were no names. People move around or go out. He didn't immediately judge that this was his own illusion, but still stared at this position on the map for 5 or 6 minutes, and finally continued the action he had just stopped, and tapped lightly on the marauder's map. The prank is over. The lines on the map were all gathered, and finally condensed into ink dots on the tip of his staff and then disappeared. John put away the map that had turned into plain parchment, then tightened the invisibility cloak he was wearing, and walked out of Filch's office. Even if someone really moved just now, it wouldn't make him too frightened. Even Mudblood students, there is no rule that they can't get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. Walking down the basement, he closed the cell door behind his back, and a squeak sound caused by rusted hinges echoed in the silent corridor of the basement bedroom. Locked the door again, and he returned to his bedroom. However, what John didn't realize was that the door of a dormitory he had just passed was not closed, and an eye hidden in the night stared at the deserted corridor. The dormitory door of the student named Randy Smith was opened and then locked. It's October. The weather has gradually started to get colder, and the pureblood and mixed-race students have all changed into thicker school robes, and even the Mudblood students have each received a worn-out thick robe, which can be worn on the body to keep out the cold. It's just that in this weather, they still need to dip their hands into the icy water, clean the rags and clean the castle and various parts of the Quidditch pitch. Even though most of the students have basically learned the cleansing spell cast by hand gestures, this spell is not a panacea. It can be applied to most scenes, but some Mudblood students still need to do it themselves. The atmosphere in Hogwarts Castle has become more and more heated recently, because October also means that it is the time for the start of the Quidditch competition every semester. This is something that can easily excite the students studying in the castle for the magic world, which itself lacks entertainment activities. However, the two separated colleges, mixed blood and pure blood, will not compete with each other, but the ratio of mixed blood to mixed blood, pure blood to pure blood within the college. Students who have ideas can go to the flight professor who specializes in this matter to apply for the establishment of a team, and then each team will compete with each other. Material rewards, and leaving the team name in the very center of the trophy room. It is obviously Voldemort's intention to separate mixed blood and pure blood students in terms of education and sports. He wanted to make the mentality that pure blood should have privileges deeply engraved in half-blood wizards when they were young. In their hearts, let them accept this matter from the bottom of their hearts no matter now or in the future, then the class in the future magic world will be completely solidified. However, no matter how lively the castle was, it had nothing to do with the Mudblood students. On the contrary, this mixed blood and pure blood carnival just added a lot of workload to them. Before the game, they have to clean up the idle court in advance, and the work of cleaning up the scene after the game also falls on them. The first Quidditch game ended on Saturday, and John and his second cleaning job started on the weekend after the game. Because of the previous experience, the work progress of the second-year students this time is much faster than the previous one. Come on, Randy, your spells are better than mine, and you should be able to clean these things up. The man had previously told John Filch the exact location of the office. The boy named Hanton looked at what was spilled on the ground. He didn't know if it was pumpkin juice or a drink like butter beer. He approached John and said to him. John nodded, handed him the broom in his hand, and asked him to clean up the colorful ribbons that fell all over the auditorium. Actually, you just have some deviations in pronunciation. You can use the cleansing spell well by changing your habits a little. Hermione told me that too. Hanton took the broom with an envious expression on his face. Your talent is really good. Professor Sinistra taught it just once, and you can all learn it. Learning magic not only requires hard work, but you must also be able to accept the process. John didn't immediately use the cleaning spell. He was determined to teach the boy something. When casting a spell, we have to rely on our thoughts and thoughts. Will to complete the spell. If you are interested in the spell itself, then it is actually not difficult to learn. Hanton lowered his voice. I secretly watched those wizarding students compete. They can actually fly in the sky on a broomstick. That's very interesting. Be careful, if Dolokhov catches you peeping, it will be a disaster. Hanton looked up at the blue sky above his head, and he put the ordinary broom handed to him by John under his crotch, as if he, like those mixed-race and pure-blood students, was already flying on a broom to the sky. It would be great if I could fly like them, he said longingly. John didn't look at Hanton. His eyes never moved away from the drink stain in front of him, but he never started to cast a spell. He broke the short silence and murmured in a voice that Hanton didn't know if he could hear. In the future. Who can say for sure? Chapter 81-80. Halloween Eve. It was approaching noon, after the Quidditch field was cleaned, and when the Mudblood students were about to return to the castle, John left the second-year team halfway, saying that he needed to go to the bathroom. He flipped out of the bathroom window in the same way as when he went to get the potion ingredients before, and came to the remote place near the wall, and then hid a piece of paper with a phoenix feather emblem on it where it was originally placed. A place for potion ingredients. After doing all this, John returned to the bathroom, and then returned to the Mudblood team. During this period, no one noticed whether he went to the bathroom to go to the bathroom or not. In October, not only the Quidditch competition has officially started, but it also means that the time for the Halloween dinner is getting closer. There are only a few days at Hogwarts when all the pure-blood and half-blood students get together to celebrate. The opening dinner, Halloween dinner, Christmas dinner, and school-leaving dinner. For the first holiday dinner after school, the students in the castle are still quite enthusiastic. This enthusiasm is not only limited to mixed-race and pure-blood students, even John can feel that the Mudblood students around him seem to be looking forward to the day of the festival. It's just that their expectations are obviously not fantasizing about some big meal, or what kind of candy they can get. Even if such a thing is in a dream, they dare not think about it. They were expecting something that John didn't know, and this expectation was only spread among the second-year students. He didn't find anything abnormal in other grades. This is both reasonable and unexpected to John. Before he came to the castle, he had already learned from the conversation between Malfoy and his son in Diagon Alley that the Mudbloods in Hogwarts Castle were not completely oppressed by resignation and did not make any resistance. He has been living here for nearly 2 months, and he has learned a lot about some things that happened last semester. Roughly, those students in the upper and middle grades of the Mudbloods organized and led the lower grades in private, taught them the true meaning of the insulting title of Mudbloods, and told them that children from pure Muggle families are no less than mixed blood and pure-blooded. Blood is low, and in the wizarding world not so long ago, everyone was an equal wizard regardless of their origin. In addition, they have no way to do more, they can only tell the young children about these things that are completely contrary to the magic history and thought lessons they take during the day. Then, at an assembly near the end of the term, they were caught after all. The castle administrator Dolohov personally fed the leading students with Veritaserum, forcing them to tell what they had done, and then this matter was even reported to Voldemort, who was basically not in Hogwarts Castle. Afterwards, the Ministry of Magic sent a man, a wizard proficient in the Oblivion Curse. All the Mudblood students who participated in this gathering except the first grade had all their related memories erased, and the original memories of the leading senior students were also modified, and the wizard wove them a set of flawless memories to replace it. Then, in front of all the pure blood, mixed race, and Mudblood students in the school, Dolokhov whipped the leading students until they were left with one breath, but asked them to express their respect for the school from the bottom of their hearts. Thank you for education. This is why John saw the student named Taylor hanged up the night he first came to Hogwarts Castle, and his face was so weird as to Dolohov's beating and insulting. Same reason as a doll without emotion. He was one of the seniors who led these assemblies, and the one whose memory was most thoroughly modified. Only the students who were still in the first grade at that time were not affected by this amnesiac. They are only 11 years old. Such a young age is not suitable for large-scale erasure of memory. The human brain is the most sensitive, even in the magic world. In addition, they are only in the first grade, and they have just come to this castle for less than a year. The professors in Hogwarts think that these students have not been influenced by abnormal values for too long, and there will be more in the future. It can be corrected in 6 years, and the end of a role model like Taylor is enough to intimidate them, so they are only educated verbally. But judging from the current situation, these mudbloods who have already entered the second grade don't seem to be intimidated like this. They were indeed extremely obedient in the first month of school, but after entering October, others couldn't feel it, but John, who was a second-year student himself, felt the obvious change. John was a little surprised that these children, who are only 12 years old this year, dared to do some small things in private after going through the things of last semester, but think about it carefully. If Hermione is here and takes the lead, what kind of things are not surprising? The last day of October, which is Halloween. After the afternoon class, the pureblood and mixed-race students were completely liberated. Pumpkin lanterns, bats flying around, and skeletons walking around were already arranged in the auditorium. The little wizards all put on pure black cloaks and pointed wizard hats and ran around the castle with jack-o'-lanterns, reaching out to any professor they met for candy. On such a festival, even Snape, the vice principal who usually has a cold face, would grab a handful of candies from his pocket and put them down when he saw students he was hesitant about reaching out to him. In the hands of the student. It's just that all the excitement and beauty has nothing to do with the mudblood students. They were all locked in the basement bedroom after finishing an ordinary dinner under Dólokhov's guard. On such a festival, the appearance of mudbloods will only spoil the interest of teachers and students. The only good thing is that there is no work for them to do tonight, and they just need to stay in the dormitory obediently. The 2 prefects who were in charge of patrolling and monitoring also returned to their dormitories after 8 o'clock. No one wanted to blow cold wind in the corridor after such a late hour. Tonight was actually the second time for John to get potion materials, but he didn't act rashly in the dormitory. He had a hunch that something different would happen on such a night. Sure enough, at about 9 o'clock, when the dinner party in the auditorium above should be lively, there was a light knock on the door of John's bedroom. The 3 chapters promised yesterday must be finished, and there is another chapter around 1 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 82-81. We are wizards. John opened the door, and a girl named Hermione Granger was standing outside the door. She looked at John, made a silent gesture to him, then grabbed his arm, and led him out of the bedroom. John didn't resist. He followed the girl through the corridor blowing in the cold wind, and then came to the end of the basement, a slightly larger room that looked like an abandoned potions classroom. There are already some children waiting here, all of them are first and second grade students. The faces of the first grade students were mostly blank and hesitant, as if they didn't know why they violated Dólokhov's order at this time, and they wanted to gather here. The second grade students are mostly excited, they are afraid, and they seem to be trying to overcome this fear. After leading John into this room, Hermione completely closed the door. Tonight is a happy Halloween for the professors and students above, and no one will spoil their interest at this time. Look at them mudbloods, even Dólokhov. Just the 7 of us? Hermione. The questioner was also a second grade student. His name was Ben Thomas, and he was a usually taciturn boy. Hermione brushed her matted hair back from her shoulders, pursing her pale lips. Wes has been close to Brown, mudblood prefect, and the others since school started. We can't fully trust him anymore. Her words made the second grade students a little silent, and many of them subconsciously clenched their fists. At this moment, a first grader finally asked a question. Why do we gather here? The boy stammered, "For example, if Brown and the others find us, they will definitely report to Mr. Dolokhov." The second-year students did not speak, but Hermione turned to look at the first-year students. There are only 8 of them, and their facial features are still very immature. If they don't have the ability to show magic, they should have just entered junior high school and started middle school life in Muggle society. In fact, people like Hermione are only 1 year older than them, but just this extra year has allowed them to wash away the childishness of many 12-year-old children. Suffering is tormenting them, but also helping them to grow faster. Because gathering, communicating, getting along, and freedom, these should be our due rights. Hermione looked at the freshmen, and said something so rebellious in Mudblood's education. The first-year freshmen who had been domesticated for a while, all looked at Hermione with their mouths wide open. Perhaps in the first few days when they came here, they would still miss their parents, miss their previous society and life every night, and cry for what happened to them. But working and living in the castle for 2 full months has gradually made them feel numb. At the age of 11, it was the time when they began to initially condense their worldview and values towards the world, but they were taught that they were inherently inferior to others all day long, and that the lifelong goal of being a slave should be how to serve the pure blood better. Notion: there are few of these children who will not be affected by these words. If they weren't born lowly, why should they be discriminated against? If they weren't of dirty blood, why couldn't they hold a wand and learn serious magic like other children? If they weren't born inferior, why did they suffer such a life of slavery? Children's thinking is still very simple. They will think about these questions by themselves, but they can't give themselves a reasonable answer. Obviously they did nothing wrong, but why did they encounter these things? Is it really like these professors and gentlemen in the castle say, just because their blood is dirty and born low? No one is born humble. Hermione looked at them and said decisively, "We are all equal, and the history of the wizarding world has never been like the history of pure-blood wizards, as the professor said, and we can only rely on service." They left their names in the history books. Mudblood, this is a curse name, it does not define people like us. 7 years ago, Hogwarts Castle did not have blood colleges for pure blood, mixed blood, and mudblood. In the past thousands of years, all of us have only one title in common: wizard. We are wizards. Her voice is not loud, and her tone is not passionate, but everyone present can hear what she said clearly, and let everyone feel what she said to herself, the incomparable firmness, and agree. The first-grade students were dumbfounded. After a brief silence, a boy named Colin whispered, "But the professor said that people with blood deserve to be called wizards. How are people of blood different from us?" asked Hermione. The boy couldn't answer her question, because the teacher who taught them never said that they were different from purebloods and mixed races, but only repeatedly emphasized their lowliness. Blood is just an excuse, they want to find a reason to enslave us. People, there is no high or low. If we are really born inferior, why don't they dare to let us get a wand to learn real magic? Because they know very well that they are right. Every word we say is a lie used to convince ourselves that we dare not resist. Hermione's words terrified and encouraged the first graders. All they suffered in this castle was belittling, and today was the first time anyone said such words to them. Yes, but what's the use of knowing this? A girl choked up and said, "We have no way to resist, we can only be their slaves." Someone is resisting. Hermione looked at her seriously. "I picked up a newspaper that was thrown away, and saw on it that there is another Hogwarts in the wizarding world, and everyone in that school is equal, even people like us can get wands to learn magic, where everyone can drink hot pumpkin juice, milk, eat grilled sausages, steaks, puddings, and cakes, and everyone will celebrate together when the festival comes. Individuals will receive Christmas presents and everyone will be blessed." Her words caused yearning expressions on the faces of every child who heard it. It was like a dream-like life. But in fact, What Hermione described was not what she saw in the newspaper at all. How could the Daily Prophet under Voldemort's control write such an article? She may have really learned about it from the newspaper she picked up, or from the senior students whose memory had not been wiped before, that she knew about the existence of another Hogwarts under the leadership of Dumbledore. The words just now are all the beauty that she tried her best to imagine. John, who had been watching from the sidelines from the beginning to the end without speaking, knew clearly that she had said nothing wrong, and that everything she could imagine existed on the carriage in exile. A gathering like today's cannot change the situation of these children in the castle at all. They don't have magic wands, they don't know magic, and they have no chance to overthrow the oppression by themselves when their actions and communication are all restricted. But she must give these children hope, even if they are a group of children now, unarmed and unable to make any resistance. But you always have to let them know that you are an equal person, right? Third watch, the promise is fulfilled, broken sleep. Chapter 83-82. Hogsmeade. The party ended before the Halloween dinner above. Because she was caught once last semester, as the new organizer, Hermione must be more careful. Once she takes a wrong step, not only her, but also the students in the second and first grades will be implicated as well. As John thought, this kind of rally is not to organize the students of the Mudblood to resist in action. If you really want to do that, not only is it meaningless, but it will kill everyone. Students get together, just the older ones tell the younger ones the true truth, what they learned in class is all deception, nothing more. The bustle in Hogwarts Castle gradually subsided after 10 o'clock, and Dollahove performed his duties as an administrator, driving all the pureblood and half-blood students who still wanted to stay in the corridors back to their rooms. Bedroom. And at midnight, the whole of Hogwarts fell silent. At this time, John opened the Marauder's map in the dormitory. After confirming from the Marauder's map that no one was wandering around in the castle, he put on the invisibility cloak, left the basement bedroom, went straight to the first floor, walked through the hall, and sneaked out of the castle. Walking along the lawn towards the direction of the Quidditch pitch, he followed the same route as the previous few times, sticking to the wall that surrounded the entire school and walking quickly towards the gate. Until he came to the place where he left the note last time, John squatted down, brushed away the weeds that had turned a little yellow, and by the moonlight, he finally found in the soil a piece of paper with him a month ago. Get the same cloth bag in your hand. This time he didn't put the cloth bag away immediately, but directly opened the closure, fumbled inside, and found a note the size of a palm. John drew out his wand and whispered the spell. Luminescence. The faint light that suddenly lit up from the tip of the staff illuminated the darkness in front of him, and at the same time allowed him to see the content recorded on the note. There is no text on it, just a pig's head with fangs drawn in black ink. After seeing this pattern, John's mind immediately became clear. Before, he was still guessing who this person was who sent him a batch of potion ingredients every month. Now that he saw this, he couldn't be more clear. If you think about it carefully, it is indeed the case. In the entire wizarding world, you can count the wizards who know the relationship between this person and Dumbledore. If he hadn't had time to do something during the Battle of Hogwarts 7 years ago, if it helps, there is a high probability that Dumbledore will let him continue to hide his identity and lurk near Hogwarts Castle. After thinking about this, John immediately stuffed the note and the cloth bag containing the potion ingredients into his pocket, put away his wand, put on the cloak of invisibility, and returned to the castle. After returning to the castle, he didn't go back to the Mudblood's underground bedroom. Instead, he hid under his invisibility cloak, and while looking at the Marauder's map in his hand, he came to the Gunhilda corridor in Gosmoor on the 3rd floor. In this corridor, there is a statue of a hunchbacked one-eyed old witch. Because there are no classrooms or professors' offices around, and the statue itself looks a bit weird, few students usually come here. John walked around behind the old witch statue, raised his wand, and tapped lightly on the statue's hunchback. Left and right separation. The next second, the hunchback opened, revealing a stone slide. John finally confirmed the information on the Marauder's map, and after making sure that there was no one around, he put away the map, clenched his wand tightly, got into the secret passage and slid down. This is an extremely long slide. After entering the secret passage, he used the lighting spell, and the front of him was winding and undulating, with no end in sight. The slide lasted for more than 10 minutes before John stepped on the solid ground again. In front of him was a stone step leading to the top. There were probably hundreds of steps. The light of the illuminating spell was not enough to illuminate the stone steps. The end. John started to walk up the stone steps. He didn't count them carefully, but he felt that after walking more than 200 steps, he came to the end of the secret passage, with a wooden trapdoor above his head. Opened the door, and John got out of the secret passage. At this moment, he had completely left Hogwarts Castle and came to the wizarding town outside the school Hogsmeade village. If the shops in this village haven't changed much, the room he's in now should be the cellar of the Honeyduke's candy store. Looking at the messy wooden barrels and boxes around him, John didn't stay in the cellar for long. He approached the door, cast an unlocking spell on the locked door, and then opened the door from the back door of the candy store. Came to this village for the first time. I don't know if it's an illusion, but looking at the wide and straight street, John can feel that his breathing has become much easier. The oppressive atmosphere of Hogwarts Castle can only be felt after coming out of it. Even after arriving in Hogsmeade, John still didn't take off his invisibility cloak. He began to search the streets of this wizarding town, and the results soon came to fruition. This is a small bar. The dilapidated wooden signboard hangs on a rusty bracket on the door, and a chopped pig's head is nailed to it. Under the night, you can vaguely see the blood seeping through it. White cloth. Still not taking off the invisibility cloak on his body, John gently knocked on the closed door of the bar. The sound of knocking on the door echoed in the quiet night, but there was no movement coming from inside. His hands didn't stop, but continued to knock on the door. Not long after, there was finally a response from the bar, which was a rude and impatient voice. Do you understand the rules? No accommodation will be accepted after 10 o'clock. If you have no place to sleep, just lie at the door and wait for me to open the door the next day. Even if you are a pure-blooded master, if you knock on the door again, I will turn your head into the troll is that big. John was still indomitable, as if he didn't open the door, he would knock the door down. Soon there was a sound of dong 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 in the bar, someone walking down the wooden stairs quickly, accompanied by a burst of irritated cursing. The door of the bar was opened from the inside, and an irascible old man in pajamas, with ponytail hair and a short but bushy beard was holding his wand and staring at the empty door. Excuse me, do you sell phoenix tears in your family? A slightly immature voice sounded out of thin air, causing the blue pupils of the old man who smelled like sheep to shrink suddenly. The next chapter is around 1 o'clock. Chapter 84-83. Conspiracy. Tears of the Phoenix. These are rare items, and ordinary shops don't have them. The eyes of the old man became deep, he looked at the air in front of him, and said the set code word. John took off the invisibility cloak from his body, and met the eyes of this old man who had the same blue pupils as Dumbledore. After he showed his figure, Aberforth pulled him into the bar, then he poked his head out and looked around, and after making sure that no one saw John, he went back to the bar at the same time closed the store door from the inside. Are there any customers in your store today? John looked at the messy environment around him, and couldn't help wrinkling his nose and asking. There are very few people staying here. After all, the price I want is too high and the conditions are not as good as the Three Brooms bar at the other end. It's the same tonight, no one comes. Aberforth stared closely at John while talking, his expression was like seeing a ghost. Before coming to Hogwarts Castle, Albus told you that I live here. John took out the note with the pig's head drawn on it from his pocket. Isn't it the message you left me? Yes, I saw the message. You wanted to contact me, but Albus told me you were just a kid who just started the second grade. Even if he would choose you to infiltrate that castle, it would be enough to prove that you are different from ordinary people. I thought you will find a way to find me, but I don't think a 12-year-old child can find my shop so quickly with only one emblem. Aberforth stared into John's eyes, as if waiting for him to give him a reasonable answer. Before I entered Hogwarts Castle, I had already learned about all the shops in the small town of Hogsmeade through newspapers. John shrugged and said, the shops related to pig heads are the only one in the entire wizarding world. Then how did you get out? I found a magical map of Hogwarts Castle there, with secret passages leading to the outside marked on the map, and the exit of one of the secret passages is under the cellar of the Honeyduke's candy store. Hearing John's explanation, Aberforth couldn't help but frown while heaved a sigh of relief. It's still too dangerous. The people in that castle have been checking the secret passages leading to the outside world. One of the secret passages leading to the Shrieking Shack under the Whomping Willow was blocked by them. The current one is not necessarily without the risk of being discovered. No way, I have to contact you directly for some things, otherwise the things Dumbledore asked me to help will not go on. John looked at Aberforth. Although he knew his name and he was Dumbledore Leto's own brother, still blinked and asked, what should I call you? Percival. He said his unknown middle name, which is also his current surname. Mr. Percival. Aberforth interrupted him, don't call me Mr., just call Percival. If you need any help, you can bring it to me directly. No matter whether Albus asked me before, I will do my best. Help you. John didn't worry too much about the address, he said seriously. Okay, Percival, I need a chicken. What? Aberforth was stunned, he thought he had misheard, what do you need? John had to repeat it again. Chicken, rooster, preferably a rooster that is more energetic and likes to crow. Aberforth heard it right this time, and he looked at John puzzled. What do you want a for? There is a basilisk guarding the door of the principal's office. If I don't get rid of it, I won't be able to get in. The thing that Professor Dumbledore asked me to get is probably inside the principal's office. After hearing the name basilisk, Aberforth's expression became extremely serious. Have you seen the basilisk already? John nodded. I saw its body, but didn't look directly into its eyes. Nonsense. If you saw its eyes, you would never see me again. Aberforth stood up from the chair a little anxiously, he stepped on the greasy floor, paced back and forth and said, if you want to use a rooster to solve the basilisk, this is indeed the most convenient and concise way, but things are not that simple. Although John has read the original book and learned many unknown things, he never feels that he is much better than these people in the original book. No matter how much he knows, no older wizard has experience in dealing with related matters. Isn't the rooster's crowing deadly to the basilisk? It's deadly, yes, but the basilisk is not so weak that it will die as soon as it hears the crow. Aberforth explained to John, the longer the basilisk lives, the more it will be to the chicken. The higher the resistance to the song, although listening to it for a long time will still cause them to die in pain, but they will also have time to escape or hold on to kill the rooster. Your ultimate goal is not to kill the basilisk, but to solve it and then steal something in the principal's office. If the snake escapes, or violently resists or even attracts the attention of other people by the crowing of the rooster, then the mission will still fail. John has long thought of countermeasures for this. So I didn't plan to deal with the basilisk on a normal day. On Christmas Day, most of the students will go home, and the remaining students and all the staff will also participate in the Christmas ceremony on the first floor that night. Dinner. His words made Aberforth stop, and he looked at John with bright eyes. No wonder Albus chose you to do it. When I knew he actually had a 12-year-old kid spying on me, I even wanted to poke my wand into his brain to see what was in there. It's not that it's turned into a mess, now it seems that his brain is still as useful as ever. John didn't care about Aberforth's compliment, he continued. The principal's office is on the 8th floor. The Christmas dinner will be held in the auditorium on the 1st floor. Everyone who stays in the castle will attend. This is my only chance. I must catch the snake before the dinner is over. Strange to kill. I can help you find a rooster that crows almost all the time as long as it can open its mouth, Aberforth promises, but you can't just use the rooster's help before you make sure the snake is completely killed by the crowing. You have to think of a way to keep it and prevent it from escaping, or force yourself to kill the rooster. John looked up at him, as if he heard what he meant. Is there anything you can teach me, Percival? Chapter 85-84. My floating spell is the best. Aberforth looks very different from his brother, not only has a more irritable personality, but also a very dirty old man. There is always a greasy smell in his bar, and the tables, chairs, and benches are also a little sticky, as if a guest has accidentally spilled beer and hasn't been wiped clean. But he really doesn't need to care about the hygiene of his shop, anyway. He doesn't rely on the income of this bar to survive, and no matter how clean he cleans, the business will definitely not be the same as in another bar in Hogsmeade. The 3 broom bars are good. After all, one is Ms. Rosmerda, who still has a charming charm, and many Hogwarts castle boys are fascinated in private, and the other is a dirty, unshaven, eccentric old man. Everyone knows which one to go to. Aberforth served John a glass of butterbeer, and by the way, helped him make a sandwich made of freshly fried, hot eggs and ham at the bar. Although the wine glass containing the butterbeer looked very doubtful, whether its owner had cleaned it since he got it, John still picked up the wine glass and drank more than half of it. This is not only because he walked more than half a circle in Hogwarts Castle today, and then climbed the stairs along the secret passage for more than 10 minutes, and had a long conversation with Aberforth when he arrived at the Pig's Head bar. Just had a sip of water. It's because during the 2 months in the castle, he didn't touch any drink with a slight taste except white water. The butterbeer was a bit too sweet for John's taste, and he was not very good in the carriage. He likes to drink, but now he directly drank more than half of the glass. The freshly baked sandwiches are also delicious. Regardless of Aberforth's cooking skills, this is the first warm food John has eaten during this period of time. The 3 meals a day in the castle are not dry. The bread was cold, hard bacon. Looking at John, who was devouring, Aberforth waited for him to drink all the butterbeer left in the wooden cup in the second sip, and swallowed the sandwich he hadn't chewed a few times before speaking. I will help you with the rooster. There is no way to replace it with other things. You must have a real rooster to be effective against the basilisk. But there is one thing that needs to be figured out. How can you not attract attention? Bring the chicken into that castle? And make sure it doesn't squawk when it's not in use. John took another bite of the sandwich in his hand, thinking about it. Can this problem be solved with transfiguration? Aberforth was slightly taken aback. You mean turn the chicken into a dead thing that can't move, and then untransform it when you need to use it? Yes. John nodded and said, how long can your transfiguration last at most? Transformation from living things to dead things and from dead things to living things can be regarded as relatively difficult skills in transfiguration. Aberforth said it was difficult, without showing any embarrassment on his face, but if you use it, if you want, I can make the transformation time of that chicken last for more than a week. After all, he is from the Dumbledore family, and he is still an old wizard who has lived for more than 100 years. Whether it is spells or transformations, his magical attainments far surpass more than 95% of wizards in the magic world. John is not surprised by this. If Aberforth can't even do this, then he will doubt his level. It's up to you to cast a spell on the rooster at that time. Try to turn it into a small, portable, and unobtrusive thing, and then I can directly undo the transfiguration attached to it when I need it. It shouldn't require any advanced deformation skills to remove the deformation. But as I said before, the rooster is easy to deal with, but if it's just that, there's a high probability that it won't be able to kill the basilisk. Aberforth sat opposite John and said solemnly, "You have to do a good job of supporting the rooster by the side, not only to protect it from being killed, but also to control the movement of the basilisk so that it cannot escape quickly." After John finished eating the sandwich, he habitually touched the wand in his hand and said, "Although the basilisk has high magic resistance, it doesn't mean that all spells won't work on it, right? Its defense is actually far from the strength of dragon skin, but even if there are indeed many spells that can do this, can you use them?" Aberforth looked at John. He was not what to ridicule, but very serious question. John shook his head, and truthfully said all the spells he knew now. Petrification, cleansing, wand illuminating, levitating, unlocking, restoring, cutting, softening, and locking. The last 6 spells are included in the first grade textbook standard spells, elementary. To be honest, since John has only been in contact with magic for a year, it is beyond Aberforth's expectations that he can learn so many spells, and among them, the petrification spell can be regarded as a medium difficulty spell. Students can't touch it at all, and John is already very talented if he can learn it. When I was in the carriage, I focused most of my energy on how to master the levitation spell, so I was a little relaxed about learning other spells, otherwise I would definitely have learned some more useful spells. Hearing John's explanation, Aberforth frowned slightly. Proficient in the floating spell? Is this the most proficient spell you have mastered? It can be seen that Aberforth obviously thinks that wasting time on spells like the levitation curse is purely mentally ill. John didn't give any verbal explanations, but directly demonstrated it to him with practical actions. The floating spell that I know. Wingardim Leviosa. The ring was worn around his neck when he entered the secret passage, and after John chanted the spell, he flew up in front of Aberforth. Seeing that John, who just uttered a levitation spell with the wrong pronunciation of a donkey's head and a horse's mouth, just flew up without any foreign objects, Aberforth's eyes were already as big as cow eggs. It was only at this time that he realized that the floating spell he understood and the floating spell that John learned to use could be said to be 2 kinds of magic. After showing what he knows now, John lifted the effect of the levitation curse. He didn't want to show off, but at this time he had better explain everything he knew, so that Aberforth can determine which areas he needs to strengthen according to his ability. Chapter 2 Old Time. Chapter 86-85. Eye Disease Curse. How did you do it? In front of John's levitating curse, the experienced Aberforth, Lightnovel, who was only in the 1st grade, asked this question out of nowhere. John told the truth. The change of the spell was researched by myself, but this method of casting the spell was taught to me by the teacher. Hearing what he said, Aberforth wisely didn't ask any more questions. Even though the mainstream of the magic world is the public teaching of the academic school, there are still some wizards who carry out unique inheritance of the magic they invented. Not published. Well, I was wrong just now. There was nothing wrong with you focusing on the floating spell in the 1st grade. This spell will be of great help to you and what we are going to do next. Although he said so, the expression on Aberforth's face was still serious. Having the ability to fly can make you move more dexterously, which can help you better protect the rooster, but how to keep the basilisk is also a problem that needs to be solved. There are actually spells that can do this. Quite a few. I can also teach you, but now there are less than 2 months before Christmas. How much you can learn during this period, and to what extent you can only see yourself. John stared at Aberforth. He suddenly had an idea, blinked and said, "Why can't we go to Hogwarts Castle together at that time? Just take that secret path, put on this invisibility cloak, and with the rooster and you in the situation, you can definitely kill the basilisk easily, and then go from the headmaster's office. Find what Professor Dumbledore wants here. Aberforth rejected John's proposal without the slightest hesitation. Albus should have told you that he had actually arranged for people from the Order of the Phoenix to pretend to be students and try to sneak into that castle before, but he was finally discovered. His words brought back memories of John. When Dumbledore sent him to Diagon Alley, he did tell him that there was a man named Diggle who had also carried out this spy before him. However, before entering Hogwarts Castle, he was discovered by a magic spell to detect age, and was unfortunately caught in Azkaban. The Dark Lord has done a perfect job of protecting that castle. There are age-detecting spells everywhere in the castle. Except for those teaching staff, any adult wizard who enters the castle will be immediately discovered. Aberforth Shensheng said, "This is the best protective measure. As long as adult wizards are excluded, the Dark Lord believes that even if Albus arranges for underage children to sneak into the school, there will be no big disturbance. What's more, he regards protecting the few remaining students on the carriage as the only meaning of his life, so he will not do such a thing." John smacked his lips. Originally, according to his thinking, as long as Aberforth could be brought in, the matter would be much simpler, but now it seems that this method will not work. Then start learning spells today. John's voice was flat, as if he didn't have much sense of urgency for the little time left. Today is already November 1st, and the Christmas dinner is in December. It will be held on the 25th, and 55 days is enough. A smile appeared on Aberforth's bearded face. "I like your confidence, so let's not waste time and start now." Just as he drew out his wand and looked at the wand in John's hand at this time, he was suddenly stunned. John saw his strange reaction, and couldn't help asking in confusion, "Any questions?" Aberforth did not answer his words, but slowly stretched out his hand, looking at John's wand with complicated eyes. "Can you show it to me?" John didn't refuse, and directly handed the chestnut wand to Aberforth. Aberforth seemed to be very familiar with this wand. He stroked the ancient and worn-out wand with his rough hands, and the complex emotions in his eyes contained emotions that John couldn't read. "When I was young, I tried to steal it from Albus countless times, and then broke it, but I didn't succeed. He protected it very well and didn't allow anyone to touch it. I didn't expect it to fall down now. In your hands, was it Albus who handed it to you?" When he first got the wand, John had noticed that Dumbledore was looking at it wrongly, and now it was obvious that Aberforth also knew the owner of the wand. "When I was choosing a wand, I felt that this wand was very suitable for me, and then I got it. Professor Dumbledore also agreed to give it to me," he said truthfully. Aberforth looked at John again, and this time he looked him up and down carefully, as if he wanted to see through John's skin, to see if he was someone else. "I never expected that he would actually give away this wand. I thought he would treasure it for a lifetime." Hearing Aberforth's exclamation, John asked in bewilderment, "So who was the original owner of this wand?" "I don't want to mention the name, but no matter who used it before, it's yours now." Aberforth returned the wand to John's hand. "Talking about this has nothing to do with the situation at hand. Help, let's continue what we were talking about." He really didn't seem to want to say anything more about the wand's origin, and with the fact that he said that he tried to steal it from Dumbledore's hands many times and broke it, it was obvious that he and the original owner of the wand had nothing to do with each other. "Do not deal with." John was indeed a little curious about the original owner of the wand in his hand, and Aberforth's reaction gave him a little guess, but as he said, entanglement with this matter now will not help the problem in front of him. Regardless of the identity of the person who used the wand before him, there is nothing special about the wand itself. There are actually many spells that can affect the basilisk. The most powerful part of this creature is its eyes, so the eye disease spell has always been the nemesis of the basilisk. Can this spell directly destroy the basilisk's eyes? The eyes of the basilisk have extremely powerful magic power. It will not be destroyed by such a simple spell, but you can rely on it to have some effect on the eyes of the basilisk. This will make it close its eyes subconsciously, which will ensure that you will not be killed directly when you accidentally look at it. Of course, if you are lucky enough and the spell directly hits any of its eyeballs, it can also cause powerful damage to that eye. Make it temporarily blind. Chapter 87-86. Carlo. This night, Aberforth explained many spells to John, almost all of which he could use when dealing with basilisks. John listened very seriously. After he came to Hogwarts Castle, it was equivalent to wasting the original year of study. Now that he has the opportunity to be taught by an experienced wizard like Aberforth, of course he will not let go. Of course, one night is not enough for him to learn a few spells, but Aberforth has already taught him the correct pronunciation and wand gestures for the necessary spells, and he can practice them in the castle as long as he has time. Now that John has found the secret way, he can come out of the castle without anyone noticing. Then the place where the compound potion is brewed can naturally be placed in the pig's head bar. I know, who knows if one day, when John came out of that room, he happened to meet this Dark Lord waiting for him outside the door? Before leaving the pig's head bar, Aberforth finally told John seriously. In the future, you must be careful when entering and leaving the secret passage. Also, remember not to leave the scope of that school with Muggle students from the same college as you. John frowned and asked puzzledly. And why? The enrollment contract on you is a fake spell cast by Albus, so it cannot be restricted, but those students are different. They are bound by the real enrollment contract. Once they leave the scope of the school privately, they will leave the school. If the people here find out, then we will all be exposed. Hearing what Aberforth said, John was silent for a while, and then he looked up into the eyes of the old man and asked. Once the enrollment contract is signed, can't it be released? Aberforth shook his head. Even an almost inviolable contract like a blood oath can be broken. In fact, there is no unbreakable contract in the magic world. But you and I are not people who know much about the magic of breaking a contract. The release of the students' contracts requires them to be taken away from the castle, and as long as any one of them walks out of the school, it will definitely attract the attention of the entire castle staff and even those in the Ministry of Magic. This situation is almost unsolvable. John nodded silently. He didn't struggle with Aberforth on this matter for long, and now their main goal is to enter the principal's office unobtrusively. Saying goodbye to Aberforth, and at the same time making an appointment to come back to the bar next time, John returned to Hogwarts Castle the same way. The second day of the Halloween dinner, which was Halloween, was a day off for the students to relax, and the Mudblood students were assigned to clean up the weeds on the large lawn between the Black Lake and the castle. After November, the time is moving towards the cold winter bit by bit. The temperature in the UK has been getting colder recently, but the only way for Mudbloods to keep warm is the thick robes they wear. John squinted his eyes and yawned secretly. He is now growing his body. After returning to the dormitory last night, he only slept for 3 hours. Now he has to get up early in the morning to work again. That's the weird thing. But the movement of his hands did not stop. The two dogs under Dollahove, the Mudblood prefects and male prefects, were walking around among the working students. People are dragged before their masters. Did you not sleep well last night? A girl's voice rang in John's ear. John made up a reason in his mind without looking up, and said to Hermione. It's a bit too cold, and I woke up several times at night because I didn't sleep well. If you feel cold, you can put your summer and winter robes on the quilt. If you can't stand the cold, you can go to Dolokhov and say that our lives are still worth a little, and they won't let us just go to bed. Frozen to death like this. At this time, John turned his head to take a look, and he was cleaning up the weeds in the grass without raising his head. From the perspective of other people, he looked like Hermione who had been working hard all the time. It's okay, I'm not that cold yet. Just when John was about to terminate the conversation, and didn't want to chat with the little girl so as not to reveal any flaws, a wizard who seemed to have just walked out of a greenhouse, wearing a black robe, full of stubble, and dark eyes walked towards the gate of the castle. Passing by the mudblood students who were working on the lawn, he showed obvious dislike and disgust on his face, cursing something in his mouth, and walked quickly to Dolohov. Professor Carlo is here, be careful, don't let him stare at you, or there will be big trouble. Hermione reminded in a low voice. John nodded slightly calmly, and continued to clean up the weeds in front of him, but in fact, from the corner of his eyes, he was always staring at Professor Carlo, who was talking to Dolohov about something. The wizard's full name is Amicus Carro. He came from the oldest pure-blood family of 28, and he is also one of Voldemort's staunchest supporters, and now he is serving as an assistant in Hogwarts Castle. The teacher position of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, full-time teaching pure-blood and mixed-race students defense against the dark arts. He also has a younger sister named Alecto Carro, who is also a professor in the castle, but is responsible for teaching Muggle studies. Amicus Carlo is also one of the people John pays special attention to in the castle. When Slughorn taught him about the way of casting spells on the ring, he mentioned to him that Mr. Adrian Fox had the experience of being a professor of defense against the dark arts in Hogwarts, and according to him it can be known from the notes left behind after his death that the gemstone on one of the rings should have been left by him in Hogwarts. The gemstone and related information are likely to be left in the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. He sneaked into Hogwarts Castle this time, not only to complete Dumbledore's mission, but also to find the gems left in the castle. According to the information left by Slughorn on the carriage, the defense professor's office has not changed until now, and it is still used by the current Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, the elder brother of the Carlo siblings. It's just that his work is far from that of Dolohkov's, which requires him to leave the office frequently, and the time of the defense class basically overlaps with John's daytime labor time. He himself has always settled 3 meals in the office, so John came to so far, no chance of sneaking into his office has been found. The one in the early morning will be posted during the day tomorrow. It was too late last night. I can't stand it today. It's important to sleep to save my life. Chapter 88-87. Night Tour Encounter. 3. In the common room of the Hogwarts carriage, Lavender waved her wand, and a mahjong in front of her flew to the middle of the table. Jiuxian absently touched a card and threw away a Dongfeng card at the same time. Halloween is over, why hasn't John come back? Professor Dumbledore said that the time of John's return is uncertain. It may be a year or it may be only a few days. If it is calculated based on the long time, he will have at least half a year to come back. Neville also threw away a tube, and analyzed it to Justin and the other 3. Ron also looked sad. What tasks do you think Professor Dumbledore wants John to do? He is only 12 years old, even if he usually learns magic faster than us. Could it be that he is asked to help study some magic? Lavender glared at him. What do you do as a professor in the school? No matter how smart John is, he can't study spells that the professor can't think of, right? After Lavender threw a card of 40,000, Justin's originally weak voice finally cheered up, and he pushed all the cards in front of him with a sweep of his wand. Nonsense. The game was over, but the 4 people who had already advanced to the 2nd grade, including Jiuxian who had won, didn't have much mood swings. The 5 people who were originally good are now missing one for no reason. From the beginning to now, Neville and the others are still not used to the days when John is not around. The chandelier on the common room was shaking slightly as the carriage moved forward. Ron looked at the new pet toad that Neville brought this semester, and grumbled. Maybe John is playing with a toad right now. Lavender throws an empty paper cup on his head. You thought John would be as boring as you. Of course John wasn't toying with a toad, he was just torturing a frog. There are eyes but no eyes. The red light hit a frog that John caught from the edge of the black lake. The moment the spell hit, the frog's eyes turned dull gray, and then panicked as if it had completely lost its sight. Jumping around in place, John looked at the performance of the frog. He was basically proficient in the eye sickness spell, but the gap between the frog and the basilisk was obviously too large. The spell could work on the frog, but not necessarily on the basilisk. The practice of the eye disease spell cannot be stopped, but John can shift part of his energy to other spells. Although he doesn't need to refine potions in the room of requirement, he can also use this room as a place to practice magic spells. After all, it is so convenient, just like the name, it can indeed be called response. John's daily practice time is actually not long. Since Halloween, he has planned his time. After the curfew began at 9 o'clock, he would lie in bed and rest, and wake up on time after 12 o'clock, wearing an invisibility cloak, sneak into the room of requirement to practice spells until 2:30 in the morning, then return to the dormitory to sleep, and then wake up at 6 o'clock to start a new day according to the Mudblood's prescribed schedule. In this way, he can still rest for about 7 hours a day, but waking up once in the middle is definitely not as relaxing as sleeping for 7 hours in a row, but it will not be so listless for the whole day afterwards. When it was time to practice spells tonight, John put away his wand, wrapped himself in an invisibility cloak, and walked out of the room of requirement. It was still quiet in the castle, and the cold wind swept through the corridor, making him tighten his robe involuntarily. In Hogwarts, under the control of Voldemort, almost no students would have such bold ideas as night tours. Dollahove's attitude towards mixed-race students was also extremely harsh. Most of the young wizards in this school would not dare to touch him. Moldy head. John walked down the 8th floor smoothly as usual, but when he reached the corner of the stairs on the 5th floor, a burst of hurried footsteps came from far and near. The voice was so clear in the dark night that John immediately subconsciously sank his heart to the bottom of the valley, thinking that he had been discovered. But soon he was relieved, because along with the footsteps, there were two hurried conversations. Why didn't you find out until now? Think about how you will explain it to Mr. Crouch later. This voice was very familiar to John, and the speaker was the castle administrator Dollahove, but his tone was extremely urgent now, which was an emotion that he had never shown in front of Mudblood students. I seldom go to the depths. Who would have thought that those books would become like that? I can't blame me. I can't enter the first level restricted area without permission. It was time to renovate the bookshelves 2 days ago. I just found out it was wrong. An obviously timid voice stammered and explained. It's useless for you to tell me these things, wait to explain to Mr. Crouch. John was not at all interested in what they were talking about. After hearing Dollahove's voice, he immediately wanted to turn around and walk back, temporarily avoiding the castle administrator. But just when he was about to step back to the staircase in front of him, there was a clear sound of footsteps above his head. Someone went downstairs. John immediately stopped all his movements. Now he is equivalent to being blocked on this flight of stairs. There will be movement no matter whether he is going up or down. The best and most concealed way can only be to stay where he is. At the same time, he also saw the greasy-haired, pale-faced wizard coming down the stairs. So, is there anything that you must explain to Crouch? Snape stopped at the corner of the stairs, less than 2 meters away from where John squatted down. He looked at Dollahove and another cowering wizard who had just walked up to the stairs with an expression asked indifferently. After Dollahove and the wizard saw Snape, their bodies froze a little. They didn't seem to be too intimate with the vice principal, even through their ugly faces. It can be judged that this attitude can be called repulsion. But the two still maintain a basic respect. Mr. Snape, it's just that Quirrell discovered some accidents in the library, and it's not worth disturbing your rest. Dolahov's voice was harsh, and all the words were honorifics, but people couldn't feel the slightest convincing. My question is, what do you have to explain to Barty Jr.? Snape raised his voice, looked at Dolohov and the others with a cold face. I need to repeat this question for the third time. Over and over again. Dolohov lowered his head. He seemed obedient, but in fact his eyes were full of resentment, and the one who answered again was naturally the librarian named Quilinus Quirrell. Forbidden, the books in the deepest part of the restricted area have all lost the magic power they should have. First, sir. Originally, I wanted to sneak out codes during the day to make up for it, but it turned out that the weekends became more and more busy. Don't worry, there will be no less updates. This chapter is considered early in the morning. I will stay up late for the original 2 chapters today. If you can't cultivate immortals, get up and read them tomorrow. Chapter 89-88. Hogwarts Castle Balance. You have been a librarian for almost 4 years. Snape stared at Quirrell and said indifferently. Quirrell trembled unconsciously, and he stammered back. Yes, sir, counting today, this year is already my 4th year at Hogwarts. You should be very clear that you are not qualified to stay in the castle due to your mixed blood. It is the master who has taken a fancy to your solid basic knowledge and respect for knowledge, so he specially approved you to be a librarian. Is this how you repay your master's trust? Snape's voice was not loud, but it was just enough for everyone present to hear. After hearing his last words, Quirrell's body trembled even more. Without hesitation, he eagerly said the words planned to be told to Barty Jr. were explained. But the restricted section of the library, especially the part after the 3rd level, is only allowed to be inspected once every 5 years according to the rules, sir. Quirrell said with panic in his eyes, and he spoke quickly. I was appointed as a librarian 4 years ago, and the books in the restricted area were checked by the previous administrator the year before I took office. According to the records at that time, there was no problem, but this week it was time to check again. I just discovered the problem tonight, and I was going to report it to the higher-ups immediately. After listening to his explanation, Snape's expression didn't change a bit, and there was a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. Report to the superior? Which superior are you talking about? Who is the manager of this castle when the owner is not around? Quirrell was obviously caught by his series of 3 questions. In the night when the temperature had reached single digits, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead because of nervousness, and he hesitated for a long time. Can say a word. And just as he was in such an embarrassing situation at this time, a sudden voice helped Quirrell out of the siege. Are you a little too sensitive, Snape? In the dark corridor, Barty Crouch Jr., who always had a faint smile on his face, came out of the darkness. Although I have not been appointed by the Master to any management position in the castle, I am also the Special Commissioner of the Ministry of Magic stationed in Hogwarts, and I am directly responsible to the Master. When encountering any emergencies, they will come to me and report to me immediately. Isn't this a normal practice? After Barty Crouch Jr. also came here, Quirrell and Dolohov consciously and completely shut their mouths, and there is no room for the 2 of them to intervene in the current scene. Little Barty did have only one professor of charms in Hogwarts Castle, but all the staff in the castle knew very well that his status was completely different from other professors. At the beginning, when Voldemort took control of the castle and decided to divide the students into 3 classes, pure blood, half-blood, and mudblood, he was also considering who would be the dean of the pure blood and half-blood colleges. Almost all Death Eaters at the time believed that the dean of this pure blood academy would inevitably be one of Bellatrix Lestrange and Barty Crouch Jr. Because these 2 people can almost be said to be the right-hand men of Voldemort's subordinates. Not only did they both come from the purest and most ancient pure-blood families, but they also have loyalty far beyond that of everyone else. But in the end, what everyone didn't expect was that Bella was not assigned any nominal position, but was still helping Voldemort manage the Death Eaters indirectly, and Barty Jr. didn't even mention it, and announced directly before that, Snape, who was regarded as the core of the Death Eaters, was far inferior to Bella, and Barty Jr. served as the Dean of the Pure Blood Academy, and concurrently served as the only vice principal. No one dared to have the slightest dissatisfaction with Voldemort's decision-making, but there were also few Death Eaters or Hogwarts faculty and staff who were convinced that Snape was given this position. The main reason for this is not his lack of strength or contribution, but everyone knows that this Pure Blood Dean is of mixed blood. In the blood-only wizarding world, according to the rules set by Voldemort, a half-blooded wizard has a higher status than other almost pure bloods, and he is also the Dean of the Pure Blood Academy. This pair of pure bloods, especially from the old pure bloods who have been following Voldemort since the beginning, are ashamed. It is said that Voldemort originally thought of letting Barty Jr. take the post of Half-Blood Dean, but then suddenly changed his mind and let a witch from the Green Grass family, who was relatively mild compared to other Death Eaters, be her. Attended the Half-Blood Dean and the Transfiguration Professor in the castle. And Barty Crouch Jr. was appointed as an ordinary Professor of Charms, but in the end he was given the title of Special Commissioner of the Ministry of Magic, who was directly responsible to Voldemort himself, which he had never had before. This made Barty Jr.'s identity in the castle detached. The teaching staff in the castle also formed a slightly weird situation. Although Snape was the nominal vice principal and had full authority to manage school affairs in the absence of Voldemort, the other teaching staff, even if they were also Quirrell, who was of mixed blood, didn't even believe him. Basically he was in a state of listening to the tune and not listening to the announcement. Little Batty, the Professor of Charms, has the same authority as the vice principal because of Zhenzhen Miaoong's background and reputation, but he doesn't have command authority in name. Report to Snape in the first place or go to him. There are also a small group of professors who just want to teach honestly, including the mixed-race dean, Professor Greenglass, who has always been respected by mixed-race students because of his friendly attitude even though he was born in pure blood. This kind of balance has been stable in Hogwarts Castle for 6 or 7 years, so that there has been no trouble in this magic school that Voldemort just took over, and the mixed-race students who graduate every year are very familiar with the current blood hierarchy in the magic world. Acceptance is very high. After all, their life is no different from the past, they just have to hold their noses to accept the privilege of pure blood, and the existence of a pure blood professor like Greenglass makes them believe that there are still good people among pure blood, only that a small group of people will act recklessly because of such privileges, but some of the benefits that were also occupied by pure blood can be recovered from the mood blood. As for those mood bloods, the pure blood and mixed race gentlemen are kind-hearted. Knowing that these slaves have a hard time, they simply pretend not to see the existence of these people. Anyway, mood bloods are lowly, and they will make their eyes dirty when they see them. Chapter 90-89. The Disappearance of Knowledge. Located at the corner of the stairs on the 5th floor, the scene became a bit colder. John was wrapped in an invisibility cloak and huddled in a corner motionless, not even looking at anyone in front of him, so as to prevent his gaze from alerting the two people who were facing each other. "Of course you have the right, Crouch." Snape was still in the same tone, "So how do you plan to deal with this matter? Handle this matter." Little Barty pretended to be puzzled. "You are the vice principal of this school, Mr. Snape, and you are the one who decides what to do. All I can do is to tell you what happened." "To the master, what do you mean when you ask me how to deal with it? Don't you understand me?" Snape said indifferently, "Since both of them are scrambling to report this matter to you, I'll leave it to you to do what to do. There are many. It's a book that even the master cherishes very much, so you'd better get this matter done, or how will you report to the master when the time comes?" Crouch nodded with a smile on his face. "Since you have said so, please rest assured that I will be able to give the master an explanation in the end." Hearing that he had made a promise, Snape didn't continue spending time with the three of them here, and turned around and left the corner of the stairs with a cold snort. As the sound of his footsteps faded away, only Barty Jr., Dolokhov, and Quirrell were left on the stairs. After Snape left, the smile on little Barty's face gradually faded, and he looked at Quirrell coldly. "You'd better tell me now what happened to those banned books." Quirrell was trembling, and only then did he tell the complete story of the problem. I have been doing a 5-year routine cleaning of the forbidden book area since Monday, sir, but there is nothing unusual about the banned books of the 5th and 4th levels, and I found something wrong when I checked the 3rd level. Many books in the 3rd level restricted area have lost their original magic power. The unforgivable curse you have always liked is completely unopenable. There is also Ghost Book of Evil Ghosts. The evil spirit lodged in it also disappeared inexplicably, and it became an ordinary blank book, and other books were like this. You know, those forbidden books themselves are possessed with powerful magic power, which is precisely it is because of these magical powers that they can record dangerous knowledge, but now that these magical powers disappear, these books have all become ordinary, and the knowledge they originally stored has also disappeared along with the magical power. Little Barty's face became even uglier, and he stared at Quirrell. "From the 3rd level restricted area, have you entered the deepest part to see?" "Yes, the first time I found something wrong, I went in and read it, sir." Quirrell stammered even more fiercely. "Finally, the following banned books are all the same, their magic power is the same as that recorded knowledge is all gone." Boom! Little Barty suddenly punched Quirrell to the ground, then drew out his wand and pointed it at the librarian. "Is this how you treat your master's trust in you?" His voice was as cold as the ice of an Arctic glacier. "Shut his mouth, Antonin." Dolohov cast a spell on Quirrell, who was lying on the ground whimpering and begging without the slightest hesitation. "Seal the tongue and lock the throat." Chilo couldn't make any loud noises at all, he could only cry from his throat, struggling to get up from the ground, but the next moment, the unforgivable spell fell on him. Cruciatus. The heart-piercing pain swept across Quirrell's whole body in an instant. The pain that seemed to pierce his soul made him open his mouth wide and let out a silent roar. His body curled up like a prawn in a frying pan. That appearance can make people feel that life is worse than death just by looking at it. Batty Jr. and Dolohov looked indifferent to Quirrell's current appearance, as if they hadn't seen his miserable appearance at all. After the punishment was imposed, Batty Jr. took Dolohov turn around and walked quickly in the direction of the library. Torturing Quirrell is just to vent his anger, and he needs to see what happened in the library by himself. All the books in the restricted area have lost their magic power. If this matter is reported to Voldemort without any reason being investigated, even Barty Jr. will definitely be punished. After the two of them left, there was only Quirrell lying on the ground making the sound of ho-ho in his throat. His breathing was extremely short, and his whole body was soaked in sweat. He stared blankly at the dark ceiling, like a man who had lost his mind. John looked at the tragic situation of the half-blood wizard who also took refuge in Voldemort in the first part of the original book, without showing any pity on his face. Since he wants to be a pure-blood dog, he should have known that while the dog has bones to eat when the owner is happy, he will also feel that he is an eyesore and kicks hard when the owner is unhappy. There was no one else on the stairs, and Quirrell was basically in a semi-comatose state now. John didn't stay here any longer. He walked down the stairs slowly and in a very soft voice, and then continued to go up and down from his chest violently. The undulating Quirrell passed by, leaving the staircase corner on the 5th floor. After descending to the 1st floor, he quickened his pace a little, walked into the basement bedroom, and then returned to his own bedroom. Taking off the invisibility cloak, John didn't go to bed immediately, but took out the Marauder's map and opened it. On the map, he can clearly see the location of the castle library. At this time, about 6 or 7 professors have gathered, not only Barty Jr. and Dolohov, but also Amicus Carlo and Amy. The 2 brothers and sisters of Lecto Caro, the half-blood Dean Greenglass and so on. John didn't know what went wrong in the library, but he knew very well that the books in the restricted area must be valued by Voldemort. The Hogwarts library had the richest collection of books in the wizarding world, and the banned books there are extremely complete black magic materials in the area, and even the knowledge about Horcruxes may have been obtained from the restricted area. But now those books have lost their magic. The more advanced the magic books, the more they don't just rely on the words themselves to carry knowledge. The magic power attached to the books is their real knowledge sustenance. Now that the magic power of these books is gone, it means that knowledge will also disappear. All this important knowledge of Voldemort's profound meaning is gone, and no one in Hogwarts Castle can afford such a responsibility. Haha, everyone is here. I passed out just now, and I posted this as soon as I woke up. A little after 12 o'clock is barely considered morning. Also, it has been confirmed that it will be on the shelves on August 1st, that is, at 12 o'clock tomorrow night. Come and support the First Order at that time. At that time, the 4D will be updated with a minimum guarantee. The higher the First Order is, the more I will work harder. Chapter 9190. Preparations. The temperature in Hogwarts is getting colder and colder, but the professors in the castle, everyone's complexion is not very good recently. The library has been banned from any students for 2 weeks. During this period, Barty Jr. frequently went in and out of it, and sometimes brought a few experts from the Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic to deal with special affairs. But it seems that they have not made much progress in investigating the disappearance of the banned book. Little Barty has not shown the smile that often hangs on his face for many days. Even the pure-blood students are in front of him. The atmosphere did not dare to take a breath. However, these things that happened in the castle, no matter good or bad, have nothing to do with the students of Mudblood, and no one would guess that the problems with the forbidden books have something to do with the students of Mudblood. Near the library does not qualify. According to John's estimate, the matter about the banned books is considered a major event. If the professors in the castle can't find out the reason, then Voldemort is likely to come to the school to check the situation in the library himself. But from the beginning to the end, Voldemort never returned to Hogwarts Castle. He seemed to be busy with other important things all the time. Even if such a major event happened, he didn't intend to come to the school to investigate it himself. It's just that after 3 full weeks of investigation without any results, Barty Jr. and Snape left the school together for a few days. When they came back, both of them were pale, and no one asked them to go out. What did they do in the past few days? But after they came back, they withdrew all investigations on the library, and then moved the remaining few banned books that were not destroyed, and all moved away from Hogwarts Castle. The accident in the castle had no effect on John. When the school staff investigated the library at the beginning, he cautiously suspended his spell practice for 3 days, and then used the Marauder's map at night. After observing that no one was going out in the castle after midnight, he continued with the original schedule. The entire month of November passed in a slightly peaceful way. During this period, Hermione organized another gathering. After a long life of suffering, these Mudblood students will become numb. Hermione can only try her best to remind them that they still have the dignity of being a human being, otherwise even if they don't, people with backbone will become a habit after being trampled on for a long time, which is why Voldemort chose to squeeze and abuse these children from the age of 11. During this period, John went to the Pig's Head bar twice through the secret passage. Not only did he learn from Aberforth that he might use the spell, but he also further discussed with him the plan for Christmas. John's progress in learning spells shocked Aberforth. He knew very well that in the living environment of Mudblood students in Hogwarts Castle, John would hardly have time to practice spells in private. The spells he taught John were not too advanced, but it still required a process of practice that made perfect. According to Aberforth's initial estimate, by December, he would be able to learn 2 or 3 of them. It can be said that John is very talented. But now he has taught John 8 or 9 spells, including several transfiguration techniques, and John has basically been able to use them smoothly. Although the proficiency is obviously a little rusty, it has far exceeded Aberforth's expectations. A normal second-year student can only learn so many spells in one school year, but John has only followed him intermittently for less than 2 months. Even if he can practice during the period, the time for practicing will be greatly limited, can be used to this extent. This reminded him of a person with complicated emotions, his brother Albus Dumbledore's childhood. When Dumbledore was in the second year, he was also like John now, learning any new spells at his fingertips, and even more exaggerated, he was able to complete the high-end transformation of turning dead things into living things at the age of 12 surgery. Learning magic really depends on talent, and John is obviously also a very talented student. About the rooster, I've already chosen my target. When you come to my place for the last time on the day before Christmas, you can take that chicken away. It was very windy tonight, and a whine of wind could be heard outside in the Pig's Head bar. Aberforth brought John a cup of hot cocoa so that he could warm up in such weather. It is estimated that it will snow in 2 days. John looked at the weather outside the window and said while holding hot cocoa, "The Dark Lord will not appear at the castle banquet on Christmas Day, right?" Aberforth nodded affirmatively and said, "His most important status now is not just the headmaster of Hogwarts. Most of the power in the wizarding world depends on him. On an important day like Christmas, he will hold a grand banquet to entertain. It is said that the people under him will also make a summary of the development of the magic world for the whole year at this banquet. That is to say, there will actually not be a few professors left in the castle. They will all attend the banquet outside the castle." John thought about it and asked, "In other words, there are actually very few students and staff staying in the school every Christmas?" "Very few. Basically, the total number of people attending the castle dinner will only be a dozen or so. Almost all the mixed race and pure-blood students have their own families. They all have to go home on Christmas Day. The workers are also unmarried and marginalized in the Dark Lord's power, so Christmas night really is your best chance. I have one more question. Christmas is getting closer and closer, and John must clearly foresee all possible accidents and situations before the operation begins. If I succeed in killing that basilisk in the end, will the Dark Lord sense it immediately?" Aberforth frowned seriously and also thought for a long time before shaking his head. "No, there is no such magic in the magic world. Connecting people's senses with the state of magical animals has already involved a part of the magic blind spot. The Dark Lord is strong on the destructive power of black magic and strange curses. He can't do something like that." John actually felt that no matter how much Voldemort changed, it would be impossible to achieve this level. After all, even if his own Horcrux was destroyed in the original book, he himself didn't even get any induction, let alone the connection between the basilisk and him must not have reached the level of the Horcrux. Chapter 92-91 Christmas. "There is one more thing I must emphasize to you," Aberforth said seriously. "Even if we are so fully prepared now, you still have to pay attention to the eyes of the basilisk, and you must not have any direct contact with the eyes. Look at each other, otherwise all your efforts will be in vain, and you will definitely die there." What Aberforth said, of course, John himself is very clear that the most dangerous thing about the basilisk is his eyes that can directly kill people, and if he wants to kill it and cast a spell on it, in the process there is always an unavoidable probability of making eye contact with it. This is the most dangerous hidden danger to John, but if he keeps his eyes closed all the time to ensure that he and the basilisk will not have direct eye contact, how can he ensure that every spell can hit the basilisk? Woolen cloth? This seems to be an unsolvable problem. John doesn't know if there is any magic in the wizarding world that allows people to see around without eyes, but neither Aberforth nor he knows this kind of magic. John drank the hot cocoa in his cup, looked out of the window and frowned in thought. He really wanted to solve every possible danger, but the problem he was facing now seemed unsolvable. He wanted to kill Basilisk, he must take this risk. Just when he was lost in thought, outside the window under the dim street lamps, there were dots of snowflakes slowly falling from the sky. Snow fell in Hogsmeade. Aberforth also saw the snowflakes outside the window, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This year's snow fell really early, and the Muggle students in the castle will be frozen. John didn't respond to what he said. At the moment when the snowflakes fell from the sky, he looked at the snow in a daze as if he had thought of something. It took a while for Aberforth to realize that something was wrong with him, and he couldn't help asking in confusion. "What's wrong?" John's eyes lit up, and he suddenly laughed. "Percival, I seem to have found a way." Christmas holiday arrived on the 5th day after the heavy snow. Most of the mixed blood and pure blood students in the castle have already left Hogwarts Castle and boarded the train to return to their parents. Some professors with families have also temporarily left the school after the holiday started. The originally bustling castle has now become empty, and the castle has returned to its supposed coolness, which also makes the usual work of the Mudblood students a lot easier. For these children whose existence has been forgotten by their biological parents, of course there is no holiday for Christmas, and even if the classes are stopped, they have to continue to work during the day. "Hi, did you see the Christmas tree that was just moved in?" It is said that tomorrow's Christmas dinner auditorium will be filled with Christmas trees, and everyone in the castle will receive a Christmas gift. While cleaning the lobby on the first floor, Hanton secretly looked towards the direction of the auditorium enviously, and then continued in a low voice, "But we are not considered human beings in their eyes." John said with relief. "As long as we can still see ourselves as human beings, then these are nothing. I remember before I was brought here, every Christmas, my mother would knit me a cashmere hat in different colors." The conversation between John and Hanton brought back memories of a girl named Ariel. Perhaps she had been sad enough before. When she thought of the good things in the past, she didn't show sadness, but her tone was very light. "It's just that I didn't like the hat she knitted at the time. It felt old-fashioned and the color was not good looking. Except for Christmas, I would wear it on my head to make her happy. I hid it all in the drawer of the wardrobe at other times. Maybe one day they're tidying up and digging through these hats and wondering why there's so much kid stuff in the house and then throwing it all away." Her words evoked the memories of many Mudblood students around. When the first graders heard this, they would still show sad expressions on their faces. At this moment, Dolohov appeared in the hallway. At the corner, everyone consciously stopped talking, shut up and continued to clean the castle quietly. It was the day before Christmas, and tomorrow's festive decorations were being arranged in the auditorium, but these had nothing to do with them. After a day's work and a simple dinner, John returned to the dormitory. He lay quietly on the bed and waited for the 0 o'clock to arrive. Then in the early morning of Christmas Day, he sneaked out of the castle through the secret passage for the last time and came to the Pig's Head bar. Aberforth had already prepared everything for him, and handed him 2 buttons. "Look at the color, the black one is a rooster that hardly stops crowing, and the brown one is something you asked me to prepare for you. I hope you can use it by then." While talking, Aberforth used loose thread to help sew the button to the cuff of John's robe, and at the same time exhorted solemnly. "The phoenix feather that Albus left you must be placed in a place where you can hold it with your hands at all times. If there is an accident, don't hesitate. He should have specifically told you that no matter what it is, there is no your life matters." John nodded, took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry, I'm very afraid of death. At that time, I will definitely focus on saving my own life." After arranging everything, Aberforth showed him a relieved smile, and patted him on the shoulder encouragingly. "No matter what the final result is, you are willing to agree to come to this castle and take the risk to do such a thing, which is enough to prove yourself, John." John looked into Aberforth's eyes. He seemed to be thinking about something. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked his own question. If this operation goes well, I get those 2 things, Shall we leave like this? If not. Aberforth seemed to feel something. He and John looked at each other, and John continued to ask. The things are lost, and I'm missing too. The Dark Lord will definitely know that someone pretending to be a Mudblood student did such a thing. After I leave, he won't anger my classmates in the castle. He won't kill them. Even a Mudblood's life is very valuable to him. He just wants to enslave these people, not kill them all, and it's impossible to kill them all, so you in the castle, those students will not be in danger. But they will still be punished because of me, and then they will still stay in this castle, being the slaves of other people, receiving that kind of deformed education. John's words were a bit sharp, more like a question. Aberforth was silent. He sat down on the chair with an embarrassing face, did not speak, and passed like this for a long time. But what can we do? It was a long time before he spoke hoarsely. Even if you discover a secret passage in the castle, you still have an invisibility cloak to bring them all out, but as long as you leave the scope of that school, the wizards in the whole castle and the Ministry of Magic will know about it. Even the Dark Lord himself will come over in person. Even if we call Albus and the others to help, there is no way to break the contracts on these children before they rush over. If we really do this, we will only harm them, forcing those children to die. John turned his head to look at the dark night outside the window, and was also silent. He knew that what Aberforth said was right. They couldn't do anything now. Even if they forcibly brought those children out, there was no way to guarantee their safety. The Dark Castle in the dark night is like a huge prison. Once a contract is signed and locked inside, it is equivalent to signing a confession of life imprisonment. Christmas Day. Even though there were no more students in the castle, there were still occasional laughter from the corridor. At noon, these students who stayed in the castle had a rich lunch, and then the professors who were going to attend the Christmas dinner hosted by Voldemort tonight, including Snape and Barty Jr., left the castle. Dolokhov also summoned all the Mudblood students to the basement where the students gather at the beginning of the school day around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After all, it's Christmas, and on this day even Mudblood students can have some big dinners. Each of them can get a sandwich that only students who perform well in the summer vacation at the beginning of school can get, and a glass of hot milk. After preparing the Mudblood's Christmas dinner, he delegated the management to the two prefects, and then left the castle for another truly grand dinner. On this night, the Mudbloods are indeed much freer than before. At least they will not be forced to return to the dormitory before 7 o'clock and are not allowed to go out. They can stay in this basement until go back after the dinner in the auditorium above. But John obviously won't spend so long here. He has to finish everything before the professor who went to Voldemort's Christmas dinner returns to the castle. So, not long after Dolokhov left, he pretended to be unwell and walked to the two prefects. "Senior Bit, I'm a little dizzy, can I go back to the dormitory to rest first?" It's a rare period of time when Dolokhov is not around. These senior students who have been successfully brainwashed are enjoying the relaxation now. Looking at John, the male prefect named Bit seems to have become one of those pure-blood master, waved his hand impatiently. "If you want to get out, get out. Don't get in the way here." Afterwards, John quickly left the basement and walked towards the bedroom. Almost no one in the room noticed his departure, only a girl glanced at his gradually receding back intentionally or unintentionally. Chapter 94-92. The Snake and John in the Hall. Christmas carols are being sung in the auditorium. The singing is not loud, but every student who can hear the singing is very happy. Professors who are not eligible to attend the Christmas dinner held by Voldemort are basically marginal characters, and they are not that extreme type in character, so leaving them to celebrate the holiday with the students, no students will feel depressed or uncomfortable. John, who was wearing an invisibility cloak, didn't stay on the first floor for long. He held the opened Marauder's map in his hand. He didn't let go until he confirmed that there was no one above the first floor in the entire castle in front of the stairs. He made a move, and quickly came to the door of the principal's office on the 8th floor. He put away the invisibility cloak. Although wearing it can help a little at the beginning, it is also likely to damage the invisibility cloak. John didn't forget that this cloak was not his, but the only sustenance of another witch who had died of heart. What's more, as long as the rooster crowed to reveal his position, the real effect of the invisibility cloak was not much anymore. The invisibility cloak was put away, and he drew out his wand. At the same time, he hid Fox's feather inside the cuff of his sleeve, ensuring that in case of any accident, he would be able to hold the feather immediately. He took out a black cloth strip, temporarily tied the black cloth on his forehead. He took out the pendant with the ring and put it on his neck, then pulled off the 2 buttons sewn on the cuffs, and first released the lock on the brown button. Transfiguration. A half-filled cloth bag appeared in front of him. John bit his wand in his mouth. He lifted the cloth bag with one hand, and then used the other hand to pull down the cloth strip on his forehead to cover his eyes. Finally, he took a deep breath and pushed open the door of the principal's office in front of him without hesitation. In front of him was a wide hall that was half the size of the auditorium. A giant snake with a length of more than 20 feet was winding and coiling in the center of the hall. When John came in, the basilisk was resting with its eyes closed. It had lived for nearly 1,000 years, and spent most of its life sleeping. Although it was a magical animal born from a rooster, it would not survive the cold winter. Sleep time will also be extended. It's just that the moment John opened the door, it opened those drab eyes vigilantly. Its current owner arranged it here, giving it a death order. Anyone who dares to break into this door, no matter who it is, will die. In the past 7 years, it has already eaten 3 students who strayed into the principal's office and a professor, but its owner not only did not blame it, but also gave it the greatest reward. It will never forget the delicacy of human flesh, and after so long, another food is finally delivered to the door today. It looked for John's eyes at the first time, trying to kill this weak life instantly through the death-killing magic just like the previous 4 killings. But of course John, who was already blindfolded, was not affected in any way. After entering the door, he didn't immediately undo the transformation technique of the black button, but first dumped all the things in the cloth bag on the ground. It was a pile of sand. The gravel was very fine and dry, and after he poured it out, it scattered into pieces. Then John unlocked the transfiguration technique on the black button, and a colorful rooster appeared in his arms. Oh! The second the rooster appeared, just as Aberforth said, it couldn't wait to open its throat and let out a pleasant crowing sound. The sound of crowing echoed in the hall, and at the moment when the sound sounded, the basilisk suddenly writhed on the ground in pain as if it had been doused in hot oil. The crowing of the rooster is the most terrifying poison in the world to it. The sound of the creature that breeds it is enough to bring it a truly fatal injury. But the basilisk is not so fragile that it dies as soon as it hears the crowing sound, otherwise it would not have been listed as a XXXXX level magical animal by the Ministry of Magic, tied with the Phoenix Fire Dragon, and dubbed the title of Snake King. It endured the severe pain and fear originating from the depths of its soul. Its brown eyes stared ferociously at John, opened its mouth, revealing 2 fangs shining with cold light. Its body pressed down like a spring immediately, and then rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed. John had already held the magic wand in his mouth as soon as he unlocked the rooster's transfiguration technique. Instead of swinging the wand, he used the ring to cast a spell that was so familiar that he could no longer be familiar with it. Wingardim Leviosa. The feeling of weightlessness enveloped his whole body in an instant, making him float in the air. The next second, the basilisk's head hit the ground where John was standing just now, and the piece of gravel scattered on the ground was scattered everywhere. John, who was flying in mid-air, didn't stop his movements. He waved the wand in his hand without hesitation, and uttered the exact same spell again. Wingardim Leviosa. The object of the floating spell cast with the wand this time is not anything else, but the gravel that has been scattered on the ground. Under the influence of the spell, thousands of tiny gravels floated like John. In mid-air, they were like stars in the vast universe, slowly floating and moving in a weightless state, but when they encountered obstacles, they could give the most intuitive feedback to John, who released this magic. This is enough for him to perceive all the movements of the basilisk in the hallway without losing his eyesight. Of course, the basilisk couldn't think of the effect of the annoying sand around it. It felt as if its brain was going to explode at this moment, and it just wanted to eat the flying human and the chicken in his arms immediately. Soon it put such an idea into action, and the reflected shimmering green scales slid quickly, and it once again aimed at John floating in mid-air, and the body rushed out again. This time it did not. He opened his mouth again, but surrounded the long and thick body like a bucket, trying to trap John from a larger space, and then eat him without fail. It's just that every movement made by its huge body squeezes the floating space of the gravel floating around it. John can easily judge the basilisk from the direction in which the gravel is hit, position, and what it is going to do next. After proposing this method, he practiced with Aberforth countless times in the pig's head bar, and he was able to make extremely accurate judgments on the information conveyed by the movement of sand and gravel. So, when the second crow sounded and the basilisk launched its second sprint, John also prepared in advance for the second dodge. Next chapter around 1 o'clock. Chapter 95-93. The principal's office in the castle. Plop. The basilisk hit the ceiling behind John again. Every step of its movements could be predicted by John in advance, coupled with the ability to fly. This made him slippery like a loach. At the same time, the movement of his hands did not stop, and he continued to cast spells on the basilisk. There are eyes but no pearls. There are eyes but no pearls. Eyes but no pearls. Eye sickness spells were cast one after another, and each one fell on the basilisk accurately. The pain caused by the spell to the eyes was accompanied by the second crowing, which had already caused irreversible damage to the basilisk. Its earth-brown eyes began to ooze blood, its fangs had been infected by blood, and its body had already begun to swell. Some parts under the green scales kept bulging, and then sunken again. Just looking at it going up makes people feel a little chilly. 2 failed raids have made the basilisk give up its entanglement with John, and it is ready to run. Although Voldemort gave it the order to stay in the hall, the longer a creature can live, the more it cherishes its own life, and this basilisk originally created by Salazar Slytherin is no exception. Of course it will obey the master's order, otherwise it would not have stayed in this castle faithfully for nearly 1,000 years, but under the instinctive fear of the rooster crowing, it has tried its best, and now that the attempt failed, it must to escape. Choose the direction of escape, which is naturally the door that John came in. And the first time it had the tendency to run away, John felt that the gravel near the door was being squeezed by the body of the basilisk, and he knew very well that now was the critical moment. No matter what, he couldn't let the basilisk escape, otherwise, once it caught the attention of the teachers and students who were holding the Christmas dinner in the auditorium on the first floor and knew that someone had broken into the principal's office, Voldemort would most likely come back in person. So at the first moment, John pointed his wand at the entrance hall, and he uttered a spell of transfiguration, which was taught to him by Aberforth, and he also practiced it the longest in the room of requirement of a metamorphosis. No beam of spells appeared, but the large piece of ground in front of the door turned into a swamp of mud. The basilisk just happened to escape here with its huge body, and was trapped in the swamp the next moment. No matter how talented John is, he has only learned this spell for less than 2 months, and its effect is already amazing enough, but there is no way to completely trap the basilisk, and its body sinks into it. The bottom is not deep, and it can be rushed out of the mud with a little struggle. But before it could make the next move, John had already waved his wand again. All fixed. This is a freezing spell, and the spell precisely hit the basilisk's body. The thick snake skin has a strong magic immunity effect, but this spell still had some impact on the basilisk, making its struggling body pause for about a second, and in this second, it slowly dived a certain distance in that swamp. Grasping this moment, John gently lifted the wand in his hand, and the transformation in the swamp was instantly released, and it returned to a solid ground, but part of the basilisk's body that had sunk into the ground was frozen in the ground. Let it be trapped in place by greater resistance. It struggled desperately, trying to rush out of the gate before the next crow sounded, and escape from this land of death. The huge force created cracks on the ground that trapped him, but just at the second before it was about to escape from it. In John's arms, the third crowed, like the evening bell ringing by the of death, which determined the end of the basilisk. The skin of the basilisk was all swollen, it was completely mad, and at this moment, it broke free from the restraint of the ground, no longer ran away, the whole body of the snake was twitching, rampaging in the hall. This kind of irregular action made John, who was floating in the air, unable to dodge, and was swept by its body. The huge force knocked him firmly to the wall beside him, causing his chest to feel tight. The basilisk itself rushed from the entrance of the hall to the opposite direction, and it directly crashed into the door of the hall leading to the principal's office that it was guarding, and finally the bulging skin began to sag like a leaking ball, with a foul smell. The blood is like a fountain, spraying in all directions. It roared and wailed unwillingly, but none of these could change its ending, and its body still fell powerlessly into a pool of blood. John panted quickly, and got up from the ground. He looked a little embarrassed now, his body was covered with gravel and dust, and his face was a little too pale, but it was not serious enough to affect his consciousness. After hearing that there was no movement around him, he didn't immediately take off the black cloth that blindfolded his eyes. Instead, he waved his wand again and used the floating spell on the gravel scattered on the ground. The gravel floated out of thin air, and quickly found the exact location of the basilisk, and then judged its various parts. Then John pulled up the cloth and looked in the direction of the snake's tail. The basilisk was already lying on the ground motionless. Its body was filled with stinky blood like a small pond, and it was still bubbling like magma on the ground. Same bubbles. The skin of the basilisk was burst by its own blood, it was indeed dead and could not die anymore. After confirming this point, John was completely relieved. He first used the petrification spell on the rooster that fell to the ground and wanted to continue to crow, and then put it into the rooster with the traceless stretching spell. In the cloth bag. This chicken has a lot of credit. Of course, John would not do the kind of thing that kills the donkey. Afterwards, he carefully checked the door at the entrance of the hall, and after confirming that the door was still closed, he walked into the principal's office that had been knocked open by the basilisk. The furnishings here are unexpectedly simple. There are no decorations or portraits on the surrounding walls, not even a bookcase or wooden cabinet. There is only a desk and chair in the center of the principal's office. The huge body of the basilisk blocked part of John's vision. He had to walk 2 steps forward before he could see the things on the table. And when he saw the desk in its entirety, the pupils in his eyes suddenly constricted. He is very familiar with everything on that table. Although this is the first time he has seen it with his own eyes after coming to this world, he has seen it described countless times in the original book. That's a sword, a crown, a locket, and a golden cup. The next chapter is in the daytime. There are at least 3 more chapters after today. Sleep first. Chapter 96-94. 4 Relics. Horcruxes. The most evil black magic that Voldemort relied on for his immortality in the original book. It can rely on killing to split the soul of the caster and store it on another dead or living thing. The things that store the soul fragments are called Horcruxes. As long as all the Horcruxes are not destroyed, the person who created the Horcruxes can live forever, and can be resurrected even if hit by the killing curse. The people who created one Horcrux in history are already extremely evil, but Voldemort made a whole 7 of them subjectively, and with his pride, each of these 7 Horcruxes is a very special item. Now placed in front of John are the 4 relics left by the 4 founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry: Gryffindor's sword, Slytherin's locket, Ravenclaw's diadem, and Hufflepuff's cup. Among these 4 relics, except for the Gryffindor sword that has been hidden in the sorting hat, the other 3 are Voldemort's Horcruxes. Staring at the 4 relics placed on the desk, John's breathing began to become rapid. This world has changed, but the node where the world line deviated was the night when Voldemort heard the prophecy and went to kill Harry Potter, but the 3 Horcruxes among the 4 relics in front of him were all it was completed before this time node appeared. That is to say, they are very likely to be Voldemort's Horcruxes now. It is his life gate to maintain his immortality and immortality. Horcruxes are generally difficult to destroy, and coincidentally, the basilisk that John just killed, its fangs are one of the fastest weapons to destroy Horcruxes. Even he can hold the Gryffindor sword, as long as the sword is slightly infected with the basilisk venom, it can also become a sharp weapon to destroy the Horcrux. This is an excellent opportunity, as if it was a great gift from heaven to reward his bravery and wisdom. John didn't know when he had walked to that desk, staring at the 4 relics, he took a deep breath, as if he was ready to pick up the 4 relics. However, in the next second, he walked around the table without hesitation. Whether God will reward the brave, John doesn't know, but the reward in front of him is definitely not from God. Here is Hogwarts Castle under the control of Voldemort. He is in Voldemort's office. He just defeated the basilisk that Voldemort ordered to guard here. The relics in front of him are also Voldemort's own relics placed here. Put your most precious and life-threatening things in a place that can most attract the attention of the enemy, and prepare all the weapons to destroy these things. The basilisk that was killed, those Horcruxes on the table, these cannot be gifts from the heavens, but there is a high possibility that they are traps of Voldemort. It has been more than a year since he was brought into the wizarding world. After John's understanding, he is very clear that Voldemort is definitely not a fool. On the contrary, the various policies of the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts under his rule today are enough to show that he is smarter than most people. A smart person would do such a thing? John gave up on these suspected Horcruxes very decisively. This world is no longer the magical world he originally knew. He can rely on some information he read from the original work in his previous life as help, but he cannot completely rely on it. Original. Moreover, the fundamental goal of his coming to this castle this time has never been these Horcruxes. He went around the desk, and according to the location Dumbledore had provided him before, he quickly found an upward spiral staircase in the office. Successfully killing the basilisk did not make John feel at ease in the slightest. He knew very well that the death of the basilisk was just the beginning, and Dumbledore definitely wanted more than a little protection for what he got. Holding the wand, John carefully stepped up the spiral staircase, all the way up. In the magnificent banquet hall, well-dressed wizards and wizards are enjoying this Christmas ball that only the top group of wizards can attend. If someone randomly takes a stone and throws it down on the second floor, there is a high probability that it will hit a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic or a director of a well-known company in the magic world. But the person who was hit would only show a friendly smile to the brat throwing stones on the second floor or the provocative young man, because the one who can walk up to the second floor is the real confidant of that gentleman. Dolokhov is one of such confidants. At this moment, he was standing beside Voldemort vigorously. The handsome man who always kept his youthful appearance was chatting with a chubby old man with 2 walrus-like beards with a smile on his face. Teacher is a teacher after all. Once you came to the Department of International Magic Cooperation, the foreign export trade of the Ministry of Magic in the past 6 months has been much smoother than before. When the Minister of Magic of France came to see me last time, he praised me that you are a true gentleman. Slughorn still had that grinning look on his face. Nearly half a year later, he still seemed to be the same as when he first came to Voldemort's side. It's actually very simple to deal with these people. Please invite those who are at the helm of the French Ministry of Magic to hold a banquet, open a bottle of fine red wine, and talk about the past glory of the wizard family. Some business and policies can be negotiated in this way. That's why these scumbags under my command will never learn your methods. Voldemort turned his head and glanced at a wizard standing behind him. Obviously he came from a noble family, but he usually acts like a street hooligan. The stout former director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation just patted his head and laughed. It looked like what Voldemort said just now was actually a compliment. Since Slughorn returned to the correct camp, this old man with a prominent background and aloof status has become the core of the core. Except for Voldemort, other wizards regardless of their status will bow their heads and call him Slughorn. Mr. Horn. After the Christmas dinner started, Voldemort had been talking and laughing with his former teacher. They talked about the teacher-student relationship in Hogwarts. Slughorn seemed very interested. The castle that I haven't returned to for a long time is full of nostalgia. Voldemort also saw his mood, and introduced him to the faculty and staff who are now working in the castle. Snape, Barty Jr. and these people are old acquaintances, so there is no need to introduce more. The people Voldemort called are some students who were not so eye-catching before. Scott is an excellent school doctor. The Lestrange family has many talents, and he has the experience of being a doctor in St. Mungo's. He has been a school doctor in the castle for many years, and he has done a good job. Good. Chapter 97-95. Portrait. Voldemort patted the shoulder of a wizard whose face was flushed with excitement, and then looked at Dolohov who had been waiting nervously for a long time. And this one, Antonin Dolokhov, you must remember him. He performed very well in Slytherin when he was in school, and now he works as a castle administrator in school. It's also busy and exhausting work, and the kids are at an unruly age. Hearing Voldemort's words, Dolohov's body trembled slightly due to excitement, and he said hastily, "These are what I should do, master. There is nothing that should or shouldn't be." Voldemort said with a smile, "Every one of us is working to make the wizarding world have a better future. But you have been in this position for a long time, right?" Dolokhov's eyes lit up for a moment, but then he hid it well again. The hideous face in front of the mudblood students showed a look like a good dog guarding the house. "Sincere. Under Master's hands, no matter what I do, it is the greatest honor in my life. But talented people can't just waste their talents like this. You have done very well as an administrator in these years. I am very satisfied. Maybe next year you can get a position that is more suitable for your ability." Dolokhov was obviously very excited, and he couldn't hide his excitement at all. "Everything is under the master's arrangement. Of course I will make arrangements in the future. Of course, you have to maintain your current achievements and do your job well." With such a promise from him, it means that next year's promotion is guaranteed. Dolokhov naturally wanted to express himself more at this time. He said with a serious face, "I will live up to your expectations, sir." Now that this has been said, Dolokhov will certainly not continue to waste time at the banquet. In order to show his merits of being hard-working and busy, the Christmas dinner was just over halfway, and he said goodbye to Voldemort in advance, left the banquet hall and returned to Hogwarts Castle. At this time, it was only 8 o'clock in the evening, and the teachers and students in the castle auditorium were still enjoying a big meal. After Dolokhov came back, he first went to the auditorium to stay for a while. However, he naturally had nothing to chat with these faculty and staff who have not entered the upper core circle of the magic world at all. He just casually mentioned a few words about the prosperity of another Christmas dinner with a haughty face, and then left and went to the basement. In fact, he is very clear about what Voldemort really appreciates about him. Discipline those pure-blood and half-blood students, no matter who they are, it is the same. Only in managing mudbloods, what he does is most satisfactory to that gentleman. Dolokhov happily hummed the new tune of the Weird Sisters band, came to the banquet hall of the Mudblood, opened the door and walked in. After he entered the door, the basement, which could barely be called a relaxed atmosphere, became quiet in an instant. Every Mudblood student looked at him, and before they met his gaze, they lowered their heads in fear, and among these people, there was a girl who was not very old when he entered the door. The moment suddenly turned pale. The two prefects welcomed Dolokhov in with obsequious smiles. Ignoring the cold and warm greetings of the two who were not even dog legs, he was very sensitive to the number of Mudblood students, and after scanning everyone in the basement, he frowned the next moment. Missing someone? The male prefect Bit, who accepted John's leave, smiled even more humbly at this time. It's Randy Smith. He came to me and told me that he was not feeling well, so he went back to the dormitory to rest early. Not feeling well? Dolokhov asked again, raising his voice. But this time, a girl's voice trembling suddenly rang out among the students below. First, sir, Randy ate a biscuit that he hid before noon and was reluctant to eat it. Then, he ate it and broke his body. A sneer appeared at the corner of Dolokhov's mouth, as if mocking the Mudblood for living like a mouse. He seemed to be in a really good mood. He didn't look very angry, but said very casually to the girl who stood up. Go and call him over immediately, even if he is about to die of illness. There is no reason why a Mudblood can still lie on the bed while I am standing talking. Yes, sir. The girl named Hermione hurried out of the basement, and ran all the way towards the bedroom. John walked up the spiral staircase for about 3 or 4 floors, which was obviously beyond the height of Hogwarts, and he could still go up all the way, just because he had come to an independent tower at this time among. Walked to the end of the stairs, a closed wooden door appeared in front of him. Coming here, John became more cautious. He didn't reach out to push the door directly, but squatted down carefully at the end of the steps, and then took out a straw-like thing from the cloth bag. Aberforth prepared this thing for him. The first time he used it was supposed to be on the door from the hall to the principal's office, but the basilisk had already knocked open the door by itself, and John had no chance to use it. But he has not forgotten that he has such a thing. He inserted the straw through the crack at the bottom of the wooden door, then squinted his right eye to look at one end of the straw, and the other end of the straw that had been inserted into the other side of the door quietly turned into a shape like a periscope. Through this little magic prop called telescopic eye, John saw the scene in the room at the top of the tower outside the door. The space inside is very small, and there is only a desk and a chair, and a book and a quill are simply placed on the table. It's such a simple room, but there are 3 portraits hanging on the surrounding walls. The 3 portraits are obviously magical portraits. The old witch on the far left is dozing off with her head down, the wizard with a gloomy face in the middle lowered her head, thinking about something, and the portrait on the right is a young man, chattering about John listening no words. The moment he saw these 3 portraits, John quickly and carefully pulled out the retractable eyes from the crack in the door. The basilisk in the hall of the principal's office is really just a basic guard, and the real guards are actually these 3 paintings. Next chapter before 12 o'clock. Chapter 98-96. Difficult to handle. John retreated into the principal's room. His brain is working fast and calm now. The basilisk is obviously the first line of defense against the principal's office. If he expected correctly, the 4 relics on the table are the second line, and the 3 portraits in the room in the tower are the last line. The portraits in the magic world are all alive, and the portrait of the same character can instantly go back and forth between his own portraits at any position, without being restricted by any magic. Those 3 portraits have a great probability of being connected with Voldemort. This last line of protection seems to be just 3 paintings, but it actually represents Voldemort himself. If he hadn't used the retractable eyes that Aberforth prepared for him just now, he just pushed the door and walked in. At that moment, the most powerful person in the magic world will appear in front of him. John would not even be given the chance to pick up the book and pen and run straight away. Facing Voldemort, even with Dumbledore present, it can be said that there is no solution. But John's current situation is far from unsolvable. After all, the three paintings have not received any alerts, which means that Voldemort does not know that his principal's office has been broken into. This means that John still has time to plan. If Voldemort came over in person, it would of course be a dead end. What if there was a way to prevent those three paintings from being able to contact Voldemort? John was thinking in his heart, and the movements of his hands didn't stop. He waved his wand to clean up the messy hallway and the stinky blood of the basilisk that died in the principal's room. There is a basilisk guarding here, which means that Voldemort forbids anyone in this castle to enter his principal's room. Although the basilisk has its own consciousness and can choose who to kill or not to kill, the magic on its eyes is as long as it will be triggered by staring, unless it is Parseltongue. Otherwise there is any movement at the door, it will use its eyes to see, no matter who comes in. Even Snape, who is the vice principal, is the same with it. The moment their eyes meet, they die instantly. As long as he cleans up the strong smell of blood, no one will know that the basilisk guarding here has been killed unless Voldemort comes to the opening dinner next year when the school starts next year, and it was made by a Mudblood student. Just after John cleaned up the hallway and wiped away all the blood from the basilisk, a door opened suddenly sounded behind him. John's body froze instantly. The moment he heard the sound, his hand slipped into his sleeve, holding a bright red feather, and then he suddenly turned to look at the person who opened the door of the principal's room. Hermione stood outside the door blankly, looking at the huge dead poisonous snake beside John, and John was also looking at the panting girl who was obviously running all the way over. Difficult to handle. He frowned, and slowly loosened his clenched palms. Just as he was about to speak, Hermione was the first to react, and said in an extremely hasty tone, "Dolokhov came back early, he is looking for you now." John reacted very quickly. He knew very well that if what Hermione said was true and he didn't handle the situation in front of him well, then he would have to face even more difficult things. He quickly patted the dirty robe on his body, and didn't use the cleaning spell directly, because it would be too clean and the suspicion would be even greater. While patting his robe, he quickly walked out of the principal's room, then turned around and closed the door tightly. "How long did it take you to find me?" He put away his wand, took out his invisibility cloak, and asked quickly. Hermione's answer was also quick. 3 minutes, I went to the storage room on the first floor first. I didn't find you there before I came here. Those stairs helped me, and it saved me a lot of walking. Did anyone see you coming up from the ground? No, I walked up the stairs along the corner in front of the dormitory door. They all thought I was looking for you in your dormitory. I made an excuse for you, saying that you ate bad biscuits and rotted your stomach. The two of them have a tacit understanding and haven't asked why the other party is here. As long as the immediate crisis is resolved, there will be plenty of time to ask in the future. John directly covered them with the invisibility cloak. This cloak was big enough, and both of them were only 12 years old. With a small size, it was more than enough to cover 3 people. They just ran to the stairs together. Those stairs looked familiar to Hermione, as Hermione said, and they automatically led them down, from the 8th floor to the 1st floor at a fast speed. During this period, John took out the Marauder's map. He couldn't keep staring at the map in the principal's room just now, but the map was always open before he killed the basilisk, so that he could check it at any time. At this time, on the map, Dolokhov's name is impressively located in the basement. Hermione didn't lie, and the administrator hadn't noticed anything wrong at this time, and was still waiting there. Confirming that there is still room to hide, John quickly put away the Marauder's map, then grabbed Hermione's arm and ran from the 1st floor towards the stairs in the basement. He put away the invisibility cloak when he was close to the basement, and then he didn't breathe steadily, so he and Hermione pushed open the door of the basement together with short breaths. Dolokhov stared at the two of them as they walked in, and when his eyes fell on John's pale face because he was knocked into the wall by the basilisk, he couldn't help showing a sneer on his face. Eating expired food and feeling sick. Squatting in the bathroom for a long time. John lowered his head cowardly and said in a low voice. "Hold, I'm sorry, sir, I shouldn't have been hiding the cookies for so long. It's not your fault, Smith, that's how mudbloods should be so they don't waste food. But I hate waiting for people, especially a mudblood." He stared at John with fear on his face, as if he would pull out a whip the next moment, but then he suddenly laughed again. "However, your luck today is not bad. I'm in a good mood, and your usual performance is also very good, so I don't need to smoke you, but for the rest of the holiday, you will clean the entire bathroom in the castle." After hearing his words, John breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. This level, he was fooled. Yes, sir." Afterwards, he and Hermione returned to the group of mudblood students. Dolokhov didn't know what happened to him today. He was really happy. He even called a house elf and asked the kitchen to feed everyone. One of the mudblood students is preparing a creme fraiche for dessert on Christmas night. Chapter 99-97. Keen Granger. On Christmas night, it snowed at Hogwarts. Dolokhov didn't stay with them for long. He suddenly returned to the castle early as if there was no purpose at all. He gathered the mudblood students and rewarded each of them with a small cake. At 9 o'clock, the students, after returning to the dormitory, he locked the door to the basement. After Hermione returned to the dormitory, her heartbeat still hadn't stabilized. She is very aware of how bold her actions are today. Once she fails to find John in the place she guessed, she doesn't know whether John can escape in the end, but she is definitely going to be finished. Dolokhov will definitely ask someone to change her memory again, turning her into a robot-like tailor who only knows obedience and has no other emotions. But she still made up her mind to do it, because Hermione knew clearly that with these children in the castle alone, they would not be able to resist the oppression and rule of pure blood in their entire lives, and they needed to rely on external forces. And John is this outside force. The night gradually deepened, and she lay quietly on the bed, without the slightest feeling of drowsiness, nor did she have the slightest intention of falling asleep like this. This wait lasted until midnight, when suddenly there were 3 slight knocks on the door outside her room. The voice was so subtle, if Hermione hadn't been so tense, she might not have even noticed it. After the knock on the door, she immediately sat up from the bed, got out of bed wearing a thin and worn-out nightgown, and opened the door. John walked in very quickly the moment the door was opened, and then turned around and closed the bedroom door again. The dormitory is located underground, with no windows, and no way for moonlight to come in. Only one candle was lit, and the light dimly illuminated the narrow space. John saw that Hermione didn't speak first, but took out the opened Marauder's map and placed it in the most conspicuous position in front of him, so that he could always observe the movements around the dormitory and prevent Dolokhov from the husband made some surprise inspections at night. After completing the protective work, he looked at the girl who was sitting in front of the wooden bed, wearing a grey worn nightgown, with a thin figure, and her body was trembling slightly with her arms frozen. "I suggest that you better put on a thicker dress first, because I may have to ask you a lot of things next." Although Hermione's face was a little pale from the cold, her eyes were unusually bright when she looked at John. Seeing her obediently covering her slender body with a quilt, John took a deep breath, looked serious, and said in a volume that only the two of them could hear. "First of all, I would like to thank you for helping me tonight, Miss Granger. If it weren't for you, I might have been exposed by now. But after all, I still have tasks on me, so I have to ask some questions clearly. You must answer me truthfully." He stared into Hermione's eyes and asked without blinking. "When did you find out I have a problem?" "Your first night at the castle." Hermione whispered, blinking. John couldn't help frowning. First night. You received Dolikov's reward for your excellent practical results in the summer vacation. When I looked at him to reward you with a sandwich, you took the initiative to push it to me. Hermione explained softly, I know Randy is very timid, he would never initiate such behavior, the most he would do is not touch the sandwich and let me take it myself. John's face became weird. He has actually been careful about his performance and tried his best to imitate Randy's habits, but who would have thought that a 12-year-old girl would notice this? Just because of this. And your performance in the first spellcasting class. Randy actually doesn't have much talent in gesture casting. When he was learning various gestures last semester, in order not to be punished, he asked me to do it in private. Helped him to teach him, but you only learned the first cleansing spell in one class. And I have carefully observed that your waving habits are completely different from his. Although the movements are standard, they seem very unfamiliar, like a beginner, which is very unreasonable. Hermione spoke seriously about the various problems she found from John. The 2 points before were just her noticing something was wrong, but what really made her sure that the current Randy is no longer the former Randy was actually the day when they were going to clean the public restroom together for the second time. Before I went, I specially reminded you not to eat too much for lunch. I said that you were smoked and cried when you went to clean the bathroom for the first time in the first grade. Later, you forced yourself to get used to it, and you can accept it slowly. It's actually a lie. What Randy hates the most is cleaning public bathrooms. For most of the semester, as long as he had a job in the bathroom, he would cry and do it. It wasn't until the end of the semester that things got better some. John listened to the girl's story and recalled that day, and the expression on his face became even weirder. So what sounds like a casual question is actually a temptation. Hermione stared at John's face, but there was no complacency on her face, but she continued cautiously. After I said that lie, your reaction was very flat, as if you fully agreed with my words. It was at this time that I was really sure that you were not the previous Randy. It sounds like Hermione was able to discover John's identity purely because of his own carelessness and poor preparation. But no one can completely play another person, and Dumbledore didn't use dementia on Randy. After all, those high-ranking professors in the castle usually don't pay much attention to a cowardly mudblood. The students around me are all 12-year-old children, and they have known each other for less than a year. No one would have thought that such young children would have such keen observation skills. And Hermione just went against common sense. Even if John knew that she was actually the most careful of the trio after reading the original book, he never expected her to be so careful. It can only be said that being in such a harsh and difficult environment catalyzed her growth, making her more cautious, paying close attention to her surroundings all the time. For example, now, when she is answering questions, she has been paying attention to John's face and emotions, as if she is afraid that if her tone has a little bit of showing off and publicity, it will cause his displeasure. John rubbed the corners of his brows, temporarily letting go of the sigh in his heart. He looked at Hermione, and continued with his own question. It's understandable that you can judge that I'm not the real Randy through these, but why are you helping me? Don't you worry that I'm actually helping those pure-blood wizards. 2 more chapters. Chapter 198. Destined. I worked in a bookstore during my summer vacation. It was a very old bookstore, and the owner was very kind to me. Hermione said, there are a lot of hidden prohibited books in her store, and I saw a book in it. This is a banned book called Hogwarts, a history of the school, and I peeked at a part of it, knowing that the former Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was not what it is now. The owner of the store also subscribed to the Daily Prophet. I accidentally saw on it that there is actually another Hogwarts school in exile under the leadership of Dumbledore in the wizarding world. The news said that this the last remaining resistance and insurgents. I know that Dumbledore was the only headmaster of Hogwarts 7 years ago. The magic school he led was a real school, but he failed later, and the castle was occupied by another person. We will be enslaved like this. You pretended to be Randy and sneaked into the castle. If you have the courage to do this, there is only one other Hogwarts school in the entire wizarding world. No one else would dare to take such a risk to come in. Hermione spoke in a small voice, but she was so firm. She looked at John with clear and bright eyes. Besides, I can see your attitude towards us people. If you are pure-blood wizards, you won't get along with us like this. You must be from another Hogwarts, right? John looked at the girl's eyes and sighed in his heart. All the speculations are well-founded, and the most important thing is that Hermione is only 12 years old now, not a 12-year-old child like him, but actually has an adult soul in her heart. Seeing such a situation, John calmed down instead. Facing Hermione's question, he did not deny it, but nodded and admitted. Yes, I am indeed from another Hogwarts. Hermione became excited when John personally confirmed her conjecture. After all, she is still only 12 years old. Even though her observation and logical reasoning are far superior to her peers, she is still not as mature as John in terms of temperament. Are you that Hogwarts professor? She couldn't wait to continue asking. John hesitated for a second, then nodded without hesitation. Yes, I am a professor at that school. It wasn't that he wanted to lie on purpose, but Hermione was very unsafe to him when she knew his identity. Now even if she confessed her origin, she had to hide her real identity. Besides, if it is based on actual mental age, it is okay for John to cheekily call himself a professor. Hermione was excited and didn't notice the second of John's hesitation. Besides, John is a professor, which makes sense. If he is just a student, then she should be suspicious. I have another question. Why did you think of going to the principal's office to find me? I first went to the storage room on the first floor, because I knew from Hanton before that you knew about the situation in that room. After I didn't find you there, I could only think that you could go to the principal room. This time it is not just an inference, Hermione is also a gamble. If she comes 10 or 20 minutes earlier, if she opens the door when John is preparing to kill the basilisk, it is very likely that the basilisk will be killed. Eyes fixed on. Thanks to John's quick enough action, otherwise Hermione would have died in this accident. After understanding all the ins and outs, John looked at Hermione seriously. Since you have discovered my identity, you should also know the consequences if my identity is revealed, so Miss Granger, will you keep it strictly confidential? Hermione's face was full of seriousness, and she solemnly swore. I swear I will never tell anyone any secret about you. She just swore it was useless. In the wizarding world, it is not necessary for people to open their mouths to extract information from people's minds. This is why Dumbledore asked John to sneak into Hogwarts Castle. He had studied occlumency with Slughorn for a whole school year, and he had enough ability to keep a secret, but Hermione obviously didn't have such ability. John is very calm, and he looks at things rationally at the moment. Even with Hermione's promise, he is not completely at ease. He is planning to wait for an opportunity to sneak out of the castle to discuss with Aberforth and decide how to solve the three problems. Draw a painting, and then decide whether to try to erase Hermione's memory of herself according to the length of time she may stay in the castle. The little girl obviously couldn't see what John was thinking at this time. She blinked and continued to ask. So, Professor, what should I call you? Just keep calling me Randy, I only have this identity now. John said without changing his face. Randy, what did Mr. Dumbledore send you to the castle for? She opened her eyes wide. Do you want you to steal that man's important things? John said vaguely. Well, almost. That only uttered a sound. Hermione suddenly became nervous again, her body wrapped under the quilt even began to tremble slightly, Those bright eyes were full of expectation and anxiety. "Then, did he ask you to provide us with any help?" Her voice was very low, her tone was full of unconfidence and trembling, and her eyes that were looking directly at John also averted a little, as if she was expecting John's answer, but also seemed to be afraid of his answer. John didn't speak immediately. It's okay for him to tell the truth. This girl is very smart, as long as he clarifies Dumbledore's difficulties and their signing of the school contract, she should be able to understand. Even the cowardice shown in her words now is a kind of understanding. She knows very well that even the professors in another Hogwarts have no reason to save them at all, let alone there are many people in the middle. It may be life-threatening. But just because she knew she was smart, she thought of everything she could think of, and even said the words for help in such a tactful way, so unconfident, that made John fall into silence. He thought about the conversation he had with Aberforth that night not long ago. If his mission was successfully completed, what would students like Hermione do in the castle? Continue to be left in this castle? Continue to be oppressed and domesticated? Things like this make John feel very uncomfortable just thinking about them. These students in the castle are very cute. Hampton is envious of those noble mixed blood and pure blood students who can fly to the sky on broomsticks. Ariel is willing to tell everyone about her beautiful memories of previous Christmases. Those freshmen who just entered the school should not forget that they are still equals, and continue to organize the rally at great risk. So, are these lovely, freedom-seeking children destined to be left here as slaves? Anyway, I can't sleep, there's still a chapter to come. If you can't make it through, go to sleep, watch it tomorrow morning.